Welcome everyone to day 2 of the summer stage knockouts in the East. It's Vicky, I'm joined with my girl Negra, and we're going to be kicking off the day with our Group A matches. I'm so excited, especially after seeing all the action that went down, not only in the West, but earlier on in the East just yesterday, Negra.
What a great way to be able to start off these East knockout brackets, especially after we added in a new game mode, we added in a new hero, and there was a giant patch that came through that made a ton of different heroes viable. It makes me more excited to see what the top Overwatch League teams are going to do with all of these new pieces. I think it's going to be so much fun today.
Especially now that we get to see how the Dallas Fuel is going to work that into their favor. We got the Soul Dynasty later on, Soul Infernal. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see how this plays out here. The Hangzhou Spark, of course, too. Our Overwatch League teams yesterday didn't have the best of luck versus our contenders teams, which makes things extra spicy going into today's matches, Necra, because we got our first match of the day, which is going to be the Dallas Fuel versus Poker Phase.
Yeah, this one's going to be a banger. I mean, Poker Face has come into this one as one of the favorite contenders teams, just based on their performance during the summer stage, though. I feel like they did have some things just to try to work on very briefly in order to actually find themselves in this position. But Dallas Fuel is a different beast. There is a reason right now that they're one of the top teams, especially after how much improvement they ended up making in the summer stage. And it's I don't know, this is a tough one. I feel like today I have to give it to the Overwatch League teams. I think they're going to be the ones that come in just a little bit more prepped and ready to handle the new stuff.
That's what we were expecting out here, especially when you talk about teams like the Dallas Fuel, like you mentioned. Just almost had the perfect record in the qualifiers. Unfortunately, the Spark said no way, sorry about that. But Dallas Fuel, you know what? They're reeling from that success, from being able to adapt and work into what they need to find their strength in a different meta. Now, with all the changes that you had mentioned earlier, we're moving on to something different. We got Flashpoint. We're seeing Ilari make her way into this meta. We get to see a lot more flexibility. Bastion, Orisa, Torbjorn. Take a look at your bracket for Group A. Here you guys get to take a look at all the updated action. If you missed out on yesterday, we saw Poker Face versus Panthera, where Poker Face is now sitting against the Dallas Fuel because they were able to take it over Panthera. Then we got Rhodes versus Dreamers earlier on before. Dreamers was able to take that. And now on the other side, we got Group B bracket.
Yeah, the Group B bracket, it is going to be the lowest seed loser, or the lowest seed winner going up against the higher seed Overwatch League team going into these brackets, so that's why it looks a little funny when you actually take a look at this, but I'm really excited. I feel like Simprisa Gaming put on a fantastic performance yesterday to be able to upset the Shanghai Dragons. They were coming in as a little bit of an unknown quantity because we hadn't had a chance to see them during the summer stage, so that's going to be really fun to see if they can keep up that momentum. Alongside O2 Blast as well, right? They had to come in with a lot of adjustments after how their summer stage went, and that was also a great match for them.
And after all the action that we saw in the West, here are your matches for today in APAC. We are starting off once again with Poker Face versus Dallas Fuel. Then we got Dreamers versus the Hangzhou Spark, followed by Group B bracket. We got SPG, that's going to be Simprisa Gaming versus Seoul Infernal, as well as O2 Blast versus Seoul Dynasty to wrap up the day for you.
I can't wait. I can't wait, especially because you and I didn't actually get a chance to cover the Group A bracket yesterday. We covered Group B instead, so we get to do a little bit of a flip-flop right now as we have Avril and Leg Day waiting in the wings to be able to take it over for Group B. Poker Face. Let's talk about this one, Vicky, because I feel like this is the one where maybe there's a bit of an even match when it comes down to like the strength of the actual contenders team versus like relative strength there from Dallas Fuel versus the rest of the Overwatch League teams.
Yeah, Poker Face also just want to note, just after their performance yesterday, they had so much self-sustain versus their match against Panthera here, and I want to see that going into this match because they need to bring everything that they have against the Dallas Fuel, a team that is looking so scary, but this is also a team that has such great tank flexibility. We want to see that moving into this match.
I feel like Muse has been doing a great job of showing us more of like those main tank heroes. You know, that's always where their bread and butter has really been, but when you look at how they were able to perform yesterday, it was really just the Winston. And then we ended up seeing Peppy get brought in to be able to play more of those off tanks. But let's go ahead and welcome in the Dallas Fuel to this match.
I always get goosebumps being able to see these different hype videos introducing a lot of our teams, and also the art that we get to see from the crowd sitting down showing their support for some of these teams. I mean, how else would you welcome the #1 team currently right now in APAC after their performance in the qualifiers, Necro?
Or just, I don't know, defending Overwatch League champions? I think that also has a very nice title to it. But yeah, I mean, Dallas Fuel, this was the defending Overwatch League champion team. They did end up changing a few pieces, and I struggled at the start of the season. That spring stage did not look good for them. But they were able to turn it around in the summer stage after a lot of work and effort on the team, and they started to look really, really good. And now coming into the actual play-ins, the knockouts, like, this is where we need to see Dallas Fuel continue to step it up. This is a new meta. This is with new heroes, new pieces, new game modes. And I think if Poker Face are going to be able to get the upper hand over Dallas Fuel, it would be by taking advantage of those new tools.
Honestly, we took a trip to the past after seeing some comps coming out yesterday. We saw the Jodes coming in again. I was like, all right, what year is it again, all over again, happening? And this actually may be something similar that we may see from the Dallas Fuel. We got to see what Rush has been up to with this team, because this is the first time that we get to see the Fuel play here in the summer stage knockouts post-patch. So many things have changed. We have to see how the Dallas Fuel have been cooking in preparation for this bracket.
Exactly. I wonder if we get a chance to see maybe more like Sparkle Genji. Genji has been able to actually be meta viable in terms of the new patch, and we've seen teams already lean into that hero. And honestly, when I look at the viability of all of these different tanks and DPS choices, also just the new supports, which are going to be so fun to play around, how much versatility is there, I just think this favors Dallas Fuel a lot. Like, Dallas Fuel have been one of those teams to show us, even like the Moira Reaper, one of the few teams to be able to bring that out of their pocket, and they're not afraid to try something new, but it's about how it translates. And it's just so many unknown factors, it's really hard to actually be 100% confident that they're going to be able to get this.
There's still so many things changing. One thing that has been changing, though, are the maps that we've been able to see our teams pick. Of course, the higher seed gets to pick the first map. In this case, it's going to be the Dallas Fuel, and we are taking a trip over to Lijiang Tower.
All right, Lijiang Tower. This makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, Dallas Fuel has already been one of those teams that has just been so good about being able to brawl it out. Like, that's why we ended up seeing, like, those Reaper choices, the Moira. They really like these close quarter fights to be able to just take it aggressively to the enemy team. But where Poker Face is also able to get a leg up here is the way that they're able to play their Reinhardt. I mean, Muse, yes, we see the Winston come out. Maybe that's going to be something that they end up pivoting over to, but they also have shown a propensity to play this Reinhardt symmetric comp, and being able to brawl up like this, it could either be a big asset or a detriment when we see the Bastion on the other side.
I know Hanbin has been eating these last few days in preparation for this. He was the Junker Queen to look at out here. He's been able to put the Junker Queen on site, but Sparkle catching hands on site, losing out against Valentine. Nice immortality, helping Hanbin restabilize for right now. Losing out on Muse here from Poker Face's side, and with Edison getting set up here too, number advantage does go in favor to the Dallas Fuel despite losing out on that first pick originally.
Yeah, the fact that Sparkle went down so early, it did force Dallas Fuel's hand. They didn't have the symmetric teleporter online to be able to rapidly make rotations around Poker Face, but at the very least, actually kind of helped them out. They just had to brawl it out in the front without laying around any of that funny business. And Sparkle's able to get back super fast after also seeing Dallas Fuel try to buy some time for the teleporter to actually get him back to the full 5v5.
Oh, he wasted no time activating the artillery the moment he got that ult online. Mostly to control some space, unfortunately that ult very lackluster. Meanwhile, Hanbin finding it and over to the side. Don't worry, all you can eat here for Hanbin while he takes a different route to contest Poker Face. Literally hugging their spawn choke right now. Just holding back for right now, but that's another team fight win in favor for Dallas.
That has just been some clean execution coming through from this Joker Queen comp. You talked about how Hanbin, you know, especially as a more storied off-tank player, has been able to play something like the Junker Queen or even the Sigma and just all of these off-tanks to high success. I don't know how that happened. Bliss just getting the absolute upper hand over Aiden, and now this speed has been shot off from Poker Face. They can't disengage easily.
Hanbin's playing so aggressively, as he should, of course, and through that window, Edison capitalizes, finding Valentine here. Photon barrier coming up from hidden. Poker Face here, just trying to take the initiation. They did flip the point, but that was the Dallas Fuel who gave him some of that extra space. Nice immortality, once again, from MCD. Helping out all of the Dallas Fuel just to restabilize. They've been set up first on the point originally, thanks to Sparkle and those turrets, and they have just been able to hold on to this point and control so much space with all this damage.
Dallas Fuel are also such a smart team. They know when to give and take up the point presence. So Poker Face, yes, they were able to sneak away with 15%, but Dallas Fuel are playing the long game. They knew if they were able to give up some space, they would have a cleaner rotation, and that's exactly what happened. And now we see another Bastion ult online for Edison just to be able to clear off the point.
Wow, even with that sound barrier, Sparkle goes down unfortunately there. MCD was so low initially and Bliss helped him out. Finding that first pick is what Poker Face needs, but a huge rampage coming in, finding 3. That's gonna cost the life of Muse, Aiden, and Simple, and what a strong start for this first round in favor for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, that wasn't even close. That wasn't even close. And even though we saw Muse try to make a swap over to the Orisa, Dallas Fuel just had an upper hand. Like, you know, when Junker Queen is able to come back in, that was what we saw Dallas Fuel start this season with. And if you're able to play to the strengths on your team, then this is going to be really, really good for you. I think Dallas Fuel also, just with their ability to play some more creative compositions, yeah, that was flawless. I don't really know what else to say about that. Like, Poker Face just didn't stand a chance.
Honestly, just looking at the adjustments that Dallas Fuel have made throughout the whole season, we talked about it earlier, but it's about how we saw at the Dallas Fuel, they were struggling at the beginning, but despite Winston being the main pick that we saw a lot of these teams running with the dive, Hanbin still tried to experiment with the Junker Queen at times with that unique composition that the Fuel would run out with. Like you mentioned earlier, we saw the Reaper, we saw the Moira. They would try to run what they felt was most comfortable, but then they were able to make those adjustments to find the success that they're currently sitting in right now before the patch. I do like to see Edison taking advantage of the Bastion buffs and how much fun it looks like he's having there too. Was putting in so much pressure, even didn't waste any time in using that ult. Yeah, we know Bastion's ult is probably one of the worst ults in the game, but it's about creating that space. You know, you gotta say how it is, but it's about creating that space. You know, sometimes you don't need to use these ultimates to immediately get a pick. It's about the space given for a lot of these different heroes, like we sometimes see with the Deadeye.
It really is a zoning ultimate, and it's fine to just use it right away because of that fact, and it really just isn't something that you would combo with anything. But Hanbin, like, give him so much credit, because as you talk about the fact that he had to try to learn the Winston for that second stage and still did that, it's impressive also given that he was playing in the shadow of one of the best Winstons in the entire game last season. So now Hanbin has been able to show us such a breakout performance, and we're going to see it again. Dallas Fuel are not making any adjustments to their composition as we head over to Control Center, and the onus really is on Poker Face to try to turn it around, and they're bringing out a Bastion of their own.
Oh no, it's not the Demon Orisa, it's the Demon Bastion. I think I'm getting PTSD right here, teleporting all the way to the top, because eventually, once that point becomes unlocked, they're just going to jump down from the high ground. And even if Poker Face wants to contest, they're contesting at a disadvantaged position, playing off that low ground. Well, right now, Edison's just having the time of his life. Clearing away, safe and sound, with the insurance of the Immortality build, and Hanbin's going to get the 2K, hugging that choke right in front of their spawn room doors.
Again, and this is the point that being able to play a more aggressive approach to his defense fares you even better because of just how tight of a choke this main ends up being. Even if you try to flank around to the right, you have the Symmetra teleporter to make that easy rotation. And like, look at this. Poker Face already taking a ton of damage moving in, and Dallas Fuel have already backed all the way up with the amplification matrix.
All right, through the window, you are getting mowed down, Edison. It's another cleanup with some help from MCD, of course. Through that window, staring into their souls, literally claiming their lives. Just backing up for right now. It's another reset for Poker Face, but this is a struggle bus.
Oh my god, Edison's probably having so much fun. Like, the time of his life. You know that you're the DPS player that's trying to play the Bastion in your own comp games, but this time it's actually working.
Alright, artillery on the other side from Valentine. Doesn't find that success it finds, but it does find Edison with the extra pressure, and he still was able to find Valentine before the artillery had ran out before he was picked off. Meanwhile, Hanbin cleaning up Simple and Muse. It's another attempt. He got a 3K, leaving Aiden for last. My goodness, another dominating team fight win here for the Dallas Fuel.
Poker Face are going to struggle a lot to get past this choke. Even Valentine's going to switch off to the Genji, just provide a little bit of support there through the deflex so that Edison doesn't have nearly as much damage output, but it doesn't matter!
Simple goes down right before the sound barrier has been activated from Aiden, and it doesn't matter even if the other three members have been saved by that sound barrier, because they get deleted right afterwards by Hanbin and Sparkle. Bliss is chasing right behind Aiden as the 1v1 of the Sentry that we saw in round one, making its comeback again. Nobody could touch the point. Nobody left from Poker Face. And that was one speed run of our first map.
Yeah. Wow. I don't think I've seen a faster control map all season.
I think that was the fastest control map I've casted the entire season. No,
yeah.
That was...
No, like, even just us casting it, that's like, I'm talking full season, like anybody. I think this is by far the fastest control map we've seen. I don't think that took more than like 4 minutes. Holy cow.
That was very telling. On control, of course, we do have to say this was the Dallas Fuel's pick. Playing to their strength on Lijiang, you can see they're very comfortable, have already worked out what they want to run into here. Map number 2, it's going to be hybrid. That's going to be coming to you on the other side of this break with such a dominating start. Don't want to miss it.
Time for the reckoning!
Welcome back, everybody. You blink and you may have missed it. Map number 1 goes in favor to the Dallas Fuel, where honestly, in the entirety of the map, I believe they've only died twice, which is insane. I mean, we know they're playing against Poker Face, a current contenders team, but this is next level from the Dallas Fuel, as this is also the first look that we are seeing from this team post-patch notes that have changed up everything here in the Overwatch League.
Hanbin gets to play Junker Queen. Edison gets to play Bastion after focusing on heroes like Reaper. And I don't know, MCD and Bliss look like they're also having the times of their lives. I can't wait to see what's going to end up happening for this next map, because we are going to end up going over to a hybrid, and when you have like very strong attack and defending sides, it does open up just for a few more possibilities, maybe not able to lean into the Bastion as much. But Peppy's coming in for Muse on Poker Face. I'm particularly excited about this because we've seen this swap happen even just yesterday in Poker Face's match versus Panthera, and Peppy came in to play more of those classic off-tank heroes. So I'm looking at whether or not Peppy can come out with something like the Orisa, which was also what they leaned into on Numbani. I know Avril wasn't such a huge fan of the Sigma that ended up coming out as well, but I think the Orisa is a very strong choice for them to lean on if they want to continue to go in the direction and they feel comfortable with it.
I agree. They actually, I believe they started with the Sigma and then they had made the swap over to the Orisa, where they found way more success. In more of these open maps, I'm curious to see if this domination is going to be as consistent as we are seeing currently from the Dallas Fuel. Yes, this is Poker Face choice here on Numbani, but now that you're playing with a much more open area, you have the high ground that you could try to take advantage of and such. How is the Dallas Fuel going to work into this? Because we know that Hanbin, since last year, has always been the Junker Queen to look at. Now moving on to Numbani, you have to think about that lack of mobility unless you got the Symmetra teleporter to move you around.
We have seen a few teams lean into that, right? Like the Symmetra teleporter can help you get to that point faster, close that distance, and also move yourself into a position where you can play in a few of those more tight areas. So I'm thinking like behind point. I'm also thinking like below in the health pack room to the left. But the Bastion was so effective because of what you had pointed out. The fact that it was Lijiang Tower. The fact that you were able to play just such an aggressive hold for the defenses. Bastion is able to just mow down the enemy team. So if Dallas Fuel decide to continue to lead into this, again, like, how does Poker Face respond? Because this is the defense. Dallas Fuel can absolutely just place Edison on a high ground and force Poker Face into a position to come to them. But Peppy's on the Orisa, so there is ways to soak up this damage.
See how they want to get started here. As we see Dallas Fuel, she needed to stay on the defense, as per usual. Already the Symmetra teleporter set up right behind them. Be careful, Poker Face took a lot of damage here getting set up. You're gonna funnel yourself right through that doorway. Don't worry, Edison will profit off of that. Followed up by Hanbin, cleaning up what Edison had first started eating. And Dallas Fuel once again opened things up so strong, sending Poker Face in a team wipe.
Okay, I want to wait for a few more in the sample size, but Vicky, it's starting to look really bad. Look at how much commitment Poker Face has been putting into being able to withstand this Bastion. The Baptiste, you saw the Immortality Field come out. Peppy has an ability to soak up some damage on the Orisa. And not to mention, you also have ways to be able to force them off of this high ground with something like the turret to try to fight back, and just the dynamite damage to come through to pepper that down and make Dallas Fuel just a little bit easier to pick off. And they still can't do it. They're Rampage!
Oh no, it found everybody! They served themselves on a silver platter for Hanbin to profit with the Rampage before Edison cleaned up the rest. Back and forth as this combo goes. You cannot keep contesting Dallas Fuel in that side corridor. You can't. You're just feeding it to exactly what they want.
Yeah, you can't. You have to switch. Go down main. Go to the right. Force Dallas Fuel off of this high ground. You want to put Edison into a position where you're forcing out the teleporter, you force a quick rotation from Dallas, and you're also helping with some of the damage fall off by playing at range. That's
no way!
What?
No way. I saw it happening, he wanted to cut off the rotation, but I honestly seeing where Aiden was, and Aiden had gotten a pick earlier on, I believe it was off the Sparkle. I thought he was still able to get out of that direction, especially being on the Yachty. Thinking that you could maybe use the outburst to get out of there, but nope. The Bob was called in too from Hidden. Pokerface seeing some signs of life out here after finding Hanbin and MCD. Two big problems here. I think going down here too. Dallas Fuel now just waiting before regrouping.
They have an ability to come in and recontest, and it does look like they are considering it, but they can't get there in time. So they are going to have to give up the point, and major credit to Pokerface for finally finding a way to break through that defense. It took Hidden taking a high ground approach to be able to instead have that range versus Edison, rather than just walking into his face. Pokerface now, I think, understand the assignment, and I would love to be able to see him continue to put his high ground away from Dallas Fuel.
Nice timing on the photon barrier right there. He didn't take it to the skies real quick with that captive sun. Trying to get the mark out here too. Dallas Fuel just trying to disengage for right now, get out of their line of sight because of exactly that Hidden with the dynamite. Finishing off a Hanbin who was so low. MCD and Bliss playing a little spread apart while Valentine with the hammer pick onto Sparkle. Hidden waking up here. Signs of life once again from Pokerface, getting the extra progress that they needed with this payload.
That's why the Ashe is so nice. Not only can you play at range, but you also have the coach gun to get away. So if Dallas Fuel want to take this rotation and just pop Edison down in front of Pokerface, Hidden at the very least has the ability to just get out of dodge, make sure that damage fallout from the Bastion is going to be even better. But look at that. You can't do much about an aggressive sound barrier.
I feel like I'm watching a horror movie. I didn't know Overwatch was a horror movie, honestly saying this. Just seeing the Bastion get teleported to your face, plus a sound barrier for the sustainability that was used by Bliss. They're holding on to 3 of those ultimates, about to get the photon barrier again. On top of that, was just using that previous fight. And now they send Pokerface right back to the spawn room doors, and they're already getting set up right above their heads with the Symmetra turrets.
Dallas Fuel's composition is incredibly balanced. You know, you have the ability to have the sound barrier. Bliss also has a lot of mobility tools to help pivot around Dallas Fuel. Pokerface don't have a defensive ultimate, so there's not a whole lot that they can do besides just raw damage output to try to bully this Bastion away. The Junker Queen as well. I mean, Hidden has just been target focus after target focus here, knowing that that's really going to be Pokerface's key to taking out Edison.
Oh, nice immortality out here too. Peppy going down, unfortunately, after using the Terra Surge. Edison's going to be able to profit, and Dallas Fuel, once again, with their positioning, when it came to that engagement attempt from Pokerface, they tossed out the ult so that way they can maybe find an opportunity to have an opening, but man, Dallas Fuel is just on top of it with this extra pressure.
60 seconds.
So tough too because high ground approach, Dallas Fuel can just drop on them and Honda can use this rampage. And you can't even touch the multicore. Like that feels so useless in this situation when Dallas Fuel, they're just behind your team.
What? FCD's having fun in the back there. Bliss finding Hidden, who was hanging out to the high ground. We saw what Hidden was doing, putting in some extra poke pressure on the other side away from the Dallas Fuel. Actually ends up working in favor for Pokerface here. Having that individual fight, splitting some of that attention. Less than 30 seconds on the clock for Pokerface to get to that second objective.
But this is where the going gets tough. Pokerface have no choice except to play out this final point right in the loving arms of Dallas Fuel's Bastion. Dallas Fuel has the defensive corner to play around. They can just set Edison up or even try to take that flank once again, and there's not a whole lot that Pokerface can do. 30 seconds left. Rampage.
Wow. That was a good call out from Pokerface. They predicted that Dallas Fuel was going to attempt to approach the same exact way, and the immediate retaliation from Hanbin to Rampage defensively to get out of a bad situation. So they had to use the artillery. Just clearing out some extra space here too. With Hanbin going down first though. Listen, needs to get set up here. Right above him is Aiden. Nobody else to really help out Aiden here because the numbers are still in favor for the Dallas Fuel. Right through the window from MCD. The damage has been done. Even with the swap from Hanbin, Sparkle has cleaned up the rest of Pokerface, stopping them right before that second checkpoint.
Score 0-1. Switching
I-
sides.
This feels Jover.
And
Like this just feels like a Dallas Fuel victory lap here. Like look at the rampage. Like already we're starting this map off in such a strong way for Dallas Fuel. It took Poker Face a couple of tries, and credit to them, they were finally able to break through the defense. But Dallas Fuel, their command over the situation with the Bastion is just so difficult to chew through. Bastion's one of those heroes that does check the enemy team synergy. If you're able to play together as a team and you're on the same page, then the Bastion should prove no problem for your team. Poker Face aren't playing a composition that's just all about that one target focus. You have these split approaches with Hidden's Ash playing on the high ground, Valentine also trying to want to set up an off angle with the turret, and you've got Orisa that's really focused on that frontline pressure. But it can't just be Peppy alone to take on that Bastion. And that's why you also have to wait to get into a prime position, where Dallas Fuel then get a chance to take advantage of that delay. They just walk in your face.
They're walking the dog.
It's tough.
For free.
Vicky, I don't know. What are you thinking about this?
I'm thinking that what you just mentioned also works into what we just saw from Hidden, but the thing is, it's about getting set up into position while the Dallas Fuel looks like they're having fun with their food. We had no issue just split contesting Poker Face with the immortality field from MCD, the survivability, Hanbin being able to get that rampage online just as quick as we have seen him get it, and then the impact that he's had. Poker Face need to approach Dallas Fuel differently, and this Valentine just, all right, maybe this isn't the different look I was talking about. What are you cooking, Valentine?
I think Valentine is hopeful that Poker Face will be able to get back into a position. You see Peppy that is able to change out of spawn to the Sigma. Valentine is stuck behind enemy territory. Look at MCD is hunting for him.
He knows. He hears
MCD
him.
is scanning. Like there is
they
someone
found him.
here.
They found
this is such a bad stagger. That is such a bad stagger. Dallas Fuel does not take those lightly. It doesn't let you get away with those. And now it is a 5v4, Vicky.
It was really that bad. He could have. Going off the map was right there. He could have tried to reset earlier before they fully took the point. They weren't going to re-engage, but maybe a bit of miscommunication there too. Shout, Hanbin, trying to get Simple. So the Simple tries to jump away. Can't run away for too long. Sparkle will be able to clean that up. And right now, the Dallas Fuel holding forward, making sure they have all the extra space that they have to work with here, while Poker Face are just trying to reset their mentals, reset what they have to bring to the table here.
Peppy's gonna have the first ultimate online for Poker Face. And the Gravitic Flux can be really impactful here, just knowing that you can dislodge Dallas Fuel. And if they're playing in this club together, it's easier to be able to hit multiple members at a time. But Dallas Fuel are also bringing up to a Bastion ultimate, and they don't have to use anything here if they just go for a fast reset.
Mowing down all that's in front of them, giving up the high ground for right now, and then moving in. Dallas Fuel, even with the amount of pressure that they've been putting on, call for the disengage here. Just wait patiently after seeing the changes that Poker Face have now brought in. Gravitic Flux ready here for Peppy, as well as Aiden about to get that captive son.
And this is how we want to see Dallas Fuel play this. Like, yes, they are showing extreme dominance with this Bastion, but they're also trying to not make any mistakes. And this cart is in a great position for them to just come in here with their ultimates. Oh, but MCD is able to get taken out before we see that attack from the Immortality field.
Right behind the Photon Bear, Edison is still running amok. Hanbin's about to get the rampage once again. Edison needed some help there. Fortunately, doesn't get the healing that he needed. Hanbin playing off this high ground, though. Hanbin is literally Joker Queen himself. Just playing so well.
He is her.
He is her, literally. He is Joker Queen. We even saw that body block earlier on. He's got the rampage now, looking for the opportunity from underneath the tunnel. Has that sound barrier here too. There goes the rampage. It's from the support back line. Immortality field called it from Simple, but not enough to keep him immortal, because the rest of the Dallas Fuel have easily moved this payload to the finish line. Another quick finish for the Dallas Fuel as they sit on match point now.
That was just such a smart rampage at the very end there. Hanbin knew that he could play a little bit closer to Poker Face's spawn. And when Poker Face have to go in and recontest, they're just walking into the Rampage. Look how much fun they're having. This is some of the most smiles I've seen on Dallas Fuel's face in a long time. They are having the time of their lives in this match right now. It's so apparent, and credit to them. This is just such a strong look for them.
When I saw the changes going in, I immediately thought about Dallas Fuel and what they were going to bring to the table with Junker Queen especially, and I am not disappointed here. On the other side, Poker Face, unfortunately, they really need to change things up. I don't know what Valentine was trying to cook up there, maybe trying to go for a flank while the whole team wasn't present, but they still have map number 3 to iron out what they need, and map number 3 is going to be Flashpoint. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be coming to you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. What a dominating performance we are currently seeing from the Dallas Fuel. They are stone cold. They are ready to finish this up. They are sitting at match point currently, and we are moving on to map number 3 for our Flashpoint map.
I'm pumped. Let's go. Flashpoint. It's in the mix now as a part of the map set, and I have been dying to see how Dallas Fuel is going to approach this, especially after the dominance they've shown so far in this match. Really is all about right now how they are going to start to approach the Flashpoint mode from an individual perspective.
Yeah, this is going to be Pokerface's pick, too, just as we saw on Numbani. Dallas Fuel, though, with the way that they're playing, they are looking so confident, finding another variation of what they could work the Junker Queen into when that was their original strength, too. Working so many things after huge patch update. I've been laughing. I wonder what's going on in those comms here, too. While we look on the other side, Pokerface having a rough match thus far. This is one of our contenders teams, and we are seeing a change up, too. Peppy is sitting out. Muse is coming back in.
Muse coming in to play Flashpoint. See their approach to it this time around. Muse did come in to play Flashpoint yesterday, and they were able to have a good start to Saravasa. They didn't unfortunately end up winning that map, as they did get reverse swept by Panthera. But I feel like when you're able to play something like the Winston, maybe it's easy to dive, like use those mobility cooldowns to try to get away. But it was Saravasa. This time around, it is going to be New Junk City that Pokerface has chosen to go to. And I think this is the best option they could pick. Like, yes, I think that this gives obviously funny home field advantage to Junker Queen, but these flashpoints are much more open. There's a ton of open space to work with on most of the points. Really only looking at like Refinery, for example, that you would be playing a little bit more close quarters. Otherwise, yeah, there's a lot of skybox to play with, and that does give a little bit more of a leg up, I think, to Pokerface if they want to have any chance in this match.
Yeah, now that we've been able to see more teams now play on Flashpoint, I really do enjoy this game mode, especially from a spectator's point of view. After that first initial point in the middle of the map has already been activated and done, and the random one of the other 4 points get activated, it's about how these teams take advantage of the final fight territory with how quick you could capture a point, but also those quick rotations that you mentioned before that we are currently seeing the Dallas Fuel excel in when it comes to Sparkle being on the Symmetro, teleporting Edison and Hanbin around.
Yeah, and you're going to see the Lucio commit once again there from Bliss. You can match that now, as Aiden's going to be on the Lucio as well, versus something like the Alari that we ended up seeing on Numbani. And you really do have to play the Lucio, it feels like, in Flashpoint. Much like Control, you're trying to be able to get to the point first and grab these strong defensive positions. You can see Hanbin already playing around that in the tank role, just trying to nail anybody to isolate them from the team to pull them into Edison's line of sight with something like the knife. It's going to be a jockey for position on this high ground before you're able to move into the actual main arena.
Hughes jumping around, Pokerface playing a little bit more split on the other side to contest Dallas Fuel on the high ground here, but Hanbin getting that first pick up to Valentine with that shout too. Sees that Muse is incredibly low here. Waiting patiently. Muse does manage to get away just for right now, but it's still the pressure that is coming out as Bliss just pops off the nail in the coffin. Bliss gets the 3K, says, don't forget about me. Dallas Fuel will take control over the point here first.
Did you hear the cheers in the arena for that too?
I love that.
That was
that's so
cool
hype.
to listen to. Oh my goodness. This map delivering time and time again, not just from the beautiful architecture that we get to look at.
Edison.
Oh my god. Edison has the perfect perch as the president of the arena, the king himself. Just waiting for an opportunity to rain that fire down from above. And Muse too can't touch him. If you're gonna jump up there as the Winston, it's a commit of the bubble, and it's also something that's gonna get deleted immediately.
I'm getting King's Row statue PTSD vibes right now with that teleporter set up in the middle on the high ground. Hanbin comes in and cleans up the rest, and It's looking like already nearing 95%. This point, we could say confidently is already going in favor of Dallas Fuel. Now it's on to the next one here. That random point already activated here for them to try to rotate to.
Next, Flashpoint.
So that's what I'm seeing. Like right now, I'm really focused on how is Dallas Fuel gonna feel confident in making these rotations. You saw as soon as they got to 95%, they were out of there. They were already starting to move to the next one. This is one of the points that's gonna be a bit more open, but here's the Rampage first. He's already down. I don't know how you contend with that now, especially when the Flashpoint's going to unlock. Dallas Fuel can just make their way over there now.
Oh no! And with the nade finds hidden too. And this is one of those games where staggering is, I mean, staggering in general is incredibly important, but this highlights the disadvantage that you are stuck in when you do see those staggers coming in. Dallas Fuel now moving on to the point after it gets activated. They want to already get some progress if they're holding forward until Poker Face's face.
Yeah, this is Junkyard in that top right corner. And this is one of the ones that you do have a lot of these ledges to play around, but it is more open on the point. So Dallas Fuel with this composition likely don't want to fight there, which is why you do see them on this high ground as Poker Face starts to move in. Oh, but Rational, are you ready for this?
Oh. Glad you got Photon Barrier. Still Visa to Muse. Even with that sound barrier faded. Poker Face just stuck. Valentine goes down when he was about to get that Death Blossom, and Edison yeets the nade towards Valentine's face. Somewhere earlier on too from Dallas Fuel, just to allow the Fuel to hold this aggressive positioning here. Sends it up to the high ground as Hanbin finds Muse next again. Little hello from Edison while continuously pushing Poker Face back through that next choke.
They get another stagger here. It's so over. Like, Simple's able to get away because you have the Swift up online, but Hidden is just coming back from spawn, and this is looking dicey for Poker Face to make another contest here. So you do see Dallas Fuel rotating back, but Poker Face don't want to try this. They're actually just going to go rotate towards center to try to figure out where this next flashpoint is going to be. It has unlocked, but Poker Face look a little bit stuck here as they are going to move over. And it's this bottom right corner now. Let's go over to the Ducks and see what Poker Face can get done now that they've beaten Dallas Fuel with a punch.
Bring the lights. The artillery getting called in here. Just letting everybody know that this is here to play while Valentine tries to profit off the Death Blossom with Dallas Fuel hanging out inside that room, close up together. Valentine still loses out on his life, but it's a follow from Hidden that allows Poker Face to have some sort of advantage for the first time so far.
You're gonna see Poker Face get control, but they don't have a whole lot to work with outside of some overclock. So Hidden needs to get set up just a little bit farther behind point, or just try to get a nice pick here. And Edison is gonna be public enemy number 1, but it forces out the immortality field here, so no one going down just yet. What's Hanbin gonna do though? The Rampage is online.
Oh. Nice charge shot right there too. Hidden has been able to follow up really well, whether it be between Muse and Valentine so far. We saw that on Numbani earlier. It's about getting to these positions too. The rush is also online here for Simple. Seeing how Hanbin though has that Rampage. Oh, they know. They know the way they're trying to disengage, play around the pillar. Here comes that rush, and here comes the Rampage to answer back. Finds 3. Hidden, costs his life, so is Simple, and here's the follow-up as Sparkle comes in on the Genji to clean up what is left of Poker Face.
Sparkle Genji. Sparkle Genji is back. Sparkle Genji is happiness. I am so excited to be able to see Sparkle play one of his signature heroes once again. It makes a lot of sense too, just knowing that even only has one sound barrier, you can't use it for everything. Sparkle might just be able to get this vanilla blade online and just slash through the rest of Poker Face. Has been a few compositional adjustments though. Muse is going to stick to the Doomfist for the remainder of this flashpoint, but they've got to get back into this one with the sound barrier to test.
Sound barrier was used first by Aiden, and incredible, wow, timing on Bliss's sound barrier there too. Everybody from Dallas Fuel were so low as Sparkle gets a 3K, make it a 4K, the nail in the coffin before finding that last member there. Bliss with some help, doesn't give it to Sparkle, but it's another cleanup as Poker Face have to reset here. Dallas Fuel rocking 2 ultimates for that next fight.
And this is the final one. Poker Face are already at a disadvantage, having to move into enemy territory with Dallas Fuel's control of the point. With Edison also with the zoning ultimate, Sparkle, yeah, that blade is going to go crazy. Dallas Fuel could just shut it out here as we approach 99% in overtime.
Take it away. I was about to get his blade, but Sparkle got his first. Pass it back away, feeling some of the pressure here. Immortality is going to allow him to plant his feet on the ground, continue on that pressure until he uses literally one. Valentine swoops in after getting the blade second. Still finds Edison, but where is the follow-up? You have nobody else left from Poker Face. Overtime still burning away as Simple and Valentine fight for their lives. There's only so much you could do with no bodies left. Dallas Fuel, what a dominating first look performance here in the knockout round against Poker Face, taking it 3-0.
Dallas Fuel showed a lot of confidence with Flashpoint as a mode. I think part of it is that power level of Dallas Fuel with that composition was just a little bit too much for Poker Face to handle. But at the end of the day as well, like Dallas Fuel, you could see their awareness of how this mode can go. 5% left or so, I think you're pretty safe to just start rotating over to the next objective. Especially just trying to clock in when those final picks had gone down and if there is any a possibility for the opposing team to actually come back in and contest. So I would love to see if Dallas Fuel can keep that up. Of course, this is just the first time we've seen them on Flashpoint, but it really looks like they have a strong understanding of how this map mode's going to work.
And on top of that, we even got to see the Chandelier Bastion make an appearance all over again. It's not even the King's Row look, it's on the statue, it's the Eichenwalde look. Edison having fun off of that positioning. Dallas Fuel, you could tell, have really made sure that they nailed down not just the new changes to the heroes, but with the new game mode, with Flashpoint making its appearance into comp as well. It's been a very nice, refreshing game mode, and it's cool to see how it's been going back and forth between some of these teams. Although we didn't get to see that close game, unfortunately, that time around, it has been close for the other previous series that we've had. We got to give player of the match over to Hanbin. His survivability is insane. I don't think he died in the last map and the map prior to that, but I know he did die in the first map too, I believe too. So that is actually insane. Crazy to see, not just the amount of elims and damage output and the outcome from those rampages that we had, but we have to give it to Hanbin. I mean, that's why we say that he is Junker Queen.
He is her. He is her, and Dallas Fuel would not have had nearly as dominant of a performance if Hanbin wasn't leading the charge to create that space. If you saw his impact on that final point of Numbani to be able to seal the deal, a lot of that was just the rampage usage. Hanbin has been one of the best Junker Queen in the league, and despite being able to run it in that first stage, it didn't find a lot of success just knowing that it wasn't really the right meta call. So Hanbin had to make a lot of adjustments in that second stage to go for the instant, just to be able to match everybody else in the Eastern region. But this Junker Queen looks so good. You can see why that was a hero that Dallas Fuel wanted to lean into at the beginning of the season.
It was like the way that Blizzard had designed Junker Queen just fit the way that Hanbin was able to really excel with this playstyle. Even here too. That was one of the first rampages I believe we had seen him utilize. And it's just, the thing is, Poker Face were all grouped up together through one doorway. It was just allowing Dallas Fuel to feast. And then you have to think about mental and momentum at that point too. This was the second map after they dominated already on that first map. Valentine was having his own party in the back. Nobody was invited. He didn't want the Dallas Fuel to crash down on his parade, but had to do it anyways here as we saw that other rampage. That was the final rampage right before the Dallas Fuel were able to take that payload right before that second checkpoint. It was a difficult feat for Poker Face to deal with after their performance yesterday, where they seemed very confident. They wanted to go into the series maybe with a different look, but they played against Panthera. This is the Dallas Fuel, the #1 team in APAC for a reason.
I want to call out something that has happened in these last few clips that is really impressive. Hanbin actually just standing within the in the AoE of the Sojourn. We'll get back to that, but let's hear what Hanbin has to say in this interview.
안녕하세요.
Hi, Hanbin.
특별 오늘 군더더기 없는 깔끔한 3대0 승리 가지고 오셨습니다. 승리 소감 어떠신가요?
Clean win from Dallas. How do you feel?
그래도 깔끔하게 이겨서 기분이 좋네요. I thought this was personally a
간결하게
clean win, so I'm very
좋은
satisfied.
소감을 말씀해 주셨는데 오늘 델러스 퓨어리 바스 시메를 넣은 정커킨 러쉬를 준비해 오셨습니다. 모든 맵에서 기용을 한 부분에서 자신감이 느껴졌었는데요. 이 조합에 어떤
We saw
점을,
a
어떤
Junker
메리트를
Queen
보고
Bastion
이
sim
조합을
comp from you.
선택하셨는지가
What's the merit of
궁금합니다.
playing this comp?
일단은 저희가 제가 제일 잘하는 캐릭터 중 하나이기도 하고 변수가 많은 조합이라서 되게 상대방이 대처하기 힘든.
Well, first of all, Junker Queen is my favorite and most is the hero that I'm most confident in, and also Junker Queen is also a composition that makes a lot of variables, so it's very hard for the opposition to prepare for it.
파괴하기 위해서 다양한 조합을 계속해서 꺼내 왔습니다. 하지만 결국에 델러스의 그 강인한 조합을 이겨내진 못했는데요. 한빈 선수께 여쭤보고 싶은 건 이 조합의 숙련도가 굉장히 높다고 가정했을 때 카운터 조합이 있다고 생각하시나요?
So I also want to ask you, is there a counterplay to this Junker Queen composition?
있던 것 같고요. 네. 저희는 없다고 생각합니다.
Well, maybe if you outplay it, like there's no, I guess maybe that's the counter, but like on a compositional point of view, I don't think there's like a specific counter to this composition.
보여줬습니다. 특히 사륙을 사용하실 때 팀원들의 포커싱이 엄청나더라고요. 한빈 선수가 조금 주도적으로 포커싱 콜을 하셨는지가 궁금합니다.
Well, we also noticed that your rampage was being followed up with impeccable target focus from your teammates. Do you make the calls?
제 구각을 좀 만들어 달라고 하는 것도 있고 팀원들이 잘 따라줘서 제 구각이 이렇게 예쁘게 나온 것 같아요.
I mean, not necessarily that I make the calls for the rampages, but I do ask my teammates to make a little bit of space for the rampage to be effective, and I think our teammates really does a good job in that.
굉장히 굳건한 믿음으로 응원을 해주시고 계십니다. 마지막으로 이 델러스 팬분들께 한마디 해주시죠.
Do you have any messages for the Dallas fans?
일단 믿어주시는 만큼 저희도 되게 노력하고 무조건 토론토 갈 수 있도록 할 테니까 비행기 티켓 예매 제가 하라고 말씀드렸어요.
Yeah, I thank you all the fans for believing in us, and I can say this right now: you can safely book your tickets to Toronto because we're being there as well.
지금까지 한빈 선수 인터뷰였습니다. 감사합니다.
And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, casters.
네, 인터뷰 종료하도록 하겠습니다.
So exciting to see that confidence come out from Hanbin, especially after the start of their season, and you could see that really show through Hanbin's willingness to just sit some of that damage at low health and just that trust that he has in his team. We'll have to see just how far Dallas Fuel could go, and up next we've got Dreamers versus Hangzhou Spark to see who their opponent will be.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We just concluded our first series of the day over here in APAC. We are moving on to our second match, which is going to be Dreamers versus the Hangzhou Spark.
Dreamers, they had a great showing yesterday in their match to be able to get themselves one step closer in this winner's bracket. And we're going to have to see if they can still bring it to the Hangzhou Spark, because this is kind of a grudge match. Vicky, these two teams have played each other twice this season in pretty high stakes. First time was in the finals of the spring knockout bracket, where we did see Hangzhou Spark beat them in a clean 4-0. And then this last time was at the very end of the summer stage qualifiers, and the very last match for both of these teams, where Hangzhou Spark got the better of them again in a 3-1. So to see if Dreamers can come back from this one. We're going to see Liga actually start off in the roster this time around, over what we would typically see with Dreamer actually starting.
Yeah, interesting here too. I mean, you can imagine with Liga coming in, we know that he's a masterclass diva. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because this is also Dreamers coming out from their dub yesterday versus Rhodes, but you know, having our two contenders team face off against each other, it's going to be a different look like we just saw previously in our last series against the Dallas Fuel versus Poker Face. This is also the first time that we get to see the Hangzhou Spark post patch notes, so it's basically a very similar story to Dallas Fuel, where Spark, what have you been able to adjust here moving on with the new meta that has made its appearance in the Overwatch League?
That's such a great point, because Hangzhou Spark was the team that just hard forced the Winston dive every single match. That was the look that they were the best at, and as you've seen from teams so far, yes, there are still opportunities to be able to run the Winston dive. But it's tough, especially if the enemy team is going to be playing something that's a bit more brawl-oriented, and you just might not have a great target to dive. Dreamers, though, as you mentioned, like, Liga is a great diva. So maybe there is an opportunity here for Hangzhou Spark to still play the Winston dive, but we do have to find out.
Hangzhou Spark now, starting 5, coming in here. Nothing changing up, of course, as well as the fact that they get first map pick, as they are the higher seed. Seeing our starting lineup here for this team, I'm excited to see how they're going to work into the new meta that we have. I mean, it's very flexible. What I really love, Necra, is we're seeing a mix of everything. We see the rush, we see the dive, we see the poke. And I love that. It's so exciting. It's like the shiny new toy here that so many of these teams are figuring out, on top of a new hero and on top of a new game mode.
Yeah, that's where, like, the fact that Hangzhou Spark really wanted to just lean into the dive plays a big role here. Will they still do that? Especially when you do have all these different options that you can play around. They didn't want to in the summer stage. I definitely understand why. They were really good at the Winston dive, but this is going to be, I think, a testing ground for them, a proving ground, if you will. They need to be able to show us some versatility, especially when you know that other teams, like the Dallas Fuel, for example, another top team in the East region, playing a Bastion of all things, and we saw just how hard it was for Poker Face to actually put the dive into that.
I was thinking that actually as that series was going on, you know, with the Junker Queen, the Bastion, good luck trying to play dive around that, but that's going to be a future match depending on the outcome of how this series currently goes. Are we seeing some changes from the Spark? They're going to be cooking up anything different here. It's getting set up too. I'm excited, especially after that first series alone, seeing our Overwatch League teams having a different turnaround compared to what we had seen from the action of our old teams just yesterday, where our contender teams were profiting. Dallas Fuel and Spark. Dallas Fuel said, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Now it's the Spark's turn here to follow in suit.
I think they're poised to do so, but again, it just comes down to whether or not they actually have willingness to show us something a little bit different. Dreamers, they do have the opportunity to go for something that's a little bit more brawl-oriented, and I think that's where we end up seeing Dreamer come back into the roster. That might be a look that they lean into. Whether it's for the Reinhardt, maybe even something like the Junker Queen, just anything to be able to get more up close and personal. But this first map will tell us a lot about what these teams will try to lean into for the rest of the series. It's going to be Ilios as their starting point as well, so Hangzhou Spark have always wanted to play dive on this.
Okay. Going to Ilios. I wonder what Gushue is gonna roll out with. We've seen him, I believe, in the past with that Ram. You know that Gushue has a great Winston. Dreamers on the other side. I'm paying attention to Dreamers because this is a team that has had so much success so far, even in the qualifiers with that Demon being the spark like you highlighted, Necrum. So a lot on the line here too. Aside from the fact, you know, there's a little bit of history here between Liger and the Hanjo Spark way back in the day, where he was able to perform on his own diva on that team. But getting ready too, you talked about it. They did lose to the Hangzhou Spark twice overall so far throughout this season. Want to make sure that they elevate themselves throughout this bracket because this is one of the contenders team that has been able to put on the best performance thus far across the other two T2 teams.
And that plays a big role as well, knowing just how this region will qualify for the Overwatch League playoffs. It is about your average placement in the East and the spring and the summer knockout stages. And because Dreamers ended up getting a second place to the Hangzhou Spark in that bracket, they have one of the best chances to be able to just book their ticket to the playoffs. It would be very exciting to see a tier 2 team be able to stand among the rest of the best in the West. I think that would be really cool.
It'd be great. They could definitely do it. I mean, they finished in 5th, right above the Shanghai Dragons, Panthero 2 Blast, literally the highest placing contenders team, right behind Seoul Dynasty, who were on the other side, Hangzhou Spark. We saw them finish in 3rd. We're moving on here to the knockouts, right behind Seoul Infernal. So the crowd just waiting to get started out here too, showing their support. Always love to be able to see a crowd, even if the players aren't there, just to show that support there for your team that you want to win.
I love being able to see that. It's always fun to be able to watch these matches. Even if they're not all played on LAN, there are so many fans that come out to be able to support these teams. Let's go 3-0 Infernal. You know what? At least today, Vicky, I think we might get out on time for people to take public transit home. I don't want to speak too soon, but I do feel like we might give them a better chance today.
Potential curse, maybe? I mean, I'm all for way more than just 3 Overwatch, please. Hopefully the Necra C9 curse doesn't plague us again. Seeing the signs, I came from the airport to watch this. See the dedication for some of these fans here while our players are just waiting to get loaded in right now.
I wonder what is... I feel like, okay, so we talked about, like, Liga and Gushue and what they might bring to the table for the tank choice, but now this leaves me with questions about what DPS are we going to see? I think some of it is a little dependent on what tank like Liga and Gushue want to roll out with. I think it's pretty safe to assume that Liga might want to play the Diva and then Gushue maybe the Winston, just given what they have wanted to lean into in the past. But then, you know, Sad and Top Dragon has been able to play so many different heroes so far, but it really has been the Echo that he's wanted to lean into the most. Next to Sad, that has played more of kind of like these long-range hit scan heroes. I think that opens up a lot of possibilities for Sad to come out with like the Cassidy or even like the Widowmaker in those situations, or just the Tracer to be able to help bolster that up in terms of a dive.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit of a sneak peek from Dreamers in their series yesterday versus Rhodes. They had Sad in match point after the first 2 maps. It was Flashpoint where they found that difficulty, where we saw other teams actually take it down to the wire on that final point. That's also something else that we have to think about, and how these different comps and adjusting to Flashpoint are going to work. We do know that the mainstay support that we see no matter what has been the Lucio. Seeing how big those maps are, it's what makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Also, just theory crafting too. We saw Sad being on the shoulder too before, just yesterday.
Yeah, this the map of Ilios is actually the one that Dreamers would have picked as well. That was the one that they picked for their first map in their series, being the higher seed versus Rhodes. And so we saw Ruins. We ended up seeing the Widowmaker there, of course, but Liger on the Diva. Dada and Misen just kind of sticking to their tried and true of just looking at like the Brig and the Ana, depending on like how Rhodes was trying to approach that. But we did see the Lucio and the Ana as well coming out from Dada. I think just from a classic perspective, like you probably will just run the Lucio here, but I don't know. What would be your dream composition to see
Well, the
from
thing is
any of
about
these
some,
teams, regardless of like what they've shown us before?
I wanna highlight Dreamers just because Hangzhou Spark, again, this is like the first look that we get to see them post patch notes, and now we get to see what they're bringing to the table. If they do want to like rely on the dive, that's something I want to move away from, even if that's their strength. Simply because I feel like that's gonna be easily exploited, especially if they are predicted to play against a team like the Dallas Fuel while they're running the Junker Queen comp. I would like to see from Dreamer's side, though, they, on the other hand, to play into their comfort. We've seen heavy strength from Top Dragon being on that Echo. Yes, we've seen the flexibility. We've seen the flexibility from Sad too. We already highlighted it before. We are moving on to Ilios here. But it's about finding where Dreamers can have the advantage with Hangzhou Spark playing on the map pick of their choice. Dreamers knows that this is where they also feel comfortable. You have the Echo that can take the high ground here on Ilios no matter what too. See how that's going to work into what Spark wants to roll out with. I also want to see more of the Ilari. I want to see more Ilari being played out here for a lot of our teams. I love it.
Yeah, that would be great. I feel like we got a chance to see a lot of it yesterday, but it's still pretty hit or miss. You know, Ilari coming into this weekend did receive a little bit of a nerf. It was just simply overpowered when she ended up getting released, and I think a lot of people were finding just tons of strength from the Captive Sun ultimate, but also the healing pylon was really powerful. So healing pylon did get nerfed, the heals decreased from 40 to 30, and then also the shields of the healing pylon also got chunked. But Captive Sun 2 also is able to be blocked a little bit now, and I think that's a huge deal to be able to actually have a way to contest that ultimate.
Literally used to just pass through barriers. Now finally can be blocked. It was able to get eaten by Diva Matrix, which I saw like a side-by-side comparison. It would literally teleport into the Matrix, even if it was slightly far, because it just has such a big hitbox. It looked funny. The animation was a little wonky there too, but all right, this is our look here. Gooseway, Junker Queen notes. Can't get too excited. Gotta see what we're gonna see, that sneak peek.
I'm
from
not
the
getting
Hangzhou Spark.
baited.
All right, that's why I was like, I'm not gonna get too excited. All right, I've already done the same dance, the same song, but we are gonna be able to see on the other side what we were expecting from Dreamers after the showcase that we had seen yesterday.
I mean, this is what I expected from the Spark too. Like, this is what they leaned into all of the summer stage. And it makes sense if they are expecting Dreamers to come out of the dive. There's really no reason to play anything else. Hangzhou Spark have always gotten the upper hand on this dive for both the series we've seen played between these two teams. So just stick to the tried and true. Why not fix something that ain't broken? And Hangzhou Spark are able to just start pressuring Dreamers off, despite the fact that Dreamers have made it to the point first.
Onto Lengsa. Sin gets taken out by Liu. Top Dragon with that focusing beam that literally makes your eyes cry now. Finding Liu. You get that trade though. Dreamers with Dada still being on the point. He's making his way back. Liger unfortunately struggling. Gets demeched as Goochway takes to the high ground. Spark already controlled the space around the point here, but it was Dreamers that have been able to claim that first point initially. Just to stall, just to give themselves some extra credit for the Spark try to move in, but with Monk going down, Shy enters back with the pulse bomb, Sad getting him right back into spawn. Very skirmishy back and forth there before the Spark were finally able to flip that point right back, but it's still nice off with Dreamers to get that 26%.
They're gonna be able to come back with ultimates too. Top Dragon has already made quick work with the Echo, actually doubling that progress from Leave. So the duplicates online. You also have the Diva Bomb as well. Great way to be able to get back into the mech and just give yourself some extra staying power. Hangzhou Spark, like, they can get a lot of work done though with this Primal Rage that stalls enough for any of these DPS ultimates to come online from the Spark, and it's actually gonna be the Nano one to leave.
Oh my goodness. Don't forget with the Echo Chain, that focusing beam, that damage is 8 of 5. It hurts out here. Oh, what an anti! Lead immediately gets that duplicate online with that reset here too. Controls the space from the inside here on the other side. Liger, that also has that rally ready while Top Dragon beams down Goochway, puts him in the microwave. He will be able to come right back in with the Primal. Instead does activate that rally here. Match that with Dada. Dada did use it second here. The duplicate. Getting the copy onto the Brigitte instead. I like this choice here from Dreamers because now Spark have so much extra credit. Nearing 65% already. It's about clearing that point with Bushway being right behind Top Dragon. With that Primal, dangerous place to be here before he jumps right back in through the window.
Hangzhou Spark have been able to have such a strong handle of the situation. The Primal Rage. You guys not gonna get staggered here, but this has been enough that Dreamers, they're on their last chance. They have used so much in these last few fights as well, and to no avail. So you're looking at the Nano, but Meeson is so low, especially getting anti there. If that had been a takedown, that probably would have just been the map. But Sad is going to be able to go in and get a recontest here. But, oh my gosh, Luke is getting bullied. You guys are actually just getting bullied.
He tried to break their ankles real quick. The alley-oop to get right back on top of that ledge there, and with the nano boost too, that survivability is there over time. Taking away in favor for the Hangzhou Spark. Leaf coming in with that nano boost and the focusing beam on top of it. It's going to be a spicy meal to deal with here. Sad comes in with the pole bomb, finds Bushway, the duplicate. Leaf has just been able to live for so long here. Lynx, I can't say the same though. The number advantage just go in favor for Dreamers, but for how long for the Spark roll in with Bushway making the swap over to the vault?
Alright, well we see the Diva get duplicated, but also just the duplicate leaving. As Spark still, they get a chance to regroup, but Dreamers be able to wrestle back control. After Dada goes down though, Dreamers have much less of an ability to just heal up this damage, especially when, oh, Meeson's gonna go down too.
I would pulse bombs. Gets Top Dragon as a nail in the coffin before reclaiming the point. It's only up to Dada now to try to touch, force it into overtime here too. Oh, he gets deleted the moment he put a toe on that point. Nobody else to touch as Sad gets sent all the way back after Gushwei bops right into them. Hangzhou Spark take the first round, 156.
Score 0.
Dreamers were able to get a decent amount of progress, but I feel like it was more Hangzhou Spark kind of letting that happen. Giving up some control, knowing that they could be patient and come back in when they had the resources to do so. And Shy, what a shark. A lot of these expert pickups are just Shy recognizing the right opportunities to be able to blink in and just finish up a lot of this damage. There weren't many opportunities for Dreamers to get away out of that line of fire. You can see why Spark ended up wanting to go over this map, not only because they knew that Dreamers would try to play the dive on this one after seeing it yesterday, but because just Spark, after those two matches, know that their dive is stronger at this point. Shy now going to be on the Soldier 76. Really nice long-range choice to be able to wrap around this point easily and create that crossfire. Top Dragon's going to have to be very careful.
He's already had not a fun time, honestly, after that first round. He's died 6 times thus far. Has been that primary target. Meanwhile, Shy has just been on another level with Leaf trying to match that against Top Dragon. Bushway, though, needs to be careful, falling incredibly low. He can't get away. Ligger capitalizes right here. Shy now making its way right back to the point. Even though playing at a disadvantage for right now, Dreamers need to close in this space, want to take advantage, finding Linksa. Love to see that happen here for Dreamers. Hangzhou Spark now have to disengage. This is going to go in favor for Dreamers first for that control point.
Great, nice capture from Dreamers. Being able to take down Gushwei so early was a really great way to open up that team fight for them. Gushwei then doesn't really have the ability to just work with the rest of the team to finish off those picks, and Gushwei has been a strong part of why that first round ended up going in their favor. We're going to see Shy make an adjustment. It's going to be back to the Tracer. Makes a lot of sense that the Soldier's just not quite accomplishing what they would want it to, and I think Shy is much more effective on something like the Tracer, knowing how well he's performed on that hero for the rest of the season too. Oh, look at that. Double team effort right there to take down Top Dragon.
Actually insane here too. And Shy now being back on this Tracer after everything that he was able to cook up in that first round. His pulse bombs were absolutely insane, and Leave is cleaning up what is left of Dreamers before taking over this point for the first time.
Dreamers able to get 40%, and they have ultimates to spare, so coming back into this one, It's going to be a lot of fighting power behind them with the nano, and then you also have the ability to use that self-destruct once again. It's about these duplicates finding impact, so my eyes are on Top Dragon and Leave and what they decide to actually copy. Leave was looking at Viga's Diva to be able to get that self-destruct too. But now it's off the board. Duplicate gone now because Top Dragon went down.
Again, has been that primary target. Has not really been able to find that success being on that strongest hero for himself. Shy's got that pulse bomb. Dada's gonna have to watch their back every single time Shy's got in this pulse. Dada's just been constantly harassed. Gushui's about to get that primal. Spark are working with a plethora of ultimates. Basically all the ultimates online here. Nano Boost been used up. Now onto Leave, controlling that high ground here. And streamers are just backing away, just trying to take a different route while Gushui is literally hugging their face. They're so busy dealing with Gushui, and with the primal, it's the reset that he can deal with. Tries to jump away, a nice anti onto Shy and Linksa here from Easton after using the nano boost off the Dada, controlling that extra space. Goodbye, Trigger, as he sends himself right down to that home. As well as Leave with that duplicate. Does get hit with another big anti, but it's gonna cost Easton's life here. Leave still being alive after that reset, finds the backline of Dreamers, no sustainability left. Hanjo Spark still get to control this point.
That was after such an expensive fight on both sides. Vigo didn't get a chance to use his self-destruct because the fight was already over in that instance, but at least Sad can also come back with a pulse bomb, knowing that Hanjo Spark used all 5 of their ultimates in that last fight. But that's devastating. That is devastating. It's gonna be a trade of Anna's, but can Dreamers actually get back to this point?
97% now. Sad going down though first. I think he's gonna be able to come right back in with that Diva Bomb at the very least if you have to go for the reset. Focusing beam to find Linksa, that's the way you start things off. Top Dragon going out again though. There's that reset, controlling some of that space. Monk's about to get the nano boost and Shy's about to get that pulse bomb. Looking down Linger here too. Trying to see if he can get that opportunity to demech him. Overtime taken away, still in favor for Hanjo Spark. The anti completely gets eliminated after that recall has been used up by Shy. So holding on to that pulse bomb for right now, but it's just holding on to the front line with Gushui now with that nano boost. That's what they were waiting for to start engaging now. Leaves about to get that duplicate, holding forward, trying to push back the support line, harassing them once again. Nice! Shimmy-shading his way around the corner to avoid the sleep on top of it all, while Leave is on the other side and Shy sandwiching the rest of Dreamers. No sustainability left. Hanjo Spark gave that space over to Dreamers for right now before they annihilate them and take the second round. No bodies left from Dreamers to contest, and they take map number 1.
Quick work. Not as fast as our first control map of the day, but Hanjo Spark still able to get the better of Dreamers in that dive versus dive. This is where I really start to like to look at seeing something different come out from Dreamers. We did end up seeing them switch over to something like the Arista composition when they played Numbani, and maybe that's something that they need to lean into again. They do get a chance to pick their map. This is not something we got a chance to see too often come out from Dreamers yesterday, so to see where they take us, but it can't be a dive map, it feels like, not after how well Hanjo Spark handled them.
And the dip that we're also seeing, honestly, between the echo of what we're witnessing right now, between Leave and Top Dragon, things need to be changed up here, even if you have to play outside your comfort. Dreamers unfortunately fall. The dominating first map win here in favor for the Hanjo Spark. On the other side of this break, we got map number 2. We are moving on to Hybrid. Welcome back, everybody. The Hangzhou Spark. They take map number 1 on Ilios. They look so prominent on that dive for all the obvious reasons. They are the Hangzhou Spark at the end of the day, where their best comp has always been the dive. And we are moving on to map number 2 on Hybrid, where Dreamers need to start making some adjustments out here so that way it doesn't favor the Hangzhou Spark's playstyle.
It's been rough because of just how well versed these two teams are playing against each other with these dives. In the past, we have seen Dreamers opt to make some choices to put Dreamer in instead, just so they aren't actually playing the dive mirror. But if they do, it's usually Liga in the roster to be able to play the Diva. For the Spark, though, they're not making any adjustments here. They played that first map flawlessly. And so why not, again, just kind of focus on that and just keep focusing on the things that are working for them. But Vicky, I still want to see different looks from them. We need to see some amount of versatility if they're going to go far in this meta.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm really excited to see is how Flashpoint is going to work out for this team in particular. That's going to be a big test that is going to come to the future, but right now let's just focus on that game to see what those adjustments could be, if they're just going to stick to what they're already finding that success on. Depending on how Dreamers is going to play this next, I feel like they were doing their best in that first round. Round 2, though, there was a lot more messiness being shown from Dreamers. It looked like there was just spaghetti all over the floor. There was not really a target focus that I was witnessing from Dreamers. There are some adjustments that we are seeing right now as Daikon does come back into this lineup, as that is going to take a step back. With these adjustments, though, right now, Dreamer wondering, want to run the Kiriko here, maybe? See how they're going to run Dagon. We did see Dagon yesterday, too, in that match that Dreamers had played.
Yeah, we did, and Dagon actually played the Baptiste, and Neeson played the Alari. So maybe looking at going for that lineup again, like that is a more classic duo we've seen start to emerge out of this current patch in meta. And it's really nice to be able to play at range and allow for something like the Orisa to actually make an appearance here. But then, you know, how does it actually do against a strong dive team? Because you did see it against Rhodes, like Rhodes played the Winston dive versus that, and it didn't go perfect. I guess is how I would put that.
Ended up in a 3-1. But Numbani, still, even though they did take it, it still was slightly close, honestly. Seeing how they were able to play around that dive, even with Rhodes making the adjustment midway through Numbani too. Going over to see what happened in that last map though, Top Dragon needs to be careful with the way that he's been the first to get picked off from Dreamers every single engagement that we've seen thus far when it comes to the beginning of these team fights.
Yeah, Top Dragon is one of those very aggressive Echo players. One of the things that he was praised for in the summer stage was being able to keep himself alive, while also, of course, taking the initiative to actually go into somebody's face and actually get those picks. Sadly, you know, Spark are very privy to that, and so Top Dragon being the main target focus, it's kind of easy to be able to catch him out of position or kind of know where his sights might be set to actually go after a target. Maybe Top Dragon still plays the Echo again. It does look like it's going to be a quick Widowmaker pick, see if you can get a headshot, but no one's peeking right now from the Spark. But we are seeing a different look from the Spark. Okay, it is the Orisa here.
Shy being on the shoulder. We did see a little sneak peek of the Shy shoulder before making the swap over to the Tracer. Leave being on the Genji here too. Not too unfamiliar, seen this before. Gushue being on the Orisa. That's the adjustment that I want to see here too. The match that against Dreamers, Neeson going down first though, is not how you want to start things off on your attack if you're Dreamers. Nice mortality just to help out Dagon before he gets hit with an anti from Monk. He's been on point with hitting these initial antis, but they do get to survive. It's the reset that they're going to be able to go for.
The mortality field coming in clutch so that Dreamers don't get staggered too much. Hangzhou Spark, they're starting to make a backup though, as Dreamers are going to bully their way forward. I think there's now time to actually take that anti. They're just so low, they have to be careful.
That Matrix though, they can definitely clean up what is left of the Spark after that first pick onto Monk. Gushue in a lot of trouble, so is Lee. He can't get away. Shy does have that visor, but understanding there was a lot of pressure without Monk being there and Gushue now just trying to give Dreamers that space. They're looking for an opportunity to hold that next corner before Dreamers go through those gates.
That was a fast take.
Oh, wow.
Now Hangzhou Spark, they need to show us that they understand this composition and this matchup. They were able to get some good picks early on, but the biggest wrench into this plan is the fact that Top Dragon is on this Echo. You can't deflect that focusing beam away if you're the Genji. Shy cannot be the only player to actually try to contest that. It's just going to take a little bit more to deal with an Echo that is as proficient as Top Dragon. And before you had the Winston to be able to help with that. You don't have that anymore.
Here, Rissa, Terra Surge, everybody
Huge.
come to me! Backline gets deleted. Gushwei finding the opportunity when everybody was funneled over in that side room for Liga manages to get away. As the Terra Surge themselves, but way better outcome here for the Hangzhou Spark because now they can also control this extra space, how open it is, while putting in some poke pressure from Leave, just jumping onto that high ground.
Oh, that was so beautiful too. You saw the combo where the Spark were able to take out the Immortality Field before Gushwei was able to smack down that spear, and that was why that really opened up the door. But it's time for Lee to show us what he's got.
Shoot everything! Shoot the pylon, shoot the Immortality Field, and most definitely swing at Sat here, but Liger finding the opportunity to take advantage of the attempt on the blade. Hangzhou Spark forming themselves inside that room. It was another Terror Surge that was just waiting to happen, but this time it was done by Liger. Gushwei making the swap over to that Winston, wasting no time with Dreamers getting this extra progress on the point.
Spark don't look comfortable on the Orisa. This is a really smart choice. Just get off of it now. See if the Winston's going to be enough to actually push you forward. And now Shy is down.
Oh, off. Sad using that visor too. Shy, unfortunately, doesn't have the same success. Jumping right in is going to be Gushwei just to contest here too. Leave though working off crumbs while Shy, Monk there profiting over on the other side though. Losing out on Lengsa. Sacrifice that had to happen. With the backline gone from Dreamers, it's going to be a team wipe in favor for the Hangzhou Spark, and now they're going to be able to get set up on high ground, which is great because they are going to be able to work into the ults that they didn't have initially for that last fight.
We're looking at Primal Rage from Gushwei to be one of that first ultimates online, but Monk with the nano boost can also get that up really quickly to help just top up one of those ultimate charges. That card is very far forward though to that second trap point, so Dreamers could just take castle side and get to that card, force Hangzhou Spark off of that high ground. But they're getting pincered right now. Dreamers do not want to be stuck here for too long.
Imagine how the pylon also works inside that side room too. Trying to hold that high ground here from the Spark and allowing Dreamer to just take that other rotate on the other side. Anti-Hunter Leaguer here. Top Dragon Dagon Gushwei popping off alongside Length to put him in position. Shy having his duel against Sad, getting the revenge that he needed, and now Spark, they only really use that nano boost. They don't really have to use too much here. They have the 3 ultimates online for that next team fight.
Really nice to have that economy when you know that Dreamers only have a minute 30 left to go through. Try to grab the second checkpoint and give themselves 2 more legs in this game. But with the Genji Blade, we saw that the Immortality for Dagon just wasn't enough when the Terror Surge was online there from Gushwei. And that Anthe too?
Oh, tries to back away, but still Top Dragon, his turret, set up a position to stop the engagement with the blade. Still was able to find Sad, who's going to be able to come in. About to get that visor. Is Lexa trying to contest? Okay, no, he comes back. He's riding on the roof. I was wondering, oh, but Liger is able to find Shy with the Javelin. Getting right on top of the high ground. Anti-on to both Eason and Sad. They're just trying to isolate Monk over to the side while Gushwei had popped Primal, looking at the face of Dreamers. Seeing that Liger was going in for a split position away from the rest of the team. Spark having to back away, and this is extra progress that Liger's trying to get while having the Terraform ready.
Terzers could be nice to be able to group up the players on Hangzhou Spark, but who do you target at this point? Everybody has mobility. Even Lengsa is able to help Monk get out of the way. And the Molten Core just to push Spark away? That's 2 zoning ultimates now instead of being able to convert that over into actual kills.
Also, Lengsa push Gushwei into position as he jumps up to the high ground. He can't get away. Eason chases after him. with that outburst to get up to the high ground. Still though, Shy being there ready. The javelin deflect right back to Liger's face here, and Lenksa about to have that sound barrier with nobody else left to touch the point. It doesn't even matter. Dreamers don't have the numbers there to contest and push that payload to that second point.
Score 0.
Maybe we do need to see a few more looks from the Hangzhou Spark, but their dive is still their strongest. And after playing the Orisa the first half of the defense, it was just the Winston default when they felt like that just wasn't working.
Oh, this is a problem too. Wait.
Oh, man. These Lucios have been having a time today.
Too much fun out here. Love to see it with the follow-up there too. With the way the Hangzhou Spark played that though, and being aware that Liger was trying to push over on the other side, Dreamers playing a little bit separate, they were still very aware to disengage and try to match that pace with Dreamers in terms of positioning. So that way, the opportunity to get flanked was denied, even considering how Dreamers kept trying to push over from the castle, trying to take advantage of Meeson being on the Silari, using that pylon inside against those walls. Not enough sustainability right there. Hangzhou Spark now being on the attack. Seeing what they're going to roll out with here if they do want to stick with
No
this.
mistakes, no mercy.
I'm not holding my breath, but I will talk about the defense. We're going to see more of that kind of Orisa Alari poke composition that's starting to come to the forefront. Turbine is nicer on the defense just because you can set up that turret a little bit farther back. And with what Spark are actually running, there aren't too many characters that can go toe-to-toe with that turret without having to invest in mobility cooldown. But here's the Symmetric Teleporter, and I don't think Dreamers were very prepared for that.
This is what we've been seeing here. Spin to window with some follow from Sad allows him to take care of Shy. Prevent the turret setup here. Pages before taking care of Leaf. Sends him right back home. The Demon Orisa spinning so fast, maybe she can fly sometimes. Trying to get that last member as Lenksa tries to get away. But that was a good answer back. Good retaliation after seeing the attempt from Spark with that teleporter. And there we go again. Lenksa trying to speed boost everybody from the Spark right back into position, but it costs his life first here, so it's another delay here for the Spark while they wait to re-engage.
I would like to see Spark try this one more time, but then I think if it doesn't work, you want to make sure that you can work with your time bank to actually get ultimates online. Otherwise, Dreamers are going to start to outpace you. You know, Terra Surge is starting to creep up there. You've got Dagon and Meeson both getting their support ultimates online quite quickly. But look at this Alari pylon. That's really where the strength of this defense composition comes in. Is how do you actually approach that? And yeah, you're gonna have to just send leave after that one.
When the window's on one side there, you can destroy that pylon too. Outburst to get on top of the high ground. Once it's destroyed, it's that 12-second cooldown, I believe, there. Turret's gonna be able to find Leaf. We'll be able to approach next fight with that blade. The Kitsune rush from Monk on just Spark. Understanding with 2 minutes, less than 20 seconds here, and Goochway getting the rampage already. Riverville finding Monk right after that rush is over. Lenksa just gets the sound barrier, but staggering through, it's gonna be another reset here for the Spark.
So I can see the thought process behind using the Kitsune Rush after Leaf had already been eliminated. You're hoping that that speed is going to be plenty to actually get enough damage down and then also give yourself an opportunity to just blow something open. If you get a pick, that's great. You're in great position. But Photon Barrier now, Hangzhou Spark are starting to run out of time. They need to get rid results.
Split the point in half here. Gonna be able to see that Terra Surge coming in, doing the damage, but it isn't the follow-up that they were looking for as Leaf dashes in, has that blade, but their numbers have already been on the board. With Leaf not being there, Top Dragon activating the multi-core. Only so much space you can try to build in when you don't also have the follow-up. They're not on the point, they're able to wrap around you. Hangzhou Spark finally get this payload moving.
I know it wasn't, but it really looked like an Ego Molten Core. Like, the 1v1s we've seen between Top Dragon and Leaf have just been really funny and very entertaining to watch. Top Dragon has been getting the upper hand with the core clearance, whether it's been the turret or just a hammer to the face. But Leaf now gets a chance to get some revenge. You got the Dragon Blade online because she's going to switch over to the Winston. Try to enable some of this verticality that is offered on the second point. Dreamers are set up first, and so Cruciway on the Winston will really be able to help push them off.
good adaptation here too. Trying to prioritize being able to get onto the high ground connection. Ooh, Lengsa. Gotta be careful. The Soundbearer ready, while Leave is looking for the opportunity to shove everybody off this high ground. The visor has been activated. The Soundbearer from Lengsa helping Leave stay in this fight. Having to back away just in time for Liger. He's going to be able to try to pressure him out. Here comes the Captive Son from Eason. Over on the side, you're trying to contest him over the side. Ruby's got the health back on top of it. Unfortunately from Eason, Shy was already ready. Now having the high ground control here too is exactly what's going to work into this composition from the Hangzhou Spark with Shy being enabled. Sad's going to meet his demise here, and Liger's going to meet him back in the spawn.
That was so clean. And that's so sad too, because Eason's Captain Sun, it just got activated at a really awkward time. You were already trapped at these small choke points. There was no follow-up from the rest of your team. And that is sadly now an ultimate that's off the board, knowing that Dreamers don't have a whole lot of time left. Hangzhou Spark are inching ever closer to that final checkpoint. Monk does go down, but this is just a lot of utility that they're able to get out of Dreamers' kit.
He was shimmy-shading his way left, right, doing the shotgun slide before leaving. Gushwei come in, individually get the 2K. He's close to getting that blade, literally won. Gushwei tries to get away. Liger's right there with the javelin to claim his head. Hangzhou Spark still have so many ultimates that they could work with into this next fight, but a very good defense here will hold for Dreamers here while still maintaining that high ground approach.
Liger's still gonna struggle to get this Terror Surge to actually convert over to a pick. Be nice to at least use it as a zoning ultimate, but it's gonna be Leave's turn to strike first.
With the nano boost on top of that. Finding the back line here. It's gonna be a cleanup on aisle 3. Managing to come right back up to the point while Top Dragon had made that adjustment, swapped over to that Tracer off that Torb, and maybe finding himself off the map. Regardless though, the numbers were in favor for Dreamer. Liger gets hit with an anti on top of it. No amount of outcome in favor for Dreamer out of that Terror Surge. Hangzhou Spark managed to get that payload to that shiny box of victory, but it was very difficult. Nonetheless, Dreamer were doing a good job on that defense, but since they didn't get that progress on the payload on their attack, it was difficult to hold them back in that specific section right before that second point.
Especially when at the very end of it too, you saw Spark focus down everybody else on Dreamer's side except for Liger, knowing that the Terror Surge is just not gonna be enough. I feel like that's just nice map and situational awareness coming through from the Spark, and we're seeing a repeat in history. Feels like we're just watching the third time's the charm as Hangzhou Spark may just look to get another full match win over Dreamers. Dreamers have to turn it around somehow. It's been a default there of the Winston, but Dreamers need to find a way to break it, Vicky.
It's gonna be difficult. Alexa drinking his coffee. Right now, Hangzhou Spark are locked in, and they are showing us nice different looks, you know, changes here for the Hangzhou Spark. You can see they can be very flexible with this post-patch composition that we've been seeing rolled out with a lot of our teams. That's gonna be map 2 done in the books. We got map 3 Flashpoint after this break. Welcome back, everybody. We got the Hangzhou Spark currently sitting at match point. We are moving on to map number 3, and we are taking our trip over to Flashpoint.
Now it's time to see how Hangzhou Spark are going to tackle this new obstacle. I feel like we just might see more of the same, but hey, Gushui's been showing us a few new looks, and I really appreciate that. We saw some Marissa, we've seen some Junker Queen. It still has been a default of the Winston. No, I do not like bananas, is what that sign does say. But I think Hangzhou Spark is fine with the monkey business. It really does seem to be working out for them.
I mean, when I think about Dive, when I think about that Winston, I think about Gushui. I saw a sneak peek of the Junker Queen, but you know, even Gushui was like, I'm swapping as quickly as possible over to the Winston after they got that payload moving. I definitely agree with that. But it's about that comfort too, because while we do move on to New Junk City and seeing how they're already performing against streamers, we gotta address how their bracket's gonna be looking like moving forward. You know, one step at a time here, but that demon of a team that is the Dallas Fuel after that series that we just saw previously against the Poker Face, Hangzhou Spark could use this opportunity to practice some of the flexibility that we're currently seeing being brought out into this current series.
A great point, because Hangzhou Spark look like they've already locked this down. Their dive has been very immaculate, as we've come to expect from the Hangzhou Spark, but they do need to start figuring out a way to deal with that Bastion. Like, that is the next boss, and Vicky, it was already tough to watch how Poker Face were trying to approach that raid boss, and it was really tough to get through. Even when they were running their own Winston dive, even when they were playing around with their own DPS choices, there was just nothing that really was able to chew through that ball of sadness. Honestly, it was just sadness. It was just domination. And so how are Hangzhou Spark going to do that? Because the dive just doesn't really feel like it's going to be as effective as dealing with it kind of head on with your own type of brawl.
Definitely not in the mirror. That's that's not what I want to see. Focusing on this current series at the very least, though, seeing Dreamers, we are seeing some changes. Data is coming right back in. I want to highlight how scrappy a lot of the fights have been in the first 2 maps. We highlighted after map number 1 how the target focus didn't seem like it was there. The communication seemed off from Dreamers. But then going on to map number 2, we basically saw the same thing, except we saw a lot of scrappy fights happening in different parts of that point B section of Eichenwalde. Now moving on to New Junk City, this is the game mode when it comes to Flashpoint, where we see those team deathmatch brawly type of fights happening in different parts of the map when it comes to these points that get unlocked randomly after that first initial point. Seeing how quick a team can get there, we can expect both teams to potentially be running that Lucio, so that way you can cross that distance even quicker, maybe even the Symmetron. But like you said, Necro, this is going to be the first time we get to take a look at how Hangzhou Spark take control over this specific map, if their compositions are going to allow them to find that success here.
It's really tough to call. I think when you look at New Junk City, it just has so much more open territory. It plays into what we expected to see coming out from Poker Face, right? A lot of room to jump around with, be able to play something with the Winston or the Doofus. And we did see how much verticality that you get to play around with, but I don't know. I mean, the Dreamers are going to go over that for that same reason, but Spark, again, just have constantly had the upper hand with these dive mirrors.
Initial Flashpoint Arena.
Okay. Still sticking to the Winston. Is what's working for them. This is what their comfort is. Shy being on the shoulder, though, has definitely been something nice. He's been taking out the shoulder in the last 2 maps here, too. Playing on the other side, though, of this arena. Gonna get some of the extra poke pressure. Monk has honestly been on another level when it comes to some of these antis that we've seen on the other side. Trying to eat that over. He has that opportunity. Same thing about Meeson if he can try to match that here, too. But it's finding this mirror here while Dreamers doesn't have the Lucio. And Gusha, of course, being on that Winston, Liger being on that Diva. Sad. Another anti, though. The follow-up finds the backline. Leave capitalizing off of finding Sad. That was the opportunity that they were waiting for. That's what I was wondering here, if they want to try to get the follow-up. But this is also the difference of not having that Lucio that Hangzhou Spark have.
Now, Dreamers leading into the Brig and the Ana is it just puts them at such a disadvantage. You don't have the ability to make those rotations as fast as Spark, and Liga got absolutely staggered. That is going to buy a lot of time for the Spark to just start working up to that percentage where Dreamers may only have one good contest in them. If they take time to be able to get back to this point, then that's less time that they have to come back in if the fight doesn't go their way. Pulse Bomb could open things up for Top Dragon. Mason also does have the Nano Boost online, but it's 2 for 2 here. Spark are also working up to their own ultimates.
Seeing how Monk capitalizes off this Nano. Dreamers dropping down to the low ground, trying to take control of this point before it gets contested. Here goes that Nano Boost from both sides here. Onto Sad, onto Gushway here, so that survivability is going to be able to overcome that of Dreamers, but Top Dragon with that pull still finds Shy, but they are outnumbered, no sustainability for Dreamers, and the Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to walk away with this first point.
Already going to start to get a move on to the next one. This is where Flashpoint opens up. We've got 4 more locations that we can go to, and it looks like Spark already know how they want to approach this next one. We're going to that top right corner. As you can see, Dreamers also getting set up. So let's go over to the junkyard and see how these two dive teams can square off against each other. Spark still have 4 ults to spare.
What's beautiful is that they only had used that Nano Boost, and they were building up those ults. Really good call right here, Hangzhou Spark, working around that economy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dreamer still struggling. Shy taking the high ground while having the visor. Maybe trying to mark him down. And on the other side, misses the pulse bomb stick right there, unfortunately. With the recall here too, though, and the visor coming in, the follow-up from Top Dragon. After Sad puts in that pressure, Top Dragon cleaning up Linksa and Shy. This is now Dreamer's time to shine, flip things around as they get to control the point first here.
All right, Dreamers able to get control first, and we know how this story can go. Most of the time when the team actually does capture that Flashpoint first, they are able to take it all. Especially after getting a few ultimates out of Spark's Kid, the Pulse Bomb and the Nano Boost no longer active. And Dreamers being able to hold on to a lot of their own. Like, this is much more back and forth than what we have expected to see coming out from this Winston dive versus the Diva dive. It's about keeping that up, though, as you're just going to have to use the self-destruct to get back in.
Rally activated here, Sad being able to find lead. Here comes the sound barrier, but Monk goes down right before Linksa could help him out. With Gushway, though, having the primal, that survivability is still there to stall on that point if they decide to. Linksa having to rotate around, no sustainability, while Monk makes his way over to Gushway. He's going to save that primal for right now, re-engage potentially. But with Dreamers already nearing 75%, with how quick that point goes, Dreamers looking to continue on, moving on to the next point potentially here.
I think they can. I mean, Spark might look to try to recontest this. You can see the hovering around the point, whether or not they actually want to make the triple blink in. Oh, if they're able to get someone down like Top Dragon, that is absolutely an opportunity to do that. But there's tons of sustain, and Hangzhou Spark can come in and actually get a clean recontest.
Nice anti-Nano Boost onto Liger. Top Dragon is first to go down here to trade, though, onto Linksa. Monk's about to get the Nano Boost, too. Helps out Gushway stay alive. You're finding Shy here too. It's just leave Gushway and Monk left on this point. Nice anti onto Sad. Monk has been on top of it, but with no survivability and Linksa not being there too after getting wiped out. Hangzhou Spark move right back into this point. Playing around that wall though. Trying to disengage, playing off that number disadvantage, but the overtime's ticking away, so they have to stay engaged in this fight.
Yeah, you can see Gushway attempting to try to get back to the point, but there were no supports to be able to keep him alive. And now Gushway is not available to head to this next flashpoint immediately. So Dreamers do get a chance to have a bit of an upper hand when it comes down to that player versus player advantage. But Gushway is out of spawn, and we will be heading over to Refinery to see how Spark are going to handle this next one as they are able to actually move into point first.
Combo spawning here too. Quick with the setup. Sad does have that visor ready. Top Dragon with that pulse. Hangzhou Spark had a pretty expensive last fight there. I use his visor in the last 2 fights. Nice first pick here before Top Dragon still gets that stick onto Shy. It's a trade here for both these teams while Sad has that visor activated, clears some extra space. Gushway forced to disengage for right now. Give Dreamers over some of the extra control before re-engaging. Nice anti coming in from Easton. It's up to Monk and Gushway. No follow-up just yet. Look at 2. Manages to get away, got away with some help from Dada and Meeson. Playing very poke from afar, not trying to fully commit.
Which is unusual because usually when we see Liger play the D.Va, it's just about trying to execute and follow up on picks. Just lead the aggressive charge. But you do have to play it in a different style, and you know that Hunter's Spark are also an aggressive team.
Oh, they try to dive onto the backline, putting in that extra pressure, but Lexa had that rally ready as the insurance. The rally answered back from Dada, gets that shield bash initially there, but no follow because Shy had the visor, had the damage, breaking right through that and finding a 4K on top of it all. Make it a 5K, give it to him, they have to. Cleaning up the whole team here at the hands of Shy. Spark, take that team fight, and they needed it too because Dreamers were already at 64%.
And 64% now is still a comfortable amount of time for Dreamers to be able to get back into this one, and also for Hangzhou Spark to have another recontest. You're usually looking at kind of like the 66% mark, maybe 70%. If you are really confident you can get back to the point fast enough. But now it's about to get matched here by the Sparks. The Dreamers, they have one more chance to get back into this one too. And it's just a self-destruct. So Liger gets 2 lives in this game, but Sparks still have 3 ults to spare.
Oh, Mason thought about it. Thought about throwing out the ante. Shy, kind of sad here. Ante did land onto Monk. Has that nano boost ready. And with 97% bringing around the corner here, Hangzhou Spark have the advantage. Overtime activated. They don't even have to burn those ults. Necra puts Gushue to sleep. Overtime ticking away, burning away before Dada falls. Next here, it's just up to Meeson, and Dreamers have to go in for a reset while Leave minutes of his life out here on Flashpoint. It's nice because then Leave could just quickly get to where that next point is going to unlock, but still with this distance, Dreamers does have that slight advantage in the distance.
Yeah, Dreamers are going to be able to meet Spark there. Shy, though, taking a nice off angle as we head over to that top left corner. Are going to be going over to Bomb Arena. And this is where we have more open area to play around, but it's these soldiers that are going to have some of the most impact. So watch out for Shy and Leap from the Spark. Watch out from Sad and Top Dragon. See which targets they try to hunt down in the back.
Wow. Huge pick there. He wanted to try to contest, maybe try to go for a stick on that pulse. Gushue putting in some extra pressure. Meeson has that nano boost onto Sad, who activates the visor on the other side. Love the cutoff though from Gushue to try to stop where he wanted to rotate. Still finds Shy first despite that. Putting down the barrier right in front of his face. Gushue doing such a good job at hugging his face here too. Trying to body block them, but he takes way too much damage off the pulse, off the ante. Even the damage initially at the very end of that visor here. Liga goes down. Rally activated first from Lengsa. Data still holding on to his. Top Dragon gets deleted. Teamed up here too. Oh, Sparks still have control over this point here first, but they're still fighting for a Necro.
They are. It's just about over. Dreamers, they needed to try to get back into this one. At least they force out the tactical visor from Shy, and that is going to be 4 ults off the board. But Leave on this Tracer has had such a tremendous impact in this game to be able to get pick after pick, pulse bomb after pulse bomb, and with one available, this could just be it. Dreamers' final chance to get back into this one and take us to a Flashpoint number 5.
Hold up. Nope. Not the
Wait a
fly
minute.
slaughter out here. Top Dragon trying to be a little cheeky with that, but still can't flip it. Favor for Spark, nearing 100%. They got to contest here now into overtime. Force the overtime here. Top Dragon was able to blink right on top of that point, alongside Dada, who's right there to help him out. Sends out that pulse, doesn't get the stick or the pick that they needed. While Meeson playing a lot more passively right back here, alongside Dada. Very scrappy, too, to play around these walls that you have from bomb flats. Huge anti onto Gushue with the follow-up. Sad, capitalizing. Nearing another visor, by the way. Leader's trying to isolate Shy on the other side. Monk is run, trying to get away while Lexa gets annihilated here. This is the team fight win that Dreamers needed to flip that point, but at 99% Necra. How long can they hold on to this?
They actually have a good chance to. They have ultimate economy right now. They've got 4 ults. Dada might even be able to get the rally online, but now it's about Spark. Lengths up with the rally. Can that come online fast enough to be able to help Spark shore this up? One more team fight to see who's going to be able to take this one. Dreamers, though, they do need this win on this point to give themselves another life. But it's attack visor first. Sads get that first pick.
Oh, with the backline going out though, Hangzhou Spark, no, time is against them in this moment. Backing away, I like the call to disengage, but this also means that Dreamers still have almost 3 ultimates without about to get that rally, but still ultimates to work with nonetheless.
Absolutely. And maybe the Nano comes online too, but do Spark really feel confident being able to actually make another pass at this? Top Dragon's in the back. Shy's gonna have to be careful, but I don't know if anyone can get there. Gushui just barely able to touch the point in the nick of time.
Does his job, gotta continue pushing it onto overtime here though. Leave, helps extend it. Rally, used up by Lengsa. Nano boost used on the Shy who activates the visor. Oh, huge shield bash, but still, with that rally activated on the other side and the damage output bomb Shy, he's able to melt down, control some of the extra space. Diva Bomb controlling now the other side, but not enough numbers on the point from Dreamers. Hangzhou Spark needed to work with the limited ultimates that they had in that final fight against Dreamers, taking it in a clean 3-0 fashion on New Junk City. Very scrappy though. Hangzhou Spark, I was expecting to be a little bit more cleaner after what we had seen, especially on Eichenwalde.
But that's just the chaos that Flashpoint provides, right?
True.
You've got that middle point, and then all of a sudden, it's up to a random element of where we end up going next. And sometimes it really is Dreamers that thrive in that chaos. It was very close, and as that map progressed, it got closer and closer between these two teams. But Hangzhou Spark, once again, coming out victorious with the dive. Vicky, this is the 3rd time in a row now that Hangzhou Spark have been able to get the better of Dreamers.
I'm just thinking to myself, imagine if that rally into that shield bash would have allowed Dreamers, if they had it, like a pulse bomb in there too, just to stick onto the soldier that was using the visor. So many different things Dreamers could have rolled out with different, but the number advantage in this set history still goes in favor to the Hangzhou Spark Necra. We're able to run away with that. Love to also see the different looks that we have been seeing from the Spark, and by different, we saw little glimpses. Gushui still sticking to the Winston for most of the part, so hopefully we get to see more flexibility from the Spark after taking this step.
Spark did try. Like, we did see, yeah, just a few other of those tank choices. I think that there's still a lot more that the Spark can offer, but when you look at it being average placement to just get an instant invitation over to the playoffs and bypass the play-ins, really, I think you just need to lean into your comforts and lean into your strengths. Let the rest of it fall into place when you know you've got a few more weeks to actually play around with that. But our player of the match is Leave. After an explosive start on Ilios with the Echo, being able to bring it to even Top Dragon's Echo going in that 1v1. Leave just just put Spark ahead in such a dominant fashion.
It was a huge statement at the very beginning too, because they know that Top Dragon likes to use that Echo. Top Dragon feels very comfortable on this pick. Obviously too, this does benefit the Echo pick, and that just worked amazingly into Leaf. And you could tell that Leaf was having fun on this Genji too.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, when you know the Genji is finally meta relevant again. Oh, the deflex just, yeah, squaring up with a tank on the enemy team. That is so fun. You know that these DPS are having the time of their lives, whether it's the Genji, the Soldier, the Bastion, the Tracer, the Echo. We've kind of seen it all at this point, Vicky, in this meta.
And a lot of different things that helped enable Leaf here. Not only was the Nano Boost coming in from Monk to keep him alive with that blade, but we also saw some great hits coming in from Monk. Lengsa having some highlight moments, putting Leaf into position before following up with Gushui. But this is what the Spark do best on this dive comp too. Just playing into that comfort while Shy being on that shoulder, creating so much space with that visor to help enable Leaf, trying to cut them off in the back end with a flank route. Love to be able to see this look from the Hangzhou Spark. First time also that we get to see the Hangzhou Spark in the knockouts. So it's important because we say the same thing about the Dallas Fuel, who they will be meeting up in the bracket, but it's about the changes that these two teams have been able to bring after a short break and some adjustments into the meta and a new game mode on top of it.
They've had a few weeks to prepare for this, but it is always exciting to see these new elements added, especially when you have a high-stakes bracket like the knockouts. And so every team definitely looking at trying to have that average placement to move forward. But Spark, yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that when you have that on the line, you may as well just kind of keep with the tried and true. But I love their approach to Flashpoint so far. They had some really strong understanding of being able to get that last touch, like Gushui able to go in, put his toe on the point, make sure that they were able to just proc the overtime so that they could just secure the map. There's a lot of really bright moments outside of just the composition themselves that we're seeing from Spark. I can't wait to see what they do next. Even if they did attempt a few different things and it didn't quite work out, they're still willing to, and that's what we wanted to see come out of this match.
Well, they got the time, at least now, to focus on what they do want to work out, and they also have some information after the series that they could take a look at from the Dallas Fuel versus Poker Face. Because once again, for those guys just tuning in, going in through the bracket, Hangzhou Spark are going to be facing off against the Dallas Fuel in that upper bracket final for this group alone. So right now, the Hangzhou Spark are still resorting to where they feel comfortable. They made some adjustments here or there, but with the way that the Dallas Fuel look and the way that they're able to take advantage of the Junker Queen, good luck trying to run that Winston, or I'm not expecting a mirror whatsoever. It's going to be way too difficult, but why don't we ask them their thoughts after taking that dub versus Dreamers, a team that was dominating in the contender space, now falling into that lower bracket. Hello, Guxue, how are you?
Oh, hello.
Hi,
Hello,
Guxue. It was a great performance to be able to see you guys play again. I have so many questions, but I'm going to start off with, how did you feel about today's matches versus Dreamers? I'm going to start with the basic stuff. And with the changes, are you going to be sticking to the Winston? Are you going to be sticking to the strength that the Hangzhou Spark have had being on this dive?
首先恭喜今天的获胜，然后今天打对面的比赛也是一个非常漂亮的3-0。想问一下队友们对这个结果是不是心里有一定预期的？然后也看到杭州队今天用了一个新阵容，想问一下杭州队接下来这样的打算会是怎么样的？会继续使用温斯顿之类的英雄
？3-0基本是算是预期吧。对于今天拿来新阵容，我觉得每个队伍都会每个队伍的理解吧。每个队伍这版本，我觉得很多阵容都能玩，每个队伍打的阵容也不一样。大部分队伍都拿了自己擅长的阵容，包括今天也拿了有一些新阵容，比如那个埃奇瓦尔的女王，主要是上把看那个兵哥砍得有点爽，所以自己上去玩了一会儿。
So yeah, 3-0 against Dreamers is definitely expected. And speaking of like new comps, we personally think this meta is a really fluid and various meta. Every team just play what they feel most comfortable with. Like for example, what we use on Eichenwalde on Junker Queen. The reason is because when we were watching the last match, the Dallas match, the Hanbin's Queen performance is really exciting, and I kind of want to play Queen a little bit more. So yeah, that's why we picked Queen on that map.
Awesome to see that versatility coming out from your team. But talking about the Dallas Fuel, do you think you can get it done versus them? Can you get the win?
那么既然刚才提到了达拉斯两大队，他们今天的表现也是非常的强势。想问一下，接下来如果对阵到他们的话，杭州队有没有战胜的信心呢？
对战达拉斯的话，信心还是蛮大的吧，因为毕竟前2阶段打达拉斯也都赢了，而且最近也和达拉斯打过一些训练赛，所以大家都比较知根知底，所以对我来说，我还是蛮有信心的。
Yeah, we are pretty confident against Dallas. One is because when we played them a couple of times in our matches before, and we all take the victory. And also, we've been scrimming with them quite a lot recently, and I'm really familiar with their playstyle, and I'm confident we can beat them.
I love that. I love being able to hear that confidence there too. That's what we need to see. Well, moving away from your next matchup, I want to know your thoughts on Flashpoint. It looked very scrappy there. There was some individual fights we saw on Eichenwalde. We saw the same thing happening on Flashpoint. How are you feeling about the new game mode?
那么下一个问题是关于我们的新地图赏点模式的，想问一下整体对这个模式的感觉怎么样呢？因为我们感觉在打的时候还是比较混乱的，就经常有这些小的团战在发生。
人闪点图还是挺有意思的，基本上都是在无限打架。
I think the Flashpoint mode is pretty fun because we are basically like fighting against enemies all the time and just keep doing things. Yeah, that's all.
It was fun to be able to watch that. Can't wait to see what's going to happen next. What's your favorite Flashpoint map? Do you have one?
那么既然闪点模式也是出了几张不同的地图，想问一下，你的哪张闪点的地图是最有意思的呢？你个人最喜欢的？
那两个图的名字我有点记不得，反正就是那个，我记得有一张是个新扎克镇，就是新扎克镇的另一张图。虽然我不知道叫什么名字，我觉得那张图我蛮喜欢的。
就是有什么具体的哪里比较喜欢的原因吗？
我觉得抢点图主要就是随机性比较大嘛，就是因为它5个点，你也不知道哪个点会在哪里刷。我觉得这个是蛮有意思的。
So Gucho said he can't remember the name correctly, but he mentioned it with another map of Junkertown, so I guess it's New Junk City. And he thinks why it was fun is because you have like 5 points in that map, and it was full of randomness, so it's kind of different experience when you're playing the map. So yeah, it's really fun.
Definitely agree on that. I love being able to see how the new hero and the new game mode has been able to contribute to the meta here in Overwatch League. Guxue, thank you so much. Don't want to take any more of your time. Congrats on the win, and thank you for talking to us. Have a good day.
好的，那也是感谢郭许真友今天的采访，希望接下来比赛中也一切顺利。
谢谢，拜拜。
Thank
Bye,
you.
Guxue. Thank you. Shout out to Evelyn as well with the translate. Love being able to talk to Guxue. All right. 2 series done and dusted. Necro, we say goodbye and we get to say hello to our final 2 series of the day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere because we got some more Overwatch League action coming to you soon.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League here. Second half of our second day in the knockouts, and heading over towards Group B. It's me, Avril, with leg day again, and we got some interesting matchups because I don't know if you could call them upsets yesterday, but we started to see some of the Overwatch League teams begin the game and again, and both Shanghai and Guangzhou did not make it through at least the first round versus our contenders team. So they're going down to the lower bracket, and we're going to be starting out by looking at where SPG and O2 Blast are at, and can they win against another Overwatch League team?
Yeah, SPG coming out to face Soul Infernal here, which is definitely going to be a significantly larger challenge, some would say, than the Shanghai Dragons, who were very focused in on the Winston yesterday. Admittedly, we just saw some success from Winston with the Hangzhou Spark, but I imagine that we're not going to be seeing something quite as static from the Soul Infernal, who have got a host of different tanks that are available for both MAG, and of course we've seen Poco play for this team now in their last regular season game.
I don't think that Pogo's still there. I would be surprised, so pretty sure it's just MAG. We did see a decent amount of Sigma being played yesterday. I don't know how deep we are into a meta that really favors Sigma. Circuit Royale is still on the docket, but Escort's all the way at map 5 now, so it's unlikely that that's going to be a defining factor unless we go all the way, you know. Until we get a game that really is going to go the distance, we're not going to get to a map where it's like, yeah, this is really a Sigma map. But we did see some of it on New Queen Street. Soul Infernal, I think they're a heavy favorite for this bracket. That should come to no surprise. We'll be interested seeing what they'll be bringing to that table today, as you know, the meta has shaped up a lot, and we've seen across the board a lot of teams have their own interpretations. We haven't even settled on like, here is the one thing you should play. Everyone's kind of playing their own thing.
Yeah, one of the things that we've seen across multiple teams and multiple different iterations of interpretations of this meta has been a bit of Genji. And that excites me as we go into a Soul Infernal game, because Zest is a crazy guy on the Genji. Incredibly strong at that hero. Zest actually got such a good mind for flanking, but on both the Tracer and the Genji. But MM3 also being able to play more of those hard hit scans, not having to stick as much to the Sombra, which admittedly, he said before he hated playing. It's going to mean that MM3 can flex his muscles, but trying to stop him, Aiden, although are a pretty slick DPS duo themselves. And Miogara, I think, has certainly come into his own, being able to play the ball at times as well, but also the Orisa right now is definitely the flavor of the month.
I'm still a little bit concerned about the ball. I'm not too sure if that's really going to be something that can be continued to play or not. I mean, maybe to beat Shanghai with it. Can they do much more against the Soul Infernal? Because Soul Infernal, it's a different kettle of fish. It's a much better team. The ball sort of pocket pick, it's been revealed now as well. Soul Infernal, they're aware. They saw the games yesterday. They would have. So it's not going to be a sort of ace in the hole that you can just sort of pull out. And Mag's not afraid. I mean, I don't know what was going on with Shanghai yesterday. Probably not part of their strategy to run the ball. Fate could definitely do it, but it's seems like a strange pick in current meta, because I think dive generally seems still a little bit risky. Hangzhou pulled it off against Dreamers today, but when we look across the board, the thing that's impressed me the most has been, strangely, the Junker Queen play. The Dallas absolutely destroyed. We'll see if Soul Infernal does similar things. Let's go ahead and meet the team.
Feels like this needs to be rescued, and indeed it does.
Look at how aggressive he's able to get right now. Everybody's dropping.
And it is just a field day for Zest. Oh my god. MN3 has other plans, though. MN3 has other plans, though.
Name that sticks out to me there, definitely got to be skewed. One of our MVP candidates too, I believe, and with Iliari on the docket, that big damage hero. Skewed is known for that aim, and has definitely been clean sweeping up and down through APAC when it comes to these flex support competitions. But I'm wondering about Fix's hero pool as well. I think if I cast my mind back into the deep recesses of history, maybe Fix has got a BAP in there somewhere.
He does.
But Yeah, I think he might have played flexible for a while as a BAP, and that would give Skewed so much room to maneuver on an Iliari that would be possibly fearsome for any team to behold.
Not a flexible player, but the Bapillary comp for Skewed Fix will be pretty strong. Zest, our other MVP candidate from this region, will be Skewed and Zest flexing that flag. Best of luck to them. As you mentioned the Genji here, I think there should be a decent amount of Genji today, especially in our upcoming match, because Who Are You versus Prof will be the matchup in that particular game. But in this one, I guess although could probably look towards something like that, but SPG so far, if they're going to be playing similar things to what we saw yesterday, I think they'll mostly stick on to more common, you know, either the Orisa look or the ball look. Aid played a ton of Torbjorn yesterday as well. Wonder if MN3 is going to be bringing out some of the Torb that's been added to the hit scan pool as of late in terms of expectations for what you should play. I'm also a big fan of the Soldier 76. We saw Shy pound on that, especially on New Junk City in our previous game. MN3, top hit scan player, should be right on board with some Soldier.
Yeah, the amount of raw damage a Soldier pumps out, especially Shy in that role, very difficult to deal with. As we go to Lijiang Tower first, I do believe this will be the choice of the Soul Infernal. We've seen Mag play a decent amount of Reinhardt here, I believe, especially on Control Center. And with Symmetra being one of those characters that's also come into common parlance, especially for Dallas Fuel, as we saw earlier with the Junker Queen, it can cover up some of the weaknesses of the less mobile tanks like Junker Queen and Orisa to have that kind of burst mobility that Symmetra does bring. And of course on Lijiang Tower, Symmetra's been meta for as long as the sky's been blue, so we are fairly likely to maybe see that come out from either of our teams as we roll in.
I think Junker Queen has been a very, very strong pick lately, and you know, to the point where some teams have straight up kind of one-trick this hero. And initially I was thinking, well, you just can't run into an Orisa team with the Junker Queen. Surely, I'm proven wrong. Apparently, just can run into an Orisa team with the Junker Queen, and it works. So we'll be interested to see if that continues forward. That is especially going to be a strong counter comp play versus our teams that do enjoy the dive. SPG have enjoyed the dive. As we start out on Control Center, we'll put the Junker Queen to the side for now. It's going to be Ryan time.
Ryan time for all and sundry. But the key difference here going to be the Mei versus the Bastion. Remember, that wall won't last long against the attentions of a Bastion with its wheels down. Only 200 HP per pillar, and already out come the wheels, and that's going to be a huge amount of damage done to Milgaru's shield, and a forced disengagement. Milgaru's already dead. He's gone too.
It's all over. Cap is not even unlocked at this stage. Zest with the bulk of the kills coming on through. Let's see if there's any swaps. SPG doesn't look like it. Now would be the time to go to your own Bastion if you wanted to. I respect that they stay on the Mei though.
I mean, it makes sense, right?
Do plenty.
Like, if you know that they've rolled out into your Bastion having used their speed boost to get there that early, why not just try and take that engage when they can't pull out the proper disengage?
This ultimate should be coming online this fight as well. Jinsung actually a huge amount of healing. He's backing out. Speaking of damage, Nilgaru, he's low, but it's actually Aldo down first. And the window's been deployed. No one's there to use it.
Oh, a mag triple. Using all parts of the kit in order to wreak fury upon any of SPG who dare to present themselves. Jinsung thought he was pretty slick bringing out that early window, but nothing but a good view of Soul Infernal dominance.
I mean, that's has been two very quick fights in a row. Again, tempo from Soul Infernal has just been that much greater than what SPG's been bringing to the table. They don't even have time to set up ultimates. The window came in as the Infernal already took down most of the SPG team. They've got aggressive TP, and they want Zest down early if they can get it, but the Battalion Field is going to protect them for now. Shadow goes into shield. It's going to be Aldo taken down as well. Another first one from Soul Infernal, backed by ultimates.
Yeah, just breaking down SPG. Now they simply scatter to the hills. This is going to be some long-term staggers. Aid throws himself down the tower to see what waits below. SPG are at least going to be able to play around their Symmetra wall here, which will be a good means of trying to counter out this Bastion mortar, but it's easy enough to avoid with a speed boost.
You don't have to counter the Bastion mortar. It actually doesn't do anything. So there's no requirements to counter. There's no such thing as countering it. You can't counter it.
Hey, that's my preview wrong, bro.
If he does, SPG are truly worse than I thought, so that would be interesting.
Well, let's find out.
Use sound barrier here. There we go. We'll catch everybody as expected. Mortar artillery does nothing as expected. Nilgaru's time to shatter. This one does not connect. I don't think maybe it goes there. Not too sure on that one. Just does go down. He's been the prime force, and Now at SPG, they can't really get advantage. They need more players, but they're still down more. M3 still doing plenty of damage. A Blizzard to maybe save the day. It is final fight, so this Blizzard has to do all the work. It's done enough to get M3. Very low numbers here for the final couple of skirmishes. Although versus Fixer, they both go down to respawners.
And now skewed. Free firing. Down goes the Immortality Field. Zest sees everything he wants. A little bit more squished up against the wall. They're simply pancakes for Mag's breakfast. And Soul Inferno 100% to 0, even though they nearly lost it in that last fight.
To really drive home how quick those fights were, we had 3 fights in 60%. Typically for a control map, I'm expecting about 1 fight per 25. We're doing 1 per 20 here. So it was quick going. Slowed down eventually when, you know, was that last fight especially, things got a little bit more even in these early fights. We saw that was fight 2. That was when Jinsung deployed that Matrix to no avail, unfortunately. Soul Inferno just in their faces, and doesn't look like anyone's changing so far. We're going to run back the exact same comps again on Garden.
Although having trouble delivering too much damage at the moment. Of course, the second you use that Ice Block, you are in dire straits. Remember the last time was all about that early speed boost and the lack of disengagement. It seems like it might be the same problem again. Milgari's got nowhere to go, but into the jaws of Hades. Oh, Zest is getting everything he wants and a little bit more.
I was paying attention to health bars on the rollout, and before the fight even begun, as the two Ryans were about to pin each other, they both stopped just shy of it. You saw the SPG health bars. It was like 3 members on half health. And we didn't even really start the fight yet. It was that quick in terms of raw damage output from the poke of Infernal, and then Hyunjae just melted.
SPG have decided they want no more of the pseudo mirror.
They're not winning that mirror, so.
Well, all those gone. Bye-bye.
They might not be winning this either. TP on the backside, they're being completely sandwiched in. Possibly, anyway, there's the option for it. Infernal actually respected. They're not going to go full deep in 5 versus 4. Hyunjae might not make it back to the team. It depends if he gets sniped down or not. He tried.
Just been continuously shepherded here. What a fire strike. Gets rid of Aid. Mag low on health, yes, but the Immortality Field is more than enough to deal with it, and all those just turned up to see the rest of his team dead. Guys, what did I miss?
There's only one thing left for SPG to try, and that's the ball. I don't know if now would be a good time to do it or not. Way too much commitment on your front and ultimates. Well, the not would be you'd lose everything because you're really committed on ults here, and you might not get ults again, given how quick this map is going. Inferno about to hit their stride with some more ultimates. This has all been neutral for Inferno so far. They haven't had to spend anything, haven't had anything. That's how fast the fights have been.
Not too much invested thus far by Soul Infernal. MN3 can of course bisect the battlefield with that shield wall, so should he deem it necessary. A rail shot ready to go, an opening pick at double damage, that would be great. Zest is gone. That's a huge pick here for Soul Infernal, but no one can be bothered to catch the fire strike. At 200 damage, it would have been too much for many, and Mag weighing the options here. Do I drop the Shatter instead, going for an elsewise charge? Better for a reset. And finally, SPG grabs some control.
Inferno played that one really conservatively. They had 5 ultimates and they decided just to play the window, see what happens, and SPG worked their way around it. Inferno could have probably have maybe invested larger into that fight. Coming back through onto the next one is still okay, but now that SPG have actually won an engagement, they're coming up into 3 extra ultimates that they didn't have before. So things start to get a little bit more interesting. See if Inferno can read just how ultimate up SPG are.
An interesting decision for the wall. More of a lateral play in Mag, looking for a way to try and weave in this shadow, looking for that javelin of course, because that could interrupt it. I believe the mortar itself was interrupted, laid down on the floor. Enough of this melee tomfoolery, says the Reinhardt, as the Terror Surge grabs little to nothing. Javelin spin absorbs a huge amount of incoming damage from a minigun, but everyone else is going to be catching it anyway. Bilgaru doesn't know where to look. It's pain coming from all sides. It's a big old pick from Mag, and manages to grab a charge onto Aid. And now with this flip back, dire straits for SPG.
Infernal didn't hold back that time. Everything got thrown in as you'd expect. Now we cycle back over to Skewed versus Jinsung. We can't make Trick. Skewed already has it. Jinsung still lacking. As SPG are going to go towards White Room. This is going to give a nice front to back angle. So last time I think SPG managed to actually push through this choke even despite Skewed ulting. Definitely final fight territory now. Skewed the man to watch. Here comes the damage.
Reflect there onto the nade. That would have been a good amount of damage. Yeah, instead, Large amount of absorption. There's the second window coming through, but MN3 behind is going to be an issue. Max eating a lot of damage here. Remember, double healing goes through that window as well from his little globules from the back. So man going to back off for a moment, making sure that he's well healed up. MN3 going to play it long to make sure that this wall comes out, and now Skew can roll forward in concert with Skewed, and Soul Inferno will take away that final fight.
The real struggles there. Almost one lost fight on Control Sim to one actual lost fight on Gardens, but that to me still seemed like Inferno holding back somewhat. Comes back in the next fight, no holding back. And no mercy for this SPG squad is, I'll say it, that was quite the slaughter on Lijiang.
Oh yeah. Pretty strong performance to begin with here, and it seems like Soul are feeling pretty confident with the current pseudo-meta DPS picks of the Symmetra and the Bastion too. I'll have to see where SPG will want to take us to try and potentially mitigate this. They have very limited options, only 3 maps in our hybrid pool. We've got Midtown, Numbani, and Eichenwalde. It feels like Eichenwalde might be a little bit weakest for the Bastion, but that does also offer up a bunch of potential verticality for Soul Inferno to try and play with something like the Genji. There might be no good options, but perhaps SPG can find one. We'll see what they pick after the break.
quick in and out at Lijiang, just a stopover for us as we head next into Midtown, I believe, is map number 2. That is the SBG selection, given that they did lose Lijiang Tower. But yeah, man, that was quick leg day. We did not spend long there.
Yeah, that was real fast. Of course, I do believe that was the pick of Soul Infernal. They were well prepared for that map, and certainly it's a map where Mag can really show off that he's not just a Winston player. And this has been an excellent breakout year for Mag. Like we knew he was fantastic on Runaway back in his Contenders career run, but honestly, Washington Justice was a bit of a prison cell for him. It never quite reached his potential on that roster. Now being picked up by the Soul Inferno and having a good roster around him, it's been a fantastic year for Mag.
And Mag's got a lot more to bring to the table as well. I'm sure we'll see the Orisa at some point today. We know he has the ball. I don't think he'll play the ball today. He might get baited into it by Milgaru, but I'm still not really expecting too much of the balls to come through. Especially on Midtown. I think, you know, what's got a Midtown? I think we're just going to play Orisa and Ryan here. That, to me, makes the most sense.
Yeah, the Winds are not particularly good on first point when you've got someone who wants to hold at the train. Doesn't make for great leap arcs, especially with some of those height restricting signs. They make the Winston leaps a lot more difficult to try and pull off with any real accuracy. And also, as we get into a more poke heavy meta, it's becoming increasingly difficult for those dive heroes like the Winston and the D.Va to be able to make a clean dive happen without being considerably chunked down first. So yeah, we are going to likely see a lot more of the brawly characters. Orisa at the moment, incredibly powerful, especially with the amount of healing that's being pumped out of occasional double flex support comps. Orisa is an immovable block in the middle of a rushing river.
Speaking of double flex support compositions, SBG's not going to be playing as Hyunjae is still in. They subbed out one flex support in Jinsung for another one in Wuchan. So yeah, usually the way the support substitution goes, your main support player Hyunjae would have been subbed out for the other flex support here. That would have told us that SBG is doing some Bapalari plus likely Orisa shenanigans. Not going to be the case here. I would not be surprised if perhaps we get into, well, certainly I think Infernal might play the Rhine again. I'm wondering if SBG are just going to go for not a full brawl, but maybe just the Orisa look from the start. But I think if you're Mag and you're Infernal, and what worked on Lijiang can also work spectacularly well on Midtown as well.
Yeah, why not? Just keep running this until SPG can prove that they can beat it. And on first point of Midtown, it's going to be incredibly difficult to do so. Maybe when you can start to leverage those high grounds on second, things get a touch more complicated for the Rhine comp. But at the moment, we've got to take things 1 point at a time. And we don't even know who's going to be attacking first yet, I think. Infernal
SPG picked the map
first.
Usually, I think that's interesting because Infernal, I would have imagined selected side. They could be selecting attacking first. But yeah, A is a great point for the Rhine Brawl. I think B starts to struggle a little bit. C improves slightly again.
Yeah, it's a bell curve of efficacy, or an inverse bell curve.
Exactly. Although maybe like a camel hump. You get 2 humps and then 1 zip. I'm saying in the middle.
Either that or a camel hump of difficulty for the Rhine.
So anyway, in other words, play the Rhine on A, hope to snowball effectively. If you can snowball really well on B, B's not going to be a problem either.
Hello. We've been waiting for you, Avro.
There we go. I was waiting for the peck. We got pecked that. So we are going to see more Rhine. That part is seeming to be true. Hyunjae's going to go back. Okay, so they are going to do Bapalari. It's just not with 2 flex supports. Want to do the main support Bap. Aid back on the Torb as we saw in their previous matchup. Mag's going to play the Junker Queen. So it is going to be a fast composition. They're playing the same comp again, swapping in the Queen for the Rhine, which I don't mind because now we're looking at more of a Dallas Fuel style.
Yeah, and the teleport going to be real good for the Queen, giving them that burst mobility, which the Queen does lack, or at least does somewhat lack without the shout. You don't want to be using your main defensive cooldown for mobility in many cases, though. And for now, SPG just throwing a wide gamut here as they are essentially doing some tower defense, but the towers have been breached. They are all over raid. They never saw it coming.
There's 2 ways you can play that. You can either wait for the TP cooldown and go forward to the next building, or notice that there's a player behind you who you can TP directly onto, and that's exactly what happens. Get your whole team straight on top of Aid, who now quickly swaps over to the Sojourn. Should be a recontest here. 2 ticks for Infernal, and then SPG will go in.
They wanted him to be the kill disc guy. Look at how safe Skewed is going to be here as well. How do you try and pressure out this map, which is going to be free healing onto whoever is going to be taking damage? Milgari surrounded on all sides. I don't care how much Fortify reduces for damage. You can't withstand the entire arsenal that is brought forth by the Soul Infernal. No one touches the point, and in the end, as the dominoes fall, everything's going the way of Soul.
And let's see how hard Soul Infernal can really snowball through B. One ultimate's online. 3's nearly got his as well. SPG still struggles to read as Hyunjae's going to swap over towards the Ana. That's a good choice versus the Queen. I do enjoy that swap over. For SPG, it seems like the woes from Lijiang Tower have not yet ended. They are being picked out. And there it is again. Aid. I don't know why he jumped.
Yeah,
like, if you jump, you die there. He just presses spacebar and dies.
Decided to aim check Zest, and Zest said bet. This is going to be maybe a little bit troublesome. The sleep coming through. Already, Hyunjae being paid some dividends, but without Aid, of course, SPG don't really have the muscle to actually... Wait, is that Yari back there? What's Wushan doing over there? What's he cooking?
He's about to... Well, actually, no, I don't think Infernal are going to chase him. They don't have any good... They're not going to waste the whole team and chase one player down. They're just going to go for the 4 stack of SPG in their own spawn as they cap the map. Payload is actually not pushing, so maybe we're not capping just yet. Wushan, by the way, looking for... And he's going to lose his captain Sun. So, yeah. Sun not captured, apparently.
Sun remains in the sky. The plants, thank you. What a great day to photosynthesize. My chlorophyll is very happy. SPG, it's...
520 time bank, by the way.
Messy.
And Infernal are still on the rampage. There are still 3 players on SPG who haven't got an ultimate yet. Aid, Milgar, and Hyunjae. To be fair, Hyunjae and Aid did swap, but Aid also swapped before he was hitting that 25% mark. So we're on to see with 520 left. We did have 520 left, and SPG yet to get 3 out of their 5 ultimates for the map so far. You'll even see how fast Milgaru falls as a Orisa, and that's scary.
Yeah, best ult in the game. Artillery strike almost ready to go. A couple cheeky turrets here. I'm going to force Milgara out. Oh, the nano actually goes forth over. That's a one tap onto Skewed. Oh, that's a big old spear that was put into his chest right there. I don't care. He did get completely skewered. Shish kebab.
That slows things down. That's officially going to be the first fight loss for the Infernal. M3 falling as well. Great nade coming through from Hyunjae. That's one way to also stop the TPs, or at least put threat into the TPs. So finally, the Ana swap is, I think, starting to bring some fruit over towards SPG. Good time to be putting their feet into the ground as well, because, you know, see, this is the defendable spot. So where the defense should be strong.
Although it does have to be cautious here of a teleport. Of course, can dash away in good order. Speed of that soldier instantly exploited. Zest does get stunned, but easy to eat that one. Down comes the artillery strike, who's going to be on top of both of 2 of the hit scans. However, easily dodging away. Don't know how they managed to get their wits around one of the best ultimates in the game, but it did happen.
What a surprise. I can't believe no one died during that ultimate. For the 1000th time as Soul Infernal. M3 again getting picked out. It's been 2 early deaths for M3 so far, and no trays whatsoever, although it takes 2 with him as he goes down.
Some good trades right there. Aid still building up towards these rails, overclock in the back pocket if it's needed, but does Aid feel the need to clutch here when there's already been so much erosion of the Soul Infernal numbers?
SPG are in a really good spot now. Nearly 5 ultimates. They haven't had to spend anything for all these wins so far. Zex now going over towards the Genji. Here comes Captain Sun again. Typically a combo with the Terror Surge, but didn't seem like it was effective at all. I don't know where the Captain Sun went. Terror Surge simply didn't do enough, and Infernal on 5 players alive, and now pushing forward. Massive cleanup. Payload moving.
Perhaps there's a world where MN3 blocked it with a photon barrier. Of course, remember, in the most recent patch, it is now blocked by barriers. Could have been forgotten in the heat of the moment by Wu Chan. But now, a nano, once again. This could be great onto Milgara. Maybe go for a nano overclock. That's a lot of eggs into one basket. Rampage going to be opening up. Only grabs all though, and there's going to be the nano overclock. Needs to be some good connections here coming through from Aid. And going up against that Baptiste is easily cleaned up by Milgari.
That would have been a cap, I think, for Infernal. Fixer needed to drop the beat there, but I don't know what happened. Couldn't get it done. So down he goes. Sound barrier ended up being saved, unfortunately, for the Soul Infernal. That 5:20 time bank comes down to 2 minutes now. It's been a huge shave off the time, more than 50% gone. As SPG hold on, nano clock to be the combo to save the day for them.
More stops made, skewed onto the Kiriko now. This is going to allow for much more reliable healing of Zest, who is struggling a little bit with the Baptiste with the recent swap onto the Genji. Oh, already all those down, though. Moving forward with the Sound Barrier. There's so much cushion here. The Soul Infernal were just able to take all of the damage and a touch more that SPG dared to provide. Nearly a blade as well. This is going to be very difficult for Sports to deal with no defensive ultimate. Quick reflect. Emil Gara is going to die alone on the cart with no friends remaining. A nice little sleep there onto Zest. Hyunjae gets a touch of revenge, but in the end, it's nothing but crying remaining. A Soul Infernal cap of 1:21.
See that Infernal was slowly shifting from a mostly brawl comp over to what would have eventually been kind of a rush style comp, and yeah, there is a difference, by the way, just saying for all the people out there. And that you know, we had in the Summer Showdown last year, you know, that comp has been coming back in. The Junker Queen, Lucio, Kiriko comp, or rather Lucio Rig as well, but they don't really play Rig anymore, so now it's Lucio Kiriko. You're gonna need Curry as well to get the cleanse on the sleeps, on the Bionades, which is quite bad for Junker Queen comps. If that fight didn't work for Soul Infernal, they would have swapped M3 off as well, so the Sim eventually has to go in that comp, my opinion.
I don't know.
Soul
Dallas
Infernal.
Fuel were making it work with their Sim.
They play Sim the whole time? I'm trying to remember.
They played Sim the entire time. I think only Edison swapped.
Fair enough.
I mean,
well, I respect that.
I'm jumping the gun here,
team
Apple. I'm so excited for the Soul Dynasty game as well. Like, maybe they bring Void back. Void, of course, part of the Shanghai Dragons roster that was so good at that. Joe, who are you?
So done with this game.
Integral part of that.
Like they is done with this game.
Yeah, I'm already. I'm here for
over.
O2 Blast versus Dynasty. Next game,
This
please.
game is 1.5 through. It is
I'm just
over,
excited to
people.
see my boy. I'm excited to see my boy Void play some Junkie Queen. You know, that's all. That's
Eight
all,
on the
man.
Sombra.
Okay, maybe I am done with this game.
8 on the Sombra. As you know, this hero, we talked about it yesterday, did get nerfed quite significantly. I'm surprised if it does too much yet. Maybe it will. Big nade coming through our Zest. I don't know if that was what all the damage was, but nade actually got mega buffs, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah. It chunks people now, especially if you get that stick. And the explosion damage is not to be sniffed at either, of course. Remember, that can often be combined as well with the amplification matrix, but for now it's all about the TP. They're just all over the Iliari. She can do naught but an outburst to try and get away, and, well, you're not faster than a Lucio. He's got his premium playlist on.
It's just hard for this. You know, we're starting to see why these Junker Queen comps are working. They're difficult for an Orisa team to stay alive. I mean, you get TP'd into, the Queen shouts, a bunch of green HP dudes rush you down. Very difficult to survive, so possibly I'm looking in the future, we're getting back into a Junker Queen comp maybe, as Soul Infernal do have to respect the fact that they got hit by a pretty large anti-nade. 2 players low, only one of them goes down. 4 players still alive. Infernal, they might lose more, they gotta lose more. And now Mag has to be careful not to go down. If Mag goes down, we're looking at a possible cap.
Oh, great timing on the nano there from Hyunjae. Excellent read on how the ebb and the flow of the fight was moving. Now, although it's just going to sit pretty on this point, bank for the first tick, and Soul Infernal have to figure out if they're going to contest this with the burst TP.
Where's Mag?
Mobility.
Okay, they can do it with the TP. Mag's just got to get there in time.
Oh, the healing's going to be an issue. Forced off now. Everyone just has to run for the hills and hope they don't get staggered on the way out. With no TP, things are going to get a lot more difficult, and Zest is gone as well. Thankfully, there's going to be no anti, as Hyunjae didn't have that blocked by an ally. But Soul Infernal, their troubles are far from done as the Orisa just continues forcing on forward.
Infernal took a massive risk there. That was a gamble for sure. I mean, you want to go for the final contest, you got to know it's going to be close, and this is why I was questioning whether it was going to happen or not. Your tank play cannot be the last death or a recontest, because it's going to be a struggle to get him back in. And kind of saw that. M3 goes down far too early, dies at 99. Mag gets Omega shut down as he tries to go through the choke. far too difficult to recontest, and it costs them the entire early portion of B. They'll try and at least go through, underpass, see if they can land on top of anybody. They're just going to get a face full of spear though. Still Milgaru falls.
Face full of spear versus a face full of damage. Milgar is allergic to bullets. Common in humans, actually, and in robot horses. Zest realized that he might be outstaying his welcome here, and it's interesting now to see how the initiative is swapping between these tanks. It's very hard for Mag to try and make a good entry without the TP against the huge control Orisa brings. But when Mag is trying to get into Milgaru's territory, things can be a little bit more easily shut down.
They're getting back capped at this moment. I actually think Aldo should keep capping it this time, and he is. Infernal, they might be going deep versus the SPG, but guaranteed SPG get a lot off this. So, yeah. It's good that Infernal are winning the fight, kinda. But I think SPG get the way bigger prize.
Mag's got decisions to make right here. There's going to be a touch on the card coming through from Zest. Extra green HP given over by the Shout. Bush unidentified, but Zest doesn't particularly want to go for that 1 versus 1. There's some complicating factors around the corner. Nearly over to the blade, but Milgaru demanding a huge amount of attention. Wu Chang coming around the corner, wants to find themselves a duel. There's no healing coming through from Milgaru. The nano was simply too late, but Aldo's going to try and make it work nonetheless. No tank required, they would say, as 19 centimeters separate SPG from a meaty time bank on third, and they're going to find it 4 minutes.
It's about a 120 less than Infernal, but it's still very impressive. I think Infernal just made 2 blunders, not quite back-to-back, but certainly 2 in quick succession. One was the extremely risky retake they did on A, they got punished for. And then there was that aggressive play they made on B while Aldo was solo pushing. I was going to mention him solo pushing, but yeah, he didn't have to stop. And as SPG are about to cap, Infernal forced to go backwards. They didn't even really win the 5v4. And they had to get pulled back, and that completely ruined their play. Dragon becomes me. That's it. Short blade. Get a little bit more next time. Infernal though. Good to be able to try and re-establish some area control in this particular area. SPG's early forays on the sea not going to be very successful at this rate. As Leg Day is so done with this game, he's actually abandoned me. This is going to be just me. Leg Day will be back for O2 Blast versus Seoul Dynasty, because that's the real game that he's looking forward to, as he mentioned earlier. For the entire duration of which he's gone, I'm just going to keep throwing him under the bus. Here we go. Little barrier down. Max Q still holding on ultimates. Decent chunk that Infernal have to work through here. Rampage from behind, forward on 1 player caught, Heal J down. Not a lot further for SPG here. They got 2, and it's a 3 versus 3 respawns favoring the Soul Infernal. Still with their own Kitsune rush to play through. Milgaru down. Fight is definitely over. 2 minutes left to play through. It is not bad in terms of distance for SPG. Have they run out of resource here? Have they been really slowed down in terms of resource? I still think the payload needs to be a little bit further forward because they don't quite have full tempo for control of this high ground, although being caught early is going to be a bit rough as well. Down to 140. Aid being caught this time as well. Skew. Long range shots on the kunai. We're going to find more. Find a lot more. Milgaru should die here as well. Spawn camp opportunity available for Infernal. If they would like. They probably should. Burn as much time as possible. Control as much space as possible. Notoriously, this is actually a reasonably difficult spawn camp to get out of if you're fully surrounded. And Infernal can also always very quickly back on out. They have safety in the sound barrier, speed on the Kitsune rush. SPG, last minute. Payload is moving backwards, and they're respecting the Kitsune rush, so they're going to wait for this. Well, back into spawn if they can. Save Milgaru if they can. Maybe they can't. Pulse bomb on M and 3. Zestball's outplayed, but many members are down. Vixen will save the sound barrier, which I actually think smart here. Possibly could have been used to save this fight, but better used to save the next fight, as SPG successfully got our spawn. Still just enough time to maybe get back in. Just the sound barrier proton. barrier as well to hold on. This is going to be good distance for SPG. They're going to get to the end. They're going to force a really good final fight. Deep TP, full barrier in. Hold in his aid. With how many players was that? They all get grouped in on the aid. Slide in. He slid directly into his death. Everybody got grouped together there, and it's all done for. I'm pretty sure this is it now. 12 seconds remaining. No. We haven't started 0-2 versus Dynasty yet. Like, you came back too early.
Of the Lijiang Tower, definitely signs of life being seen from SPG as they managed to wiggle their way around this Junker Queen comp a couple of times.
I think Soloferno probably got a little bit scrappy on that defense there. Their attack was pretty flawless for the most part. I don't think they really lost any notable fights. But on the defense, yeah, there were a couple of mistakes there. One of them was a gamble. The other one, I think they just didn't pay attention to the payload. They should have noted that. We're being backcapped right now, or rather we're being payload shoved right now, and now's a really bad time to go for a 5v4. But beyond that, I think some Priza really started to show up. They broke out of the spawn camp as well. That's not not an easy spawn camp to break out of. And actually pushed it to within margin of still capping through the entire map, which is very impressive for some Priza gaming. So maybe hope is not lost here. Things certainly got a lot closer, as you say, on Midtown. Let's see if they can get a map through on Flashpoint coming up next. Well, Midtown certainly got a lot more interesting, and as we head into Flashpoint, I don't know about today, it's not been a good day for the underdog on Flashpoint, but yesterday, Flashpoint's got really close. If there was one map type that allowed the team down 0-2 to make a comeback, it was Flashpoint.
I mean, if Reiner could espouse words of it, you'd call it a Mickey Mouse map. But I think that Flashpoint is incredibly hype, and like you said, it's anybody's game. Flashpoint, it can just happen on a dime. Sometimes a weaker team can really just find one fight that does everything you need to and turn a series, well, maybe not a series around, but a map around at least. And so many of them go to 5. Flashpoint, I haven't cast it yet, but boy, am I looking forward to it.
It's a lot of snowballing for sure. When you think about how quick the points go, if you can snowball roughly 2 fights in a row, you can get a point off that alone. So, and there's also the consideration that depending on where this points spawn, you have a quicker run, you have a quicker rotation time than the other team, even if you potentially lost the previous point because it spawned on your side of the map. So there is that to consider as well. But the one guarantee that we have is I think there is a huge advantage for the team who wins the first fight. Sorry, wins the first point. Typically, if you win the first fight, you're probably advantaged to win the first point. But if you win the first point, you cap, you're going to get the first rotation on the second point no matter where it is.
Mm-hmm. It's we're extending the rules that we had for Control in terms of first fight, it goes to first point dominance now. So you can really control when and where the fights happen, being able to take a skirmish on your terms as the other team that's respawning is scrambling to try and move between playing the objective and avoiding going up against the wrecking ball of a rotation that's coming through from a team that has been able to maintain numbers after a successful point capture.
So essentially, I don't think it's uncommon at all to see teams go up 2-0 on this map. Because you get 1 point, your advantage for the next point, likely to go 2-0. Which forces them reverse sweeps to happen on this. We've had full, how deep did the Dallas one go? Was that a 3-0 on Flashpoint or?
I believe it was maybe, I can't remember the Dallas one now. I
can't imagine it was. You know what? I can check because we have technology.
Ah, the technology is there. Avril is diving into the Matrix head first. Use the butterfly.
Yeah, they 3-0'd. So, I mean, if you're just better, it's not a surprise with 3-0. But we did see a full reverse sweep of this map yesterday, and it's possible you get some wind under your sails. Another Survasa.
Yeah.
I think we've mostly played Survasa as well because we had 2 of it yesterday, and then no, Dallas played Junk City, so we're 2-2 now.
I think it's been a lot of Survivors. Actually, they're not doing
2 more yesterday as well.
NA. In NA, they're still doing map sets, so I think they're about even between the series that were played in North America.
Imagine not being in knockouts yet.
Can you imagine?
Imagine finishing your regular season on a new patch. Could be us. Could be this region.
Exactly. APAC going hard. Every match matters. No games from regular season remaining. It's all knockouts now. Milgaru is finally revealing the ball.
We ballin'. And Mag's going to be playing Winston, which is what Gushra did here. I'm actually surprised they just don't play the Queen again. The Queen was really good here as well, but we'll see. Maybe it's a Jump City versus Survas thing. I'm still not like fully in tune with the differences between the maps to dictate comps. Seems pretty similar to me. And there's different points on them as well. They all favor different things.
Plenty of length on the sight line here on market for poking. That's why both Hyunjae and Wu-Chan have decided to go for these long-range supports, but MN3 is just as able to leverage that range. And, well, if you want to take a hit Scandal, MN3 is going to be low on the list of desired opponents to do so against. No overextension, though. Punished by Milgaru, squishing them underfoot with the pile driver, or under ball, rather. And now Soul Inferno is scattering away.
So, recovery by SVG. Inferno didn't get too much there. The first kill as well. decent first one to Wuchen. Wuchen falls again, so it's a slow day for Wuchen. Despite dying twice, still is on 79% for an ult. I'd like to see the tempo of Milgaru on this map. If there was one map game mode that I think Ball might be okay on, it should be Flashpoint.
I believe we saw a little bit of Ball on Suravasi yesterday from Milgaru as well, doing an excellent job of just making sure that Winston dives were getting consistently harried and harassed.
He played it on Antarctica for some reason. He played it on Antarctica, so I don't know about that. Yeah, he seemed to play it all over the place. Mag's now swapped over, so but we did talk about this. So Mag, he could get baited into this Ball gameplay. I don't know. Maybe it's actually good. Maybe it's not a bait. Maybe this is what they should be doing.
I have an easier time of approaching these supports. Of course, can't get headshot while in that ball form, so it was exploited extensively against Jimmy in a time-long pass where Guangzhou Charge were more of a threat. Fix has already fallen down, skewed next on the docket here, although looking for them, but a quick teleport away means that there's a hoodwinking and a Houdiniing here for Skewed to disappear. Still, the rest of Soul Infernal are disappearing in short order as well, as SPG just gather around their emplacements, and hell, they've made a home out of it.
They have. Yeah, Infernal just struggled to break in at all. You would think that things should be difficult for SPG, given that they're still playing kind of a, you know, poke-ish comp. Wuchan's still on the Illari for now. Might look to swap afterwards, or maybe Hyundai will swap, given that Hyundai has the Lucio. Top left, we go into Ruins, where it might be, we'll see if, well, let's see what M3 does first. This is on 1 HP here, just couldn't quite find the shots. Now the blades are coming through. It's double DPS ultimates. Wuchan looking to be the target, shooting out the Captive Sun. Might not even be really required here as Infernal melt under Milgaru, and although that's double support's gone, and SPG, they won the last point. They were first to this one, and they'll cap it first.
2 DPS ultimates to try and kill Aiden. While they did get their man or dwarf, they didn't get the rest of SPG. An outburst from Wuchan just sent Zest flailing elsewhere and swinging his sword uselessly in the air like he ate too many sweets before going to some manner of anime convention. Now the Molten Core ready to go for some excellent zoning here, but Soul Infernal, they've gone Sombra. Just the hard ball counter, I suppose.
Which is not even really a Zest here. Like, I've never seen Zest play this before. M3 is going to get the sniper on Wuchan again, so that's been their primary target. It's been the easiest player to kill, and successfully they've been able to do it multiple times. This should be the fight now. Sound barrier for Soul Infernal, multiple opening frags, no response from SPG. Molten Core on Ruins, which is the smallest point of the 5 here. Typically you'd think it'd be okay, but still just far too easy to dodge. Way too much mobility on Soul Infernal. Everybody can get away from it.
Actually, Hyundai he swaps over now. The Illari remains, but the Brigitte has been added to the composition. Full Lindholm power from SPG. Maybe hoping that this could do a little bit more in terms of potentially scaring away the ball.
But you can't have double flex support, that's for sure. And Hyundai is the main support player on this team, so he would be the most swap. But I was thinking maybe Wuchan would go towards something safer, like his own Kariko here, as we see Skewed pulled out the Katuna Rush.
Pressure here onto MN3, but stands his ground, plenty of healing behind him. Although he's pressuring that point, that needs to be borne in mind. So going for a quick 2 versus 1 here between Fixer and MN3. Although fails to slip the net, and so will lose his life. Mag considers a duel of pile drivers. He's got himself a Lindholm all by themselves. Captive Sun going to be joining the party here. Who dares to explode an EMP? Tries to turn out the lights, but Captive Sun brought to bear, and the luminosity cannot bring itself any victims.
Point's going to go the way of Infernal. Absolutely, here as we go 1-1, back down bottom left. So from top right to bottom left is a great rotation for the Soul Infernal. Unfortunately, you can see for SPG, they will always spawn on that right side of the map, which means they're going to be really far away. But had we gone to either Temple or Gardens, they would have probably had first rotation.
MN3 wondering if he wants to invest for time to go up to high ground. Indeed he does. This will make things a touch more complicated for Aldo to make a dive happen, as they are going to be far easier to track as they try and move their way through here. Milgaru certainly noted as he makes his approach, and a stick here can actually open things up in favor of SPG. Still, Aldo is intercepted by Zest, and Mag robs in from the back. Great awareness from Hyundai there, just trying to avoid that overall engage. MN3 going to be the first to fall. Wuchan actually finds that one with a rifle of the sun. Beautiful.
Milgaru slamming players up and not dying himself. Infernal tried to Suzu in to even save MN3. Not going to be the case. MN3 swaps over towards the Torb as well. No, actually the cast, not a bad pick. I like that. That's going to be doing wonders versus now the very mobile comp of SPG. Still think Wu Chun's personal selection here could be at risk. Zest is going to move away from the Sombra onto his own Torb, so a very defensive looking type of comp. Now, if Infernal can actually cap, it'll be hard for SPG to push into them.
Yeah, it'll be incredibly difficult to deal with all of those potential threats that could come their way. A minefield comes on out as Suzu actually cleanses away some of the damage coming through from that pile driver, but still Fixer's lost, and now disengagement is going to be harder without that speed boost. So although just continues to shepherd them on through and attempt to try and break through this with the EMP, Wu Chan makes the most of it. A triple kill from Villari. Soul Infernal left reeling.
Confirmation that Slam knockup is the strongest form of CC. Not even Suzu can save you from that.
True.
Because you're, well, unless you get Suzu before the Slam happens, but once you're in the air, you're staying in the air. SPG now, he's going to go over towards the Torb. So it's going to be Torb versus Torb. And as I mentioned, Infernal's comp would be very strong if they had control of the point and if they were defending. But attacking-wise, it's been hard for them to get in so far. Big Rada coming through a huge shield bash.
Yeah, massive stun. Grabs multiple players. Captive stun. Skewed can't even explode. He's dead before it happens. Oh, that's an unfortunate miss from Mag. The Rampage claims no victims. Hyunjae's on the docket, yes, but plenty of feeling coming their way. That pylon's troublesome. There should be a cap here for SPG. Where are we going to next?
Somewhere on the right, Temple or Garden, looking like Temple. And yeah, I mean, it would have been good for, even if SPG had lost that, it'd still be good for them anyway because it spawns on their side of the map. So now for the last 2 points remaining, it's going to be SPG favored because it's going to be Garden next, even if Infernal get this one where fast rotations all the side of SPG, and you said it, it's going to be the Mag Rhine. It was too hard for the Junker Queen to break in. Maybe they need the Sim TP to get around. Possibly
bear in mind
the
the TP. There are a lot of places you can fall to your death here, and you know that Milgari may well be looking for the Mavril. But still,
Wuchan's got a knockback as well, so there's 2 ways you can knock in.
Oh, true. Fixer, of course, much more reliable on that with Velocio.
Oh, contest on the cap. Okay.
Very curious.
That's a problem. I think on a control map, that's one thing, but on a Flashpoint, this point's ticking up quick.
Need it is. Get him, turret! Screams aid. Throwing it into the Crucible, as although going to be missing out on the Pulse Bomb kill. Quick back off here from Soul Infernal just to get healed on that. They've got stuff to give, but they don't have tracers to give. MN3 sends all those to the grave and even more. Oh, the boy's aiming. We all knew what he could do, and he just continues to do it.
This is what MN3 looks like off Sombra. If you didn't get to watch MN3 last year, and you've only started to pay attention to this team this year, or this region this year, and you're like, man, what's the hype behind MN3? He's just playing Sombra. Everyone's playing Sombra. You can really see it now. MN3's gotten into an actual hit scan meta, and he's fragging on the cast. This is looking very, very one-sided for Infernal. Big number of ultimates. Looks like a double, triple boot from Milgari, though.
Oh, the movement here from Wu Chan. Got the schmoobs, but in the end can't really find much. Oh, it goes straight into the shield of the Reinhardt. Beautiful block there from Mag, but still has lost out on multiple squishies behind him. Skewed, taken down, and a misstep there from MN3 placed him into the Molten Core. And those cowboy boots, they aren't rated for lava.
SPG got a lot to come back from now. They got to win like 2.5 fights here. It's going to be a free shatter for Mag when he finds that as well. Nothing to block it through. Whatever player gets hit, instant death, you'd imagine. Oh, this stage. I mean, they need this one to go all 5. I think it's likely we go all 5. We've got a lot to work through here. Nano for SPG. Not even any good nano targets. Although the aid probably best to, unless Milgari's dying.
Yeah, certainly will allow Milgari a little bit more staying power than the ball usually has, who's often more of a hidden run piece. Still control of the point. It's aid on the ground, you could see. But the Nano came through in an attempt to save him, but there was simply too much damage. Skewed has gone off. This is what we were talking about. Milgari looking for those cheeky environmentals, but the zoning is strong. Who dares now to face up against the Deadeye? Knowing what time it is, Hyunjae is still going to peek, but there wasn't enough of a skull coming through. A stick, he's moved on to MN3. A Sambo is trying to turn this once around, and it's only 3 players who are going to be given over. Vixer looking for an assassination, but control of the point is definitely going to be going the way of these mines. And with Mag falling down, this could be brutally bad.
SPG might have this. There's not enough time. Mag can't get out. He has to come back on a ball or a Doom. Look at the point. It's gone. Mag has to respawn immediately and come back in, but there's no position for him to take. Everyone's died around the Soul Infernal, and we're done. The map is dusted. Wow. Soul Infernal could not hold on. They had such a good final cap. Deadeye to zone away SPG, but a final play from Ilgaru, diving on in, swinging through the grapple, mines all over the point, and Soul Infernal cannot contest that.
And opening it up as well by knocking Skewed off the mat, getting rid of the main source of healing. The main source of staying power. Yes, there was a sound barrier in the back pocket for Fixer, but only 3 players were there to receive it. What a play from Milgaru. Heroics, SPG. When Milgaru's on his ball, when Milgaru be balling, SPG are a different beast.
Man was balling. I mean, and what a point for the ball as well, because we talked about that being of the available points,
the most
that
perilous.
For sure is the most hardcore for the potential of boops off the map. Garden possibly, but Temple is the one you got to watch out for. I talked about it earlier, Leg Day, but if there's a map to come back on, it is Flashpoint, SPG 1 and 2. See you after the break. Flashpoint delivers yet another upset. We saw a couple of those yesterday, and now Infernal, despite very dominant Lijiang, still very good on Midtown. A couple of slip-ups. Ended up falling prey to the Milgaru ball. When he brings out the ball, it's just a different SPG.
Repost this of Milgaru be ballin', and ballin' indeed he was. A well-placed swing of the grapple, doomed skew to a Temple of Doom style pit. And after that, there was simply no healing to keep Infernal in the game. They dropped out early on Palace as well. That was an absolute masterclass in defensive dives from Milgaru and Hyunjae on with the rally multiple times, just making sure that whenever Soul Infernal showed their face around Palace, they were instantly decimated.
Although, and I'm not talking about the player, we're gonna go to a push map now, which means no more ball. We no longer balling. So that is gonna be, you know, we just saw the Milgaru ball win a map for SPG, and now unfortunately we're gonna be going to a very unfavored map type for ball.
You know, back in the
good
day,
one for Mag and Soul Infernal, because either Ryan or Junker Queen is gonna be dominant, maybe even Orisa.
we're going to Colosseo, but quick aside in terms of push, back when SPG had 2U, Milgaru actually came into play ball only on New Queen Street. It used to be his map. But New Queen Street we are not going to, and Colosseo far less ball friendly. And yeah, like Colosseo, Junker Queen is amazing here.
I remember, you want to talk about New Queen Street and ball, I remember last year specifically when Bellasario was on this team. He was the original balling dude.
The original Canada baller.
The Canada baller on New Queen Street. That's what that was. This team last year. All right. Who knows? You said you wanted to see Void, but Dynasty could be balling.
Yeah,
it could be balling.
The Canada baller could come back. Could be real. Bellasario crazy on the wrecking ball. Yeah, we have a dearth of them in
just
APAC.
Jotes, only Jotes.
I figure that we're probably going to see the Orisa here most likely to try and deal with the Junker Queen, but once again, the
Doesn't know, because you just run past the Orisa. You just you wave at the Orisa as you run by.
Bye.
And you just decimate the other 4 players. That's all you do.
What do you do?
The Orisa has 1 spare to try and stop 1 player out of the 5 that are rushing down the rest of your team.
Well, she could spin it some.
He's gonna. Is he balling?
He better.
Is he gonna try?
Surely he's not balling on the Colosseo.
It's not the map for it.
It near unheard of. The professional ball.
You know,
on
it is
Colosseo.
actually incredible that Infernal chose this map, because they did choose the worst map of the 3 choices on push for a ball. The Milgaru's got to do it anyway.
This is a man of wit, character, and bravery. And I'm certainly here for it.
He's unshackled from meta slavery. He's doing whatever he wants.
I don't care what you tell me.
Whatever he wants.
He's been unchained. This hamster is without master. Death having
the
copy
first dive.
overload already. Get out the
Gonna have
overload.
to survive that bolt.
Oh, it's wet and wild over here.
Oh, that's
It's anybody's game, but Wuchan simply playing by themselves. The rest of SPG had abandoned that location. I don't know if it was a miscom or simply, maybe it is a comms issue. That Wuchan did not hear that there was a big old disengage.
So the problem for Simprisa will always be in the middle portion of the map, in the concourse. That is where Ball can't really do much. I mean, you saw it. Milgaru's trying to spend the entire game on the outside of the glass where the fountain is, because you can't do anything in the actual main lane of the map. Nothing happens there for the Ball. So, yeah, for like what I consider to be probably the most important part of the map, Ball really just doesn't do much.
That's why we never really see it over on Colosseo. Of course, when you start to be able to leverage those high grounds and you can knock players off into more vulnerable positions, Ball does have its use cases. But like you said, in that primary thoroughfare, like long sightlines, no one's playing ball on Circuit Royale for the same reason that no one's playing ball on Colosseo. It's simply a bad geography for a little mammal.
Well,
they even killed the background music.
Skewed. Yeah, that even it all got paused. Everything got paused. We do finally get to see the Scooter Diary. That was something we were hoping for, as one of our MVP candidates from this region and a flex support player. You'd probably say he's the best flex support player that we've seen in this region at the moment. And if anyone was going to be a great operator, the new hero, you'd expect Skewed to be that, and already 2K off the rip.
Skewed is a dangerous customer when it comes to any aim-centric characters, and Fixer, of course, can complement it well on a Baptiste. Like we mentioned earlier, Fixer has had some time as a professional Baptiste, even if not much of a flex support in terms of his hero pool. Bap has been a part of where they've landed previously, kind of similar to Langsa, who played Baptiste for Chengdu Hunters for a while, despite being more of a main support player. And Mag here having access to a stun does mean that it's a very easy stun to get on top of the Wrecking Ball when you can, like, track that pile driver very easily. But it does mean that the disengagement can also be fairly easy for the ball afterwards.
It's also tough to heal the ball for this comp as well, because they're playing double flex support.
Yeah.
Playing Bapillary, which is like, well, who really heals the ball? Milgaru's got to come back, and then you spam left click into him.
Oh,
that's enough.
Sigma?
Yep.
Curious.
We signaling. Doesn't quite work the same way.
We've gone from 1 ball to 2. 2 can be as bad as 1.
I think this is better for the... If you want to play double flex support, this is much better, obviously. It's full poke comp now. Massive poke coming on through. Skewed will pay for it.
Yeah, Skewed simply plays a little bit too far up and catches too much damage. Milgaru making quick work of all of the deployables that are placed into his path, and this is a much better tank for trying to work down these long sight lines and give a huge amount of space over to your pokers.
This is super awkward for Inferno now, because they're not playing the full poke composition, they're playing a pseudo poke. And the Torb is okay in terms of breaking down Milgaru's shield, but oh my god, you're just getting obliterated by the damage given that Mag doesn't have a shield. You can do the spare spin, but beyond that, you're not blocking anything.
Heard of pseudopods, but now experienced pseudopoke. And Mag is going to be getting a lot of that poke, courtesy of Wu Chan.
Mag is actually have to look at other options here.
A Torb Terror Surge though? Surely not.
Come on, Terror Surge is only slightly better.
He's
than
playing for the
Artillery.
Terror Surge.
We've established that Artillery is not very good. Okay, to be fair, Terror Surge and Captive Sun together is a very effective ultimate. That's a good ultimate. But watch Milgaru eat this away.
Oh, Wu Chan does it first. Those hyperspheres, there's going to cause some detonations, and that forces out the immortality field.
Destroy the lamp. Let's go.
Let's go. 1 lamp for another luminous being away. It's crude matter from which SPG will flee. And now Soul Inferno, they're going to be able to come in with their potential combo, but with Milgaru already down, do you really want to invest into this? You've already done enough.
Haven't seen the Zest Soldier before, so we've seen a whole bunch of new heroes out of Zest today. Bunch of hit scans that he is not super well known for. Him and 3's role here, but immediately gets taken down by Aldo, who's been kind of doing a lot on that soldier. 8 on his signature soldier that he's played all throughout the year and the last year as well. And SPG, I think the momentum is certainly in their favor. I'm liking their comp a lot more here. And we talked about this Mag Orisa holding on to the Terror Surge for the combo. The combo better be good, because otherwise I'm not seeing the Mag Orisa doing too much else.
Remember, Milgaru's got so many means of trying to mitigate that Captive Sun as well, between the shield and the Kinetic Rash. The Kinetic Rash has been forced out, and that could be a go sign here for the combo if it is going to be coming through. But Milgaru's already taking so much pressure. That's going to force out incoming damage, and that's going to be 2 players hit with the Sunstroke. No destination shut thus far, but Aid finally flies into the air and becomes a Firefly in his own right. 2 kills. Now that's a fantastic ultimate.
Oh, when Milgaru's not there to block anything, SPG is just going to have to eat the Captive Sun, and their players have nowhere really to hide except for some geometry if they can find it. Not this time, though. It's Infernal to go for the cap. This is actually where the Terror Surge could be strong. You're starting to go for the cap. No, backing out. But if they were going for the cap, SPG come for the contest. They're so strong in that very small part of the map as we go uphill.
Yeah, dragging people off the dragging players off the bridge. Not to be underestimated when you can try and leverage that position so heavily, as we have all been tilted off many times previously. Wu-Chan picked off early. The Hyunjae and Aid want to try and turn this around with some combination of ultimates. It might be too late, but Hyunjae still pulled the trigger on the window. Oh, skewed though. He do be aiming. And he's aiming strong.
And now this will surely be the cap. SPG still in the respawns here. Just taking aggressive positioning. Pylon positioning there as well on the side means difficult to break and very free healing for Zest, especially if he pairs it with the healing pad as well. And you have to contest this one, and this is where Mag, and this is the moment. You can save the Terror Surge for this. Solo capping by Fixer, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the
here comes Terror Surge.
They had. Yeah, Terror Surge out early, and now everyone's caught in a elsewise area. Gravitic Flux lays players down on the floor, but it's instantly answered with both a pylon and an Immortality Field. Double lamps, double lights. But it's a blinding light that SPG needs to try and move through here. Overclock still in the back pocket of Aid. Now it's going to be drawn out to the 4. Question is, can you find your targets coming down from the top? MN3 is going to be public enemy number 1, but he's got himself a headshot! He's brutal on the Sojourn! John Soj arrives at the perfect time, and while Skewed might be airborne, he is far from crashing down. Soul Infernal go big with all 5 ultimates. What a huge investment.
Yeah, and I respect that SPG went for the aggressive play. You can see that Wu-Chan even towards the end there tried to save it with the Captive Sun, but when Aid slides into MN3, you see that MN3 is being pocketed by the pylon. You just not going to out-damage it. You have to burst him. You have to land those headshots or kill the pylon. There's not enough time to do both. MN3 will find his man and then several more afterwards. We're deep into the triple digits now. 122. It is insane lead for Infernal.
This is going to be a monstrous lead to try and overcome here, but it all starts with one fight. Milgar trying to claim the space here, but already the Fortify has been popped. Double healing coming through, courtesy of the window and the Baptiste that's lain behind it. A Soul Infernal, they have to just scatter to the hills here, and Eight's been picked off on the side. MN3 wins out on the Sojourn duel. Once again, we gotta say, it's a hard hit scan meta, and MN3's real good at it, but all those happy to be playing this too. Dink after dink from the Soldier 76, and maybe just a tactical buzz to try and clean it up. Going between Timmy's legs, you don't want to be shooting there. That's rather nervous for the little bot. And still Skewed's gonna be taken down. Finally controlled back to SPG.
How expensive was that, though? They already basically won the fight. 2 members down from the Soul Infernal, and SPG still felt the need, although, to throw in an extra attack visor. That's gone now. And, what, like 90 or so, high 80s worth of meterage to regain, and SPG in 2 minutes and 45. It's a lot of work. You need as many ultimates as you can. Infernal at this stage can just play defensively, play slowly.
They can simply troll the bot. They have lost the forward spawn mines, which is going to make their returns on the defense a little bit slower. Wu-Chan forced off of that off angle, trying to take these 2v1s here. Are Zest and Skewed to outpoke any who dare to present themselves on the elf angle. It's Wu-Chan who continues to do that.
Straight snipe from MN3. Decent capture on the players called by the Capture Sun.
Finally going to be Wu-Chan taken down. Mag is free to feast right now. He's got a buffet in front of him, and all his favorite snacks have been laid out by the gracious hosts of SPG. SPG have 2 ults to try and turn this one around, but Soul Infernal can match them with DPS raw power.
The real question is, do Infernal actually stay or not? Because they can just shove the payload forward and instantly fall back positioning-wise. With the advanced positioning of both Skewed and Zest, Skewed himself, who has to be a little bit careful here. Looks like they're going to just play right into the face of SPG.
Attempting Captive Sun. 2 players laying the light by the Star Strike, but it's only going to take out the Immortality Field. Excellent response there from Fixer. Zest and Skewed are going to be able to re-enter the zone. MN3 at the end of a lane. We've seen things happen here before, but miracles would speak of. And MN3 doesn't quite bring a miracle of his own, but brings a kill, brings a sacrifice to Hades. And Milgaru has chosen his target, but answered by the Soul Infernal supports, is taken down.
I mean, if it wasn't over before, it's very over now. Less than 1 minute left to play through, and more meters for the Soul Inferno. They're threatening the full cap. Unlikely to get it with only 4 members, but this point is just looking rough. Aid looking to go down early again. It's just always low HP, always targeting Nilgara full, and if Wushan dies as well, things get really bad. Aid will at least get this trying to swing things back in the favor of SPG. It's only 1 kill though, they need more than that. SPG need a whole lot of everything. Mag on the Terror Surge, holding for as long as possible, get the pylon, something to work through. Inferno is still winning. They might actually cap through the whole map. SPG have lost all ability to get any counter trades.
Kill after kill coming through. Mag now just hunting down the squishies that put themselves before this Orisa, prostrating themselves before their god as they beg for mercy. Aid, yes, has come out on the Hunter, but you're gonna need more than dragons and a plucky attitude to get past the demons. A Soul Infernal sweep through to a victory on Colosseo.
A rare full capture on the Colosseo. We don't see that very often anymore. They had just enough time left in the day to get it done. They didn't feel good about losing Flashpoint. They wanted, I don't even know if I could call it revenge, but they wanted to make up for the fact that they lost a map they probably felt like they shouldn't have lost. What a way to come back through and absolutely dominate on a push. It was their choice. They knew they wanted a push map that was not going to be good for the ball. Nogara played the ball anyway. Lost, I think, some Prizo. A lot of the early phase of the map. Didn't get a lot done early on. It wasn't until the Sigma swap came through that things started to look a lot more even. The Soul Infernal, they soldiered on anyway. And they came back in, beat the Sigma, forced Nogara to swap off, and then finished the map.
You know, we talked about how excited we were to see skewed on Iliari as the map came to a close, was very close to the damage of both the Sojourns. Aid was out-damaged by Skewed, but Zest will walk away with our player of the match. Excellent performance on the Bastion to begin with. Left SPG a little bit shell-shocked. They took their time to try and find their groove on the defense of Midtown, and if they weren't as shell-shocked from Lijiang Tower, maybe that Midtown could have been a win for them, because the defense of Soul Infernal did have a couple of holes that could be exploited.
I think the really impressive thing about Zest today was the flexibility, because we actually saw some of the hit scans come through, and I guess Bastion also counts in that. You think of Zest, you're typically thinking of Genji, which he did play today. You're thinking of the Tracer as well, which has been one of his primary heroes, and of course the Echo, which is a signature in any flex DPS's pocket. But yeah, start out with Bastion, played Soldier, played Torn, tiny bit of Sombra, but it's the Bastion that really set the tone for the rest of the series. And Soul Infernal, generally speaking, this Rhine ball composition was incredibly clean. That is one matchup that some Prison have no shot winning against Infernal.
Touch of Genji, as we said before, excellent coordination, like the ability to just roll forward like a tidal wave alongside that Mag Junker Queen is definitely going to be a huge asset to the overall compositional repertoire of this team. Nice tracking onto Wu Chan. It's a little bit assisted by the window mine, but sometimes it's about what you can try and do alongside your team. And
when one bullet is double damaged.
Hey,
the last one.
Big assist, big assist. And yet Zest and Skewed were like a menace on the off angle, because honestly, Wu Chan kept trying to take that fight and was often alone getting 2v1 there.
I think that was one of the required swaps as well. You needed to see Zest go into something else off the top eventually. Just can't challenge long range. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of the Soldier-Sojin combo, which is, I think, a rare combo. Like, we've never had a meta with both of relevant at the same time. Last year, early on, we had Soldier dominate, and then it was Sojin. Now maybe it's time for both, as we'll head into the post-match interview. The member of the Soul Infernal, unknown on the translation.
안녕하세요. 제스트 선수 반갑습니다.
Hello, Zest.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
네, 강팀의 품격을 보여준 3대1 승리 축하드립니다. 소감 어떠신가요?
That was a really impressive performance, winning 3-1. How do you feel?
네, 첫 승이라 되게 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
It's always good to start a tournament with a win, so I feel very satisfied.
많은 분들이 이번 너가웃의 임페르날은 어떤 조합을 들고 올까 굉장히 많은 기대를 해주셨는데 오늘 그중 특히 시메트라와 루시우로 기동성을 보완한 바스티온 조합이 굉장히 활약이 돋았습니다.
So a lot of fans were wondering what comp Infernal will be cooking. You brought up the Bastion with the Symmetra. What's the secret behind the monstrous damage from the Bastion?
제가 딜 넣을 구도가 잘 나와가지고 TP로 이렇게 한 번에 움직이면서 하니까.
Well, Bastion's all about whether you have the opportunity to put in that damage or not. So a lot of mobility, extra mobility from the Symmetra opened up a lot of space for the Bastion to do a lot of damage. So I got some merit for my teammates there.
오늘 모든 맵에서 양 팀의 픽 변경이 굉장히 활발했습니다. 특히 수라바사에서는요, 상대팀이 거점 홀딩에 용이한 레킹볼 조합을 들고 와서 인페르날이 다소 흔들리는 모습을 보여주고 아쉽게 세트까지 내주기도 했는데 그때 혹시 어떻게 대처를 하려고?
So we saw a lot of comp changes from both sides, especially in Suravasa. You guys kind of struggled when SPG brought up the Wrecking Ball. Did you have any internal discussion on how to counter that threat?
루시오 키리코 조합을 이용해서 한번 해보자 해서 하다가 잘 안 돼가지고 그냥 그때부터 그냥 유동적으로 좀 바꾼 것 같아요 다들.
So initially we had that discussion. When we had the discussion, we thought that we could have countered the Wrecking Ball with the Lucio Kiriko, but it didn't really work out. So we kind of changed plans to change our comps very fluidly and by the situation, and so that kind of worked out a little bit better.
오늘 인페르날의 모든 선수분들이 영웅폭이 굉장히 넓었습니다. 마지막 질문 드리자면요, 오늘 제스트 선수가 정말 많은 딜러 플레이를 하셨는데 그중 가장 즐겁게 플레이했던
So you played Zest. You personally played a lot of heroes. What was your most favorite hero that you played today?
바스온이 제일 재밌었던 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, just in terms of fun, I think Bastion was the most fun hero to play today.
앞으로도 바스티온을 비롯한 다른 다양한 영웅들로 활약하는 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Hey, so I'll expect a lot more from you here, and that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Harry.
Thank you very much, Unknown. Well translated and well spoken by Zest. We're all very impressed by the flexibility that was brought to before, and I'd like to see a little bit more Bastion. Avril, I'm excited to see what else can be brought up here, but as I spoke about earlier, I'm excited to see Void & Co. potentially bring out a Junker Queen again. It was a mad jokes meta last time. Next up, we got O2 Blast versus Soul Dynasty. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League here as we get into the final game of the knockouts for day 2. It's also Leg Day's favorite game of the day. Seoul Dynasty, the other Seoul team, they end up playing O2 Blast in what is going to be a very interesting matchup because last time these two teams faced off, O2 Blast actually won.
They did. I believe it was a reverse sweep last time as well, with Prophet being able to absolutely decimate the Seoul Dynasty with the use of the Hanzo. But of course, we haven't seen too much Hanzo today. As we look at the O2 Blast roster, Protect has had trouble previously because he's not an amazing Winston. But the time of Winston is behind us, and now Protect can really flex his hero pool in more productive ways. An excellent Orisa has access to the Junker Queen as well. It certainly seems like a lot of teams are turning away from that Winston, so this is Protect's time to shine.
Yeah, and look, it is a great meta for a Junker Queen. It's what Protect played all throughout yesterday, as soon as this Hanbin cosplay. And when you're looking at Jotes, you can put Who Are You full-time on the Genji, essentially. So if you're O2 Blast right now, you really are just going to go the full Jotes the entire way through. And look, if you're Seoul Dynasty, you've got to know this is what you're up against. O2 Blast, look deadly, but a lot of that is off, in my opinion, how damn proficient Who Are You still is at Genji. And never doubted him. I think maybe still the best Genji out there.
Yeah, you talked about Jotes. That medal, of course, in APAC was won by the Shanghai Dragon, which Who Are You was a major part of at that time. It was basically the only meta that he played. He demanded a Genji. Like you said, Who Are You is one of the best around when it comes to that hero. On the other side, we do have another of those Shanghai Dragons Jotes champions as well in Void, but Void's not actually going to be starting today. Instead, rolling out initially with Bellows 3, we have seen some surprising efficacy from the Wrecking Ball thus far from Miyogaru. I don't know if Seoul Dynasty are going to be equally as enthused about that, but as I do believe we're going to Lijiang Tower first, they're likely just looking for Bellows 3 to play the Reinhardt here.
I'm thinking so as well. Rhine, Orisa, typical Belsaria looks. I don't think there's going to be... in old metas, you certainly could have played some ball. Especially, I think Garden is one of the better maps for ball. But it's going to be the standard starting lineup
performance, I believe, was Mid-Season Madness with Philly Fusion playing ball on Lijiang.
As one of his... Well, certainly, I think for the international audience outside of Asia, that would have been his breakout performance. But real APAC watchers already knew.
the real ones were aware of a Belsaria ball.
I think moving away from a Sombra dive meta is healthy for the Seoul Dynasty. So both O2 Blast and Seoul Dynasty are happy that the meta has shifted because Seoul Dynasty were again a team that weren't the most proficient at the Sombra dive for a variety of different reasons. They had some strong points. Obviously, whatever Prophet plays is got to be a strong point. But we're moving into a meta now where Prophet could play Genji. You know, he can still jump on a Trace every now and then as well. Be interesting to see what else Prophet brings to the table because we saw that Zest ended up flexing a lot. That could end up being Prophet's role as well.
Yeah, I'm all about that reacquisition as well. Vindime returning to this roster has certainly been a boon for them. Lee Soo-min and Krillin as a duo, a pair of flex supports, never really managed to gel properly, forcing Krillin over onto that Predator, which wasn't his best, and Lee Soo-min was having a bit of a struggle on the Ana as well, but Krillin and Vindime, now we've got to see if Vindime can kind of do the Uno reverse and maybe be placed into a double flex support kind of role here. Lee Soo-min, of course, and Prophet, both former members of the Seoul Dynasty going up against their old team. I believe last time these teams faced, Lee Soo-min wasn't on O2 Blast just yet, but Prophet certainly was, and made things very painful for the Tigers.
Yeah, this is now again, it's a crazy match because O2 have beaten Seoul before, but beyond that, there's two former Seoul players on the O2 Blast side. And when I say former, I'm not even talking about last year, we're talking about this year. This year, both Prophet and Lee Soo-min, the other Prophet, Lil P, has also been on the Seoul Dynasty. So in this matchup alone, you have 7 Seoul Dynasty players, 2 former, 5 current.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go really esoteric as well, Who Are You, of course, was part of the forgotten generation of Lunatic Hive that never made it to Seoul Dynasty after they were pretty much wholesale transposed from Lunatic Hive to Seoul Dynasty at the beginning of the Overwatch League. Who Are You was, I believe, benched for most of Season 4, replaced with Eska and Guido. Guido was playing Tracer. then became a Zenyatta for Seoul Dynasty. But Who Are You, of course, was too young at that point to play in Overwatch League as well, so was left in the wilderness of the Contenders' career. Continued decimating people on
So-
game. You might went to Fusion Uni.
I think O2 Blast have, you know, when we talk about this matchup again, O2 Blast have improved since their last win versus Seoul Dynasty, because back in the game where they did win, you're right in saying they didn't have Lijiang, they were still playing Search and Karu. So at a completely different support line. Their support line has
Search on
since
the
been
roads.
upgraded onto you know, their new players with Lego and Lee Sumin. And beyond that, I think this is a meta improvement, especially for Protect. Probably a meta improvement for Salt, but I think a far greater meta improvement for O2 Blast.
Yeah, O2 Blast just not having to like try and play around a Winston meta when Protect is not a great Winston is a huge boon for them, because Protect is a good tank when he's able to play the tanks that really suit him, like Ramatra, Junker Queen, Orisa, etc. And that means that O2 Blast no longer have some kind of failure point that they have to try and crutch around. Instead, Protect can become a huge strength. And obviously, in all of this, we expect Prophet to be incredibly flexible and always be able to move over to whatever is going to be required of him on the Seoul Dynasty. But on the other side, Prophet, we saw him struggle immensely as a Sombra previously. For the entirety of Seoul Dynasty, it was a real pain point. But Prophet being able to hard lock a hit scan is going to be essentially like MN3, unleashing the beast, because this guy aims.
Eichenwalde struggled on the Sombra as well, so both teams will be happy to move away from that. We balled in early is the question, probably not for Control Center. I can't imagine we balling straight away, but no surprise in the go-to Blast side. They're going to play Jote straight up. Who Are You? He'll be locking the Genji, no doubt.
So they're balling for
So
real.
we are going to be balling. It's going to be the Junkrat as well. We did see some Junkrat for real earlier on. I'm trying to remember which team exactly played it. I think it might have been the Hangzhou series, but in either case, it's going to be double flex support plus the Junkrat plus the ball. It's really wild.
What a truly strange comp from Seoul Dynasty. Esoterica for all, and Prophet actually overextends there and actually catches so much damage. And one of the things about that Bastion, it's got one of the biggest hitboxes in the game. That makes it super easy for these projectile heroes to deliver massive damage onto you. As Protect is marauding in the backline, he's going to have access to those healers, and the same can be said for Who Are You, trying to hunt down that Iliari. The deflect has been used, and now he actually needs to be rescued from this situation. A minor hostage as Vindane punches him to death. Protect needs to be brought back onto this mortal coil, and so too has the Bastion arrived once more. The combined damage of a Junker Queen and a Bastion, too much for those three to take. That's going to be the first camp for O2 Blast.
No tank, no cap, no contest. O2 Blast will finally get it. Very long initial contest in terms of the neutral. Well, you did go down there, but it wasn't enough for Seoul Dynasty to buy themselves in. First ultimate line is going to be Vindine, Lusumin shortly to follow. Double windows. You can imagine that Prophet's going to get a lot done through that window. Both the Prophets in this case.
Huge amount of damage being done through that window, but everyone's just going to back off, and we'll once again see quiet on the trench front here as Ephra will settle down, and O2 Blast remain in control as Seoul Dynasty expend a little bit of resource. Velos Rear tries to find themselves an engagement here, and Prophet going to ward them away using that turret. Now in comes the Riptide, who can take this one down. It's a winding path from Prophet. Yeah, that's an easy pickup for the artillery.
Worth the trade. That is a really good trade. I take that. Protect down is 100% better for the Seoul Dynasty. Kept the sun being thrown in there, countered by the sound barrier. It's a 4 versus 4, but no tag. It's not looking good for O2 Blast. Mines on the board here as well. Looking for, they actually already got the cap, so they don't need that again, but looking for further frags if they can find it.
Drilling going to be so difficult to unfurl from this position. Lee Sumin wondering where the pile driver is going to come from. Of course, it's from above, but Velos Rear does smack on down. On the other side, Lee Sumin trying to control that high ground, utilizing the window itself. It makes him a fantastic duelist, and it means that Velos Rear is thoroughly punished. All of his HP just drains away as Who Are You bites off more than he can chew, gets himself staggered, but does open up the potential for more damage for the remainder of his team as well.
Into Rampage. Seoul Dynasty at this stage, it's hard for Easy Hunter to get any real value on his own ultimate with the Molten Core. Actually, that's one thing Artillery's not bad on, is once the Ant Matrix comes down, sort of displace a lot of Soul Dynasty members, but it's really the Rampage that do the most of the work here. Protect just completely thrashes through the Soul Dynasty backline, catches 3 on the Rampage and the Carnage to actually get the kills required, and we're straight into Final Fight territory now, nearly on the 99.
Oh man, Protect is in his element, playing the Junker Queen. And Bellows forced to give up the ball, instead moves over onto Viarissa, hoping to maybe slow down or somewhat waylay the incoming Junker Queen. Easy Hans spotted. Who are you? Might opt in for the 2 versus 1 duel here, but instead just wants to try and get some value out of his blade. Who dares to place their feet upon the point? They're going to be one of the main targets. Bellows is already used for Fortify here, and Who are you going for the back? He's low on HP. The reflect is used. Captive Sun instead slides through the sun itself. Your luminosity is no match for 1,000-folded steel.
With a short cap back for O2 Blast. No Dynasty members respawning in time for the OT. It's all done and dusted. Dynasty took a little bit of a risk, quite a bit of a risk actually, coming through with the ball comp for Control Center. Not what you would normally expect. An extremely rare composition, what they played. And, to be brutally honest, not the most effective. Although, I think we found now the true value of what a artillery does, as we take a look at what Protect actually managed to do. Jumping through that matrix, yeah, straight to the back line, just carving his way through the Soul Dynasty. It's allowing the Bastion and the Junkrat to counter each other. The funniest interaction would be both the Bastion and Junkrat ult, the Tire goes on the Bastion and kills the Bastion, but the artillery kills the Junkrat who's in the Riptire, and both should kill each other. That would be the best.
Truly, it's an RTS meta. StarCraft ain't dead. Prophet exchanging minigun fire with his counterpart in Prophet. A former brother. A newly minted corpse, potentially. Remember that every single hit that Carnage gets reduces the cooldown, so you can start to weave together these axes and really deliver the damage. It's an all-out brawl. It's real messy. Bellows Rear now stuck in a 2 versus 1, though, is pulled back by the knife. Gracie demands lives.
It's the difference between the Symmetra and the Genji here as well. I think when you have Who Are You, far more valuable to keep him on that Genji. You lose the capability that Soul have in terms of getting fast rotations and really deadly rotations to the backline. But when the all-out brawl starts to actually happen between the 2 teams, Who Are You and the Genji is going to severely outdamage Easy Khan. It's going to do a lot more. Deflect is huge value in that matchup as well. We do see the early TP in from Soul Dynasty. They can just sort of skip the rotation of the White Room, go straight to the bridge, and now on the point.
Using an earlier wheels down here from the Bastion does mean that Prophet is actually a little bit overextended and unable to really peel for himself. Bellows Rear, yes, the bleed healing is strong, but it's not strong enough to keep you up against all of this. A Rampage might actually be a touch superfluous, but was getting worried about the frags that were coming through from the Soul Dynasty support line, and Protect decides to put this one to bed, and this should make it a clean capture for O2 Blast.
Yeah, Prophet died early there, but the other Prophet managed to get a lot of damage done. The Rampage on top of everything else. Protect is in his element. This has been his hero. Dare I say, maybe his best hero, especially in the Overwatch 2 stage, where previously it would have been something like a diva, but now, since Junker Queen's been a part of the game, Protect has been one of the key Junker Queen players that we've seen. Now it's both Prophet. Yeah, here we go. Kill each other with the barrage.
Did he just put them on himself? A little bit of confusion there for Prophet. Outdone by his brother in crime. Yes, Who Are You? Releases the blade for Rampage. Is going to make sure there's no healing available, and Krillin manages to hit the kunai, the headshot. My mother taught you that, don't you know? Prophet comes up big here as that was an incredibly amusing interaction.
They should have just, both of them should have straight away just artilleried each other, and that was it. That would have been the best interaction.
I don't think they knew where Prophet was. Prophet actually got knocked out by a nade.
You got time. You got time to look.
Yeah, you got time. It's still good. It's still good.
Soul Dynasty now. They got the ultimate play through. I don't think Photon Barrier is that good yet. Interestingly placed. It doesn't really bisect the point that much either. Will give them something to work through. Protected a lot of trouble there. Will likely go down. That's your tank gone. Now 5 versus 4. Still a sound barrier in the pocket. Didn't die. Won't need to use it here.
The Symmetra is pretty good at dueling the Genji in some of these comps. The second that you start to build up that beam strength, the Genji simply cannot exist within a couple of feet of you, or he's just going to get absolutely microwaved. Soul Dynasty still holding on to this defensively. Got double support ultimates to play with.
Better versus the Bastion, though. The Genji's going to have a lot of value versus the Bastion. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, look, if Lijiang can take the time to stay alive and just beam players down, it'll start to look pretty good in that direction. Lijiang's obviously not going to bring out Genji, so if he's going to be playing in sort of hit scans, Symmetra's going to be yet. Big Prophet goes down to Little Prophet, double support ultimates on board for the Soul Dynasty. Velasquez trying to find the Rampage next, but 4 kills, most of them going the way of Overwatch. 3 versus 3, Velasquez no HP. If he survives, there's a chance Dynasty's turn this one around. They're about to overtake in terms of percentage here as well. Rampage catches 2, and Lego soon to follow. The deaths of protecting Who Are You maybe survives, but Ultrablast ain't winning this fight.
That's going to be a turnaround in terms of percentage as well. Solid Dynasty now in a position to try and take this, but we're going up against a critical mass of ultimates. Prophet actually gives up the artillery strike. No surprises there to move over instead onto the Symmetra. Drag everyone over onto a point. What a boom from Vindime, returning with glory to his former team. The Rampage moved on through. Multiple players going to be afflicted with that. And Prophet, come over here. I want a quick cuddle. But Prophet's more than ready to cuddle. He's ready to tango. He's waltzing with death. And this man knows a step or two. But who are you? Still with a blade in the back pocket. Might not want to risk using it at 9 HP, but what else can you use it for? A flip over here for O2 Blast, yes, but Velos 3 is still in, still ready to slice, still ready to dice. And he's dicing with death right now as he needs to get away from the Bastion.
The Blast will have point control, though. After all of that, here come the artillery strikes. Easily dodged by everyone on O2 Blast. And a final blade to maybe put this to bed. Who Are You? It's his time to shine. He knows what he's got. It taken down by the negative Prophet on the backline. Forces deflex straight away, but damage coming from all sides. And this is it, Dynasty. Massive sound barrier. O2 Blast been shredded. We're going to one more. We're going to night market for sure.
We're going all the way. Soul Dynasty decide to meet the Junker Queen with a Usurper Queen of their own, and they're well served by the notion. 1-1. Oh. Yeah, we might be in for a banger here. We always suspected that this was going to be our match of the day. Soul Dynasty, hungry for vengeance after the old reverse sweep. O2 Blast, multiple players hungry for vengeance for getting dropped from this squad.
That's what I was looking for. And you're right, Little Prophet did actually
shoot himself and bombed himself.
No, I think he was expecting that Dynasty want to rush him down. So you don't self-damage anymore on that. You used to be able to. So you would only do that if you're expecting to be rushed down, or maybe he just thought he was dead. In any case, we're going to be swapping things up a little bit here, because it's going to be Genjis on both sides. This is what I want to see. Prophet, Who Are You? Classic Genji matchup. Both of our Junker Queens are going to remain on.
Real ones remember the Hureg Genji. The GC Busan fans come out of the woodwork. Lee Soo-min found alone, and whoa, that was a real quick kill. Huge dive coming through from Soul Dynasty. Absolutely beautiful target focus. It's sublime.
Good cap. I mean, points barely open at this stage. Let's see if O2 Blast remain on the Bastion or not. I think the speed of the Dynasty is now outpacing them considerably. As we talked about Jotes being playable, Dynasty are playing the actual Jotes comp, minus the Brig, obviously. Updated Jotes comp with Rico as well.
Nouveau Jotes.
New Jotes. 2023 Jotes.
Jotes 23, we'll love to see it. They'll love to see these wheels down on the ground. Krillin's taking a huge amount of damage. Velos 3 simply has to run for the hills, but they've survived for most of the storm for now. Who you might decide to play the margins here, get access to those supports. Krillin certainly is going to be forced away from there. Remember that double damage nade? Yeah, that's too much for Prophet to handle. Prophet takes out his former comrade, and it's easy for the Bastion to sit in the corner and simply deal the damage.
Nicely placed window, I mean. Dash was able to get a lot of damage done through there. Double support ultimates that Dynasty didn't get to use the last one. I mean, so much ultimates nearly available for Dynasty, nearly 5. O2 Blast, a little bit to catch up on here. 43 to 16 for now. LS3 are massively ahead of Protect. So this is where Dynasty can really throw in a lot of ultimates. I mean, there's so many different combos to play into here. They will need to throw an extra to get around the sound barrier. It's super low though, he might have to pull the sound barrier early.
Soon a rush used. It's fast slicing, fast dicing, too fast for Prophet to track. Prophet takes down his counterpart. Lee Soo-min doing his best to stay alive, but can't make it happen. Who are you taken up by Belosuria? It's the Queen who's doing better. Protect tries to drag them away. It's a huge rampage. Prophet can't live this, and neither can Belosuria. It was his best hero in Overwatch 2 when he was standalone on the throne.
My goodness, Who Are You came in big though. Both Krillin and Vindime falling in that fight, and then it came down to a 2v2. It's a layup into a slam dunk from Protect because he had the late rampage available. And Lego ends up getting double value on the soundbar because he protects Protect initially, and then the rampage from Belosuria comes on in and he blocks that rampage out as well. With Prophet's Echo falling early in this next engagement, Dynasty are just gonna have to reset, but what a save from O2+. Dynasty had 5 ults in that engagement. Use 4 of them.
They are economically ruined almost. Easyhan. So much of a fate of Seoul Dynasty rests on his shoulders now with this overclock. There won't be too much to answer it. A window, yes, will be able to zone many players away. Here it comes. Overclock ready to go. This ends now, apparently. And certainly this is going to be the end of Easyhan's life. Liximin takes him down, but it is going to be punished here by Belosuria. Double damage through the window. It might be too much to bear, but there is going to be one troublesome last contester. Yes, as Belosuria makes it through. The healing comes in by Krillin, but they're not on the point. Seoul Dynasty are unable to match the Junker Queen of O2 Blast.
They were barely alive at that stage, so O2 Blast, they got the damage done. Double damage boost to that Matrix on the Bastion. Smiles across the face of the O2 Blast as they know they're in the lead now. This is going to be a good one, and O2 Blast want to make 2 out of 2 for recent games versus the Seoul Dynasty. They beat them without Lego and Liximin. Lil P, Prophet already got his revenge previous to this. Now Liximin's looking for more of the same as O2 Blast. Yeah, this is a good meta for them. No surprises for me at all. They look good.
Not surprised at all. I hyped up Protect. Wasn't his meta last time with the Winston. But where the Junker Queen can come to play, this is where Protect is at his most powerful. And with this much DPS power behind him with Prophet, and who are you standing at his flanks? The scheming Vizier and the Master of Whispers beside this Queen. She will reign long. She will reign eternal. And she might well break the Dynasty's wheel. Dynasty get to pick our next map. And it's going to be hybrid. They can choose between Midtown, Eichenwalde, or Numbani. And we've seen Junker Queen come out on all 3. Where are we going next? You'll only find out if you hang around after this.
Looking like a possible competitive series here. We went to all 3 for Lijiang Tower, but it's O2 Blast to come out ahead 1-0 so far. And what could be our most exciting series so far. No more 3 Overwatches. Things are starting to get a little bit more spicy.
This DPS matchup is delivering already. We're seeing so many different heroes played, from the Bastion to the Junkrat to the Genji to the Echo. Prophet versus Prophet. Eichenwalde joining the fray. Who are you? Legendary Genji refusing to let go of his ninjutsu blades. As we go over to Hybrid, I'm expecting to see Who Are You just locked in this Genji, and honestly, they can just run jokes on O2 Blast until Seoul Dynasty can consistently defeat them on that comp.
I don't know that O2 Blast can really run too much else though, so it's as much as they'll just keep running this one. It's also because they kind of have to keep running this one. Maybe some Diva could come on through. I mean, we can always go back to some of Protect's old favorites here. We did see some Sigma today as well on Colosseo, so that option is always there for Protect to go towards the Sigma. As we also remember that Escort is map 5 and Circuit is always on board. So...
oh, that's what they're going to sub in Void for Sega Royale.
If we're going to go into something where it's like, okay, this is definitely Sigma, that's probably where Void does come in, you're right. For now.
I believe we played versus Poco in the last Soul Bowl, which was an ignominious defeat for the Seoul Dynasty. We got absolutely slapped about in that one, including in Poco's only professional performance in about a year now.
MN3 likes to toggle on every single time he plays against Dynasty. There's something just flicks on. And the crosshairs, they like to snap on top of the heads of the Seoul Dynasty players. Those specific matchups. But
MN3 sick moment. There will be many more to come as we go into a hard hit scan meta. And what a time it is to have players like Prophet and Shy and MN3 not being forced into Sombra jail. They've been released. They're out on bail. And they're certainly making their most of their life on the outside. Numbani's going to be up next. This was, of course, chosen by the Seoul Dynasty. And we've seen some pretty effective poke defenses here. We've also seen some excellent defenses from the Dallas Fuel playing the Junker Queen.
Yeah.
Dallas Fuel, if you want to go back and watch the VODs, exemplars.
This would be where the Symmetra is important, because your Jotes comp is not going to be able to move around the map at all if you don't have a Sim for Numbani, especially on A. That will be required. Defense is, I mean, it's open for a lot of different stuff. You can play the Orisa here as well. Use the 7 TP to bounce the Orisa back and forth. Seen a lot of Alari defense on here. There's just a lot of places you can put the pylon, hide them on the ceilings and whatnot on the walls where it's hard to break.
Yeah, some real obnoxious places in all the nooks and crannies that really do take some doing to try and find an angle upon, especially when you're playing some slower DPS like a Bastion or a Torbjorn. We have seen a good amount of Torb as well. Of course, Torb has been receiving incremental buffs to his primary fire and nerfs to the turret, as Blizzard have been trying to place more agency onto the character or the hero of Torbjorn rather than his
console players in shambles.
Yeah, but it does mean that when you get aimers like our Owl players, Torbjorn has just become a little Cheeto-slinging monster.
No surprise what O2 Blast are running. And one of the rare times you're going to see... That's nice, I like that.
That's a good
one of the
spray
rare
right there.
times you're not going to see Who Are You on the Genji either, because, as I mentioned, you really do need the Sim here. And if Prophet's not going to play the Sim, because you want the Bastion, well, you can't fit all 3 DPS on that. Speaking of Bastions, Eichenwalde's going to pick it up this time around. Prophet's going to be on the Sim on the opposite end.
One of the things I'm really going to be looking for here is Belos Ray interrupting the carnage, utilizing the spear to make sure that Protect can't get multiple players hit with that and get quick resets. Oh, almost knocked off the map, but it's okay. Dripping onto Terra Firma with terrible toesies is the Queen. And as we reset to a little bit of neutral.
And teams are just teeping into each other here. O2 Blast not allowing the Seoul Dynasty to break out of the choke. So O2 Blast have to end up falling to the low ground, and as they do, they lose their Bastion play, and they might lose more. It's Dynasty holding high ground now. Eichenwalde in position to get plenty of damage done. Lego trying to boop a couple players off unsuccessfully. And O2 Blast, they are trying to just get anything they can, but it's 4v5, and as proper respawns, they lose their Lucio, so 2 ticks are going to go.
Nasty little stick there from Eichenwalde, and Krillin can absolutely pepper anyone who dares to show their face here. Eichenwalde's doing so much damage. And when you can set up that pylon near a Bastion, he can just freely poke forever and a while longer than that. Going straight up on, Bellisria meets it nicely.
They want easy hard, they got him. Can they get more? Can they get the rest? Bellisria under pressure, gone down. Seoul Dynasty couldn't hold on. Lee Su-min also playing in for the extra window. Krillin's going to get TP'd upon. There's just no mercy here. Krillin, I mean, probably don't want to let him live for too much longer. I was going to say you could have staggered him. It's going to be O2 Blast looking for the potential of a spawn camp. It's going to be a soft spawn camp. They're not just going to run up to the gates. Dynasty even going to come up from the side entrance. For a long way.
Up onto the high ground now. Nice knife. Drags down the Bastion. He's going to be a non-factor in this fight unless the rest of the team join him. And with everyone down on the ground, it's time for Meteor Strike, the artillery strike, to come on through. And as usual, comes up with a huge amount of kills.
That's Easy Han's time to... What you can actually do with the artillery strike here is, well, I guess you don't have to if you're going to just go tank form on top of the high ground through the window as well. We pop the Sunstroke. We can. Couldn't get the kill to Lee Su-min. 3 players there for O2 Blast. This is not going to hold any longer. I was going to mention, artillery strike can just dislodge her from that high ground, and O2 Blast would have to either give up high ground by running into the room down the stairs or jump off. Or I guess you could just throw the window down and beam them across the board.
In the initial setup for that spawn camp as well, we saw exactly what you talked about with the dynamic of Orisa versus Junker Queen, where yes, Orisa met them with the javelin spin, and then they simply walk past and kill the Bastion. So we'll have to see if that
kill everybody
remains a motif in this particular matchup in the Junker Queen versus the Orisa.
This room where Seoul Dynasty is set up is extremely obnoxious as well, because you put the pylon inside, and then everyone just gets healed up. Here we go, TP on the back. They want everyone on that backline running past the pylon. And it's going to be Profit onto Krillin, so support gone, Easy Han, low HP. Bellisria is, I don't know about that Terror Surge, I don't think it really got too much there in Seoul Dynasty. They're going to lose everybody.
Well, the Terror Surge wasn't amazing. It did force out the sound barrier, which I suppose is a okay trade.
It's a good trade. It's a really good trade, actually.
Admittedly, you don't really have too many ultimates that are going to be interacting with the sound barrier. Oh, that's all over to the Torbjorn now. This is going to be very dangerous up close against the Junker Queen.
If you're really concerned about either of the support ultimates, especially the Captive Sun, if it's going to catch a lot of members, then it's going to be a very good ultimate for the sound barrier. So trading your Terror Surge for a sound barrier and then swapping for the Junker Queen anyway, massive win for the Seoul Dynasty in the economical front. See what they can do now with the new comp, because it's going to be fresh ultimates across the board.
You heard it here first from Avril, the IMF of ults. Easy Han, it's a rare moment, I think, to see Easy Han on the Echo, but of course, when you've got 2 projectile heroes that need to be played, someone's got to play him. Profit's over on the Genji, which has of course been one of his historically fantastic picks as a flexible player. Oh, he's actually taking a huge amount of damage here. Oh, that's a missed heal. That could be punished. Remember that you've got to continuously worry about the incoming... Oh, never mind. That's just double damage from a Bastion, so Bellisria melts.
Yeah, that was Suzu as well, but not enough. Easy Han should... Yeah, he'll get away. I was going to say, there's no way Hua you connect those shots. So, another Lee Su-min and Matrix finding great success. Profit will heal about 3 HP on the Mega Pack.
Big bang, big
We're still waiting. Yeah, we're still waiting for ultimates because again, Seoul Dynasty came in fresh ultimates. No one had anything, so this is going to be a slow period of transition for them. But now, finally, we're going to come on board with some decent resource.
It's going to be hard to reach Profit as he plays from up top. A Rampage moving through. 2 players are going to be laying low. And Krillin's actually fallen midway through the cast of that gate. Still, the Kitsune Rush remained alive for a while, but Seoul Dynasty picking up Protect now. Do they want to try and re-engage without their main healer? They only have Colosseo heals, but look who's beamable. What an extrication! They rescue Profit from the jaws of, well, mortality itself. Moving in for a quick contest. Yes, they have no tank, but what they do have is a pocketed Who Are You, and you don't want to get real close to that Sim because she does do the damage. Easy Han now trying to move over onto a Bastion. A quick copy over, and that forces Lego to use the sound barrier to keep everyone cushioned and very easily defended against the incoming damage. Multiple artillery strikes hit the ground, and yes, it does lay Protect low, but Lee Su-min's laying down first. Profit's drawn out his blade. He's found himself a man, but now the fight's starting to break down. The wheels have been given over. Profit simply can't dodge away. And finally, it's going to be a clutch from Seoul Dynasty.
It's not a bad dupe. I mean, when you think about dupes these days, it's really about the neutral play of the hero and not so much what ultimate you're copying over, because it's hard to get those ultimates now. Maybe a lot easier when you're copying over Bastion that just spews out the damage. And one of those zoning artillery strikes, it forces O2 Blast to kind of miss position a little bit. They have to spread out, and as they do so, Prophet Blades finds his targets, and the next fight comes on through. Who are you? Dropping down Photon Barrier. Dynasty, respect it, back up. Don't want to play into this fight.
So I'm in 3. Play a little bit of Cassidy on Suravasa previously. Just popping off on that, and Prophet certainly the kind of hit scan player that can really leverage the aiming mechanics that Cassidy demands. Rampage good to go here for Velos Rear. Gonna be hard to answer without a sound barrier, and it goes straight towards the window, trying to just dislodge everyone from behind that glowing beacon. And it's a pretty thorough wipe here.
Yep. Just gotta wait for Easy to respawn, but that'll happen shortly. All swaps coming through now. Lee Sumin up to Kiriko. For Seoul Dynasty, Balestria really, I mean, he is playing with fire there. Rampaging straight into the window. Could have died. He was on low HP. That'll be Protect's turn to Rampage soon. Payload gets shoved right in, but as mentioned, Seoul Dynasty didn't have all 5, so weren't confident into actually facing O2 Blast straight on.
Remember, the Rampage can be shut down pretty easily by that Suzu. What a shot coming through from Prophet. Doesn't mean that Prophet simply bleeds to death, exsanguinated by Protect. And with only 13 seconds remaining, Seoul Dynasty are scattered to the 4 winds, and O2 Blast have blown apart this attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Seoul Dynasty had a couple of ults left, but that'll be it. Deadeye to zone them all out. No one can touch everyone too far away. Not a bad amount of distance for how difficult Seoul Dynasty's attack was after A, and A took a bit of time as well. A was not a guaranteed win, though they did manage to cap as soon as they did touch the point. A couple rotations later, that was. B, they got spawn camped on for a little while. Took a lot of effort, I think, to cap B, and then just not enough time for C, really.
Feels like right now, real statistical difference that I'm looking at is how much healing's coming out of Lee Soo-min. Previously, of course, playing the BAP. But 9k healing, the next highest in the lobby, 5.8 from Vindime. Huge amounts of sustain that are allowing some of these longer fights to really go the way of O2 Blast. And Lee Soo-min, of course, here with a vengeance, having been dropped from the Seoul Dynasty in favor of moving Krillin over from that main support position now. Got ourselves a quick pause so we can all bathe in the reality of Junker Queen returning.
The fact that Balestria is the one piloting the Junker Queen as well, which, as mentioned, has typically been Void's signature, especially last year. I think also speaks to the fact that you have the extra flexibility onto other tanks that Balestria is likely more proficient on. I don't know who the better Orisa player is. Seems like Seoul Dynasty are trusting in Balestria, though. And yeah, it's not been a bad look for the Junker Queen so far. Not one of his classic heroes, but he's picked it up well.
Yeah, it's been far from weak. Has actually done a good amount of damage here as well. We've seen some high-value rampages, like you said, that one towards the window. Bloody brave. But in the end, it does scatter the formation that's behind it and really forces them to panic. It does also mean that the rest of the team that are moving towards that amplification matrix was spared incoming fire that could have thoroughly decimated them.
And he's done about 400 more base damage over Protect in terms of raw damage output. But he's healed about 500 less in terms of personal healing. So what it says to me is Balestria is connected more with the left clicks, but Protect is connected more with the actual abilities, which is why he's healed more, but not as much damage done on the raw shotgun hits.
Yeah, getting those carnages can be so valuable, especially when, of course, you're hitting multiple players with the carnage. It does have a reactive cooldown reduction when you hit targets. We saw actually in one of the highlights, Protect hitting a nasty axe that brought the cooldown down to, I believe, only 2 seconds, so you can just continue spamming those axes and turn that into even more healing. So
Hubbard had a triple reset earlier today.
Oh, that is heinous.
On this map as well, all 5 members were grouped up and Harmon just cleaved. Man, cleaved through multiple times.
I do believe a dog has entered the field of play. Prophet has been assaulted by his canine friend, and that's why we have ourselves a pause. Need to remove the doggo from the
yeah,
area.
Pause to remove pets from room.
I mean, if there's any reason to pause, it'll be for our furry friends.
Fun fact about Prophet is he is the only of this roster anyway, original member of O2 Blast from 2022. I think everyone else did not play for O2 Blast in 2022.
Yeah, who you was on Min Shark recently?
Who, Prophet?
Who are you, I believe. And Protect also might have been on Min Shark.
Yeah, so they've... Well, who I use been mostly playing it out. But... to really, you know, talk about old O2 Blast, the one that made its name with Pelican and Proper once, and Kilo and all of that. With Probe gone, Prophet re-entering the fray. The only sole member that returns to this team is the entirety of the even spring version and Marvel and Opener Co on it. Gone.
I am intrigued.
And we didn't have a good looking O2 Blast at the beginning of summer. I'm not gonna lie, they were looking like one of the weaker contenders teams, despite being probably one of the stronger ones in the spring. But they've really come into their own now, especially with the addition of Lego and Leisuman, and then into a better meta for them. They are looking like one of the better contenders teams alongside Dreamers, maybe even better than Dreamers, possibly. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the meta swap certainly perfect for them. Maybe slightly stronger DPS in Prophet and Who Are You for how it's currently shaping up. TP offered, instantly booped on down, but that is going to be an easy first tick here, providing that it isn't contested. Actually, everyone's blasted off the point, and the first tick will come through, yes, but with Prophet falling, I think this one might be banjaxed.
That was really well played by Bellastree. A spear spin straight away to knock everyone off. So no aggressive TP. They did give away one tick, which is a little bit dangerous because, well, one more goes through. I mean, Seoul Dynasty just can't afford to play full high ground anymore. They're going to be really pressured to also play low ground. Now, things looking fine. They would like to have a bit more ultimate charge. This is just an okay lead so far, but not insane.
Silver linings. Like, it's interesting to see Lego playing here on the Lucio. Giving a little bit more speed, yes, to these engagements. And now, playing in this narrow corridor, you're going to be very, very vulnerable to a potential right-click here from a Bastion. Huge amounts of damage can come out of that one, but this is just stalling to try and play some misdirection. Looks like a new TP is going to be coming through from Prophet now, and they're just getting on top of all of them, looking for a boot. Lego can't get anyone off the high ground apart from Krillin. Oh, when Krillin's isolated, Who Are You's feasting?
Yeah, Krillin, I think, got knocked off the high ground and didn't look like he dropped by his own volition there. So, yeah, Seoul Dynasty. Oh, despite Krillin dropping down to the ground, the rest of the players maintained their positioning on the high ground, on the ramparts, and held strong. So, Krillin's going to come back on an Ana now. That is actually a good counterplay for the team. We talked about this before, but when you really want to mess up the Junker Queen's gameplay and you want to mess with T-Boy, wait a minute, Prophet got pulled off by a knife.
Ah, okay, double disengage now. This is going to mean that
your TP gone though.
Yeah, the overall mobility going to be taken down. Prophet falling already to Eichenwalde, staying too far in the way of the minigun. And Who Are You now is kind of isolated alongside Lego. These two have been split off. It's a hostage situation. The Genji is just going to be pirating away in the back line. And oh look, the Junker Queen's there too. O2 Blaster split up majorly.
And that was looking bad for Dynasty originally because they had their symmetrical to the low ground. That could have been disastrous. Protect, speaking of disaster, down to about 25% HP there. But Blast still need to be able to consolidate their players here. Likely going to have to do that with some TP play, but okay, they can go top left for free at the moment. Prophet skirting with death a little bit. He put the TP down and ends up getting low HP. Early lamp to come through from the Seoul Dynasty, wanting to protect themselves. Damaging through the window for now, but they can't find any kills. Everyone for an O2 Blast gets to hide away.
Good angle from Who Are You. A blade may well be worth looking at here. Artillery strike. It makes sure a Prophet has nowhere to go. Excellently triangulated by Eichenwalde. Laying down the drone strikes, finding his man. And this is thus far a perfect defense from Seoul Dynasty. Looking very nice.
Yeah, looking like a full hold potentially. Eichenwalde just predicted the movement of Prophet there. Knew he wasn't going to go inside, or at least gambled that he wasn't going to go indoors. He was going to outdoors. And so placed 3 artillery strikes. And took all 3, by the way, to get that kill. And this is potentially the final push now. I think it is. Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Good ultimates. They might even have to aggressively sound barrier this. just to make sure they get in.
How do
Actually,
you
they
get
gotta go for
value?
point. They gotta go for point. Dynasty can't contest. They have to go ground.
Play the point. They can't go
Two
through
ticks.
this barrier. Overall, it's super smart. Here it comes. Belos Ria going to be the one to contest. Everyone's splitting away. That's going to be a big old axe coming on through. And it means kill after kill will be given over by O2 Blast. Still an attempt to zone players away. 500% on the Terror Surge, but no one's there to receive the damage. Now they'll drop down to the ground and make sure that all know that this point belongs to O2 Blast, but not in good time.
That is such a strategically sound play, though. What O2 Blast do is they cut off the poke angle from Seoul Dynasty by placing the proton barrier, the photon barrier on the wall from Prophet to block out the sightlines of Seoul Dynasty. They go straight for the point. They don't even TP to the high ground, forcing Belos Ria to contest. And when Belos Ria contests, and he can't get off the point now, he has to contest. Otherwise, it's capped. O2 Blast then TP into the backline of Seoul Dynasty and rampage through the entire team. And that's how they won the fight. Really smart play by O2 Blast.
Okay, the Prophet swap over onto the Widowmaker here. Strong against this composition. Dink after dink. Of course, you've got to remain wary of this TP. Protect could be in a position to get continuous resets here with everyone up this close. Those axes, you know, but they're tempting, and the dashes are even more so. Prophet's now the one to fall. Lee Sumin just continues teleporting around. A Trixie Fox, yes. And the Fox is in the hen house. It's another fight for O2 Blast.
It's a good time to snowball through. You got a lot of time to catch up on here. You got to get to the end of the map, and if any sort of mishap happens on B, it might be troublesome. Dangerous time to play Widow, I'm not gonna lie, because you're gonna have to swap off Widow very soon. And I don't think the Widow sight lanes are amazing, not even for B, but it's gonna go uncontested. Old Dynasty didn't want to have the bar of it.
Oh, Prophet catching headshots. And Prophet now has to move away as quickly as possible. Danger lurks around every corner if you're a itsy bitsy spider. And the water spout, it do be leaking. Seoul Dynasty back in control, even without Prophet.
What a snipe. It wasn't enough. Eichenwalde's still alive, so Dynasty can still play with 4. As I mentioned earlier, I think you got to get rid of this Widow. It's just not doing any favors. I mean, you need the TP. The one way the Jungle Queen beats this Orisa comp is you TP the backline, you ignore the Orisa, you run at them, but how can you run at them without the sim?
Safety for Easy Han, plenty of damage, and you're exactly right. You actually get to counter the Jungle Queen with the Orisa when that TP is gone, because it means you have to try and get past the Orisa. Now that she's used both of her cooldowns, Belos Ria is going to be in a nasty position. Might play from the back here with a Terror Surge and look for a cheeky snipe. Prophet swapped over now onto the Genji to get a top.
He's just trying to outskill. This is literally an outskill situation where the Widow is only going to work if you can somehow find these pixels. Drilling down, Dynasty had to give up space there.
Well, the Blade could come out with twice as much ability. Okay, Belos Ria just spinning for some zones right there, and Prophet doesn't care what zone you're in. The only zone he cares about is the skull, and he's pouring bullets into it. An axe by the side as well, who are used looking for any who dare to present themselves to the Master of Blades, to the Genji of all time. Belos Ria, alone against 3, alone against 4. In comes the Captive Sun from the sky. Quillen's on 1 HP! Oh, and he steps on Lego. Whether or not it's Protect who gets himself the kill. Rampage on the backside. Belos Ria can cancel this, so it's not exactly free for Protect. But what is going to be free is going to be Prophet at the back, just raining down shot after shot, yet to connect.
I mean, the Rampage could just end it all. Unfortunately, O2 Blast have lost tempo, though. All of Seoul Dynasty have respawned another 5v5. We need another pick. This Widowmaker has to do more. He's found kills so far. Now it's Huayu's turn to do the job. Lamp's gone. 2 players. Prophet finds Easy Han. Prophet gets another. How is this happening? How is the Widowmaker actually doing enough? They're going to cap. They're going to win the map.
The Widowmaker is the one. Little did you know, arachnophobia runs through the veins of tigers. They look like predators, but they were the prey. O2 Blast. 2-0. What a beginning for this team. We thought, hey, yep, they managed to beat maybe one of our weaker owl teams. Surely the nonsense stops here, but no. The nonsense continues, and O2 Blast, every single member of this team is looking hot to trot right now.
The Widowmaker just should not work, but in the hands of Prophet, it just does. It just does. We talk about the fact that, look, B is already pretty tough to snipe on. C should not be possible to snipe on at all. Your angles extremely limited. You're super open. You're at medium range the entire way through. And if you're not hitting any targets, your comp dies. You got no TP, no mobility. Ultraprice cannot get to the backline at all. Soul Dynasty are going to outpoke you, but time and time again, fight out to fight. Prophet somehow gets one pick, and then in the final engagement finds 2 kills. That sends O2 Blast straight to the finish line, and now leading the series 2-0. Flashpoint comes up next. Can Soul Dynasty come back? Find out after this. So Dynasty not having a good time so far in the series, down 0-2 as the O2 Blast says it in the name. Yeah, this time 2-0, leading strong. I mean, last time these two teams faced off, it wasn't a reverse sweep, but it was a fairly even series with trading maps 1-to-1-to-1. This time around, though, it could be a 3-0.
Very well could be. And where we're going next is where series often momentarily go awry. Hardpoint, of course, is map number 3, and of course,
Hardpoint. Let's go, baby.
Not Hardpoint. I'm thinking of Call of Duty now. It's because it's so similar. It's Flashpoint. Why do they both have point in the name? Avril, this is specifically done to spite me. The only apology I will accept. The only apology I'll accept from Aaron Keller is releasing the Soul Inferno Yari skin right now.
It's time to go to headquarters. Let's go, baby.
I'm going to Irvine. I've got a message.
Oh, I was mentioning the game mode headquarters, but that works too.
Solemnity here for the Soul Dynasty. Not looking
the
overly
happiest
excited.
faces, but I understand why. Look, they look like they nearly full held A. It was looking good, but they flustered a little bit. They weren't sure what they needed to do. In hindsight, the correct play versus Otoblast is this: you send a TP to the ground. Balestria TP's down to the ground, holds the point, and you just try your best to outlast. And maybe it requires Balestria to do some TP dancing. I don't know. Yeah. But you give a situation where you have your own TP. Otoblast then aggressively TPs up to you while Balestria is on the ground. He then takes the TP back up and you back it all 5v5. It's really the only way. That or your whole team needs to drop down on the ground, which is not fun either. Essentially, there's no real good counterplay. There's better mitigation tactics. They just didn't have the time to respond in time, which is really well played by O2. The rest of the map, though, I got nothing for Dynasty. That was all them.
Yeah, that kind of cerebral play with the Symmetra Wall is the kind of stuff that really excites us as analysts, especially from a team like O2 Blast, where they haven't been together as long. Being able to put together those plays in short order to force dilemmas onto Soul Dynasty is incredibly high-level tactical stuff. Saravasa coming up next, where there isn't much time for tactics and strategy. You've got to adapt real quick when you find yourself in a nasty situation. And O2 Blast, they continue to put Soul Dynasty in nasty situations where they have to try and adapt to all the things that are coming. But Saravasa, we did see Milgaru play some ball here. Maybe Belosria will be willing to do the same.
I might get ball-pilled here a little bit because...
he's ball-pilled, man.
Because Balestria is he balling. He's the original balling. So if there's a time for Balestria to start balling, it would be on this map. But he's got to play more Junker Queen. Keep it in the back pocket. You know what? It's fine. You have total 5 points here. Best out of 5. You got to get to 3. If you start losing, maybe you think about the ball a little bit later. Right now, though, it's going to be Sojin, Genji. No more Sim Bastion. Because you need a little bit more mobility. Lucio, Kiriko, both ends. It's exactly mirrored. We're playing Jotes.
Jotes 23. Here it is. No more Brig. Kiriko better. Cleanse good. Rampage. Scary. Of course, we're starting off our market. As always, the battle for the high ground here is generally going to be a duo fight between the Lucios and the Genjis in tandem. For the Sojourn, that's a missed slide, and that can actually be huge danger. Lego went over to Peel and could not simply just got in the way of Belos Ria's axe, and this should be a first cap here. Lovely little play from Vindime. Welcome back to the teammate.
Good boop as who are you? Will at least get one back. So it's not going to be a full team wipe with no losses on the Dynasty side. Easyon's going to have to slide in. Decent damage done there. Profa got a lot on his Genji. And of course, the Prophet versus Who Are You Genji matchup is the one that I was really looking forward towards, and now we're going to get a lot more of that. But Balestria was the one that actually got the first blood in that engagement, so that's what set the tone for the Soul Dynasty fight win.
Deep dive here. Really wanting the backline of the Soul Dynasty. Lucio Min forced to take a short teleport. That's a lovely knife that brings them in, but the follow-up's not quite there. Soul Dynasty playing a little bit more conservatively now without Easy Harm. They don't have the ability to really play as fast and aggressive without that damage. Prophet, nice reflect, gets into a mid-dash. Who are you? But can't fall away from Lucio Min, who's using their Warcry to be a real tricky customer.
They get the flip early enough though, because Soul Dynasty are heading towards 80, and you know this point's going to disappear pretty quickly. The rest of Soul Dynasty just trying to delay. And the rest on 80 on this game mode, that's enough for a one flip into a full capture. So if Soul Dynasty come back in, get a team wipe and a flip, it's done. O2 have to concede and go towards the next point. There's not enough time to recontest. That's how quickly Flashpoint moves. Take a look at ultimates. Prophet with the first blade. Very important here. No sound barrier for Lego. Prime opportunity for the Soul Dynasty to get the flip.
Uses sped up blade as well. There it is. Kitsune Rush. There's the first. Actually going to be TPing away right here. Lee Soo-min has actually dodged away and protect. Manages to ward away the blade itself simply by using the combination of Kitsune Rush and the axe.
Now the other Genji gets to play. O2 Blast getting very close now to equalizing on 80%. Double sound barriers about to be available. And Ilios just dashes and finds Prophet. Maybe he'll just save the blade now. It's the other Prophet that's going to come through. Sojin, right click, headshot onto Easy-Con, another one to Vindime. And this is probably it. Yeah, it's far too deep now. We're 90%. Soul Dynasty have to concede. How on earth did Who Are You just get that frag?
That was masterful Genji play. Witness a master at work. Because we are in the workshop of the Genji Kings right now. And oh, where are we going? Okay. It could be either Gardens or it could be No, it's definitely Gardens. Okay.
Wherever the winning team moves towards is where it is. Because O2 Blast got the point. They're all alive. They go towards bottom right. Set up nice and early. And look how good their economy is. They barely had to use anything for that cap.
Oh, this is a bad TP. And the Suzu used. There ain't going to be no cleanses, but there's going to be a sound barrier in the way of this one. Answered, of course, by Lego. And now moving in on to Easyhan. Who Are You? Just cuts through the opposition. It's like a knife through a knife hotness inspection. That should be an easy cap here for O2 Blast.
I've simply just not seen a Genji with better mechanics than this. Watching Who Are You on Genji
is unparalleled.
The smoothest, slickest thing I don't see other Genjis play to this level of mastery. His mechanics are unreal. Simply unreal.
Like a god from times of old. His prowess is simply astounding. A legend amongst multiple iterations of Overwatch. The overclock from Easyhan. Trying to find Purchase here onto O2 Blast, but there are no targets. They've just scattered. Where are they gone?
Away from the overclock. Now it's Lee Soo-min's turn. Has to burn Suzu early to keep himself alive. And low HP on both sides, but Soul Dynasty are that much lower as the O2 Blast squad are just going to roll up. Carnage gets a good swipe, gets a good reset here as well. Straight kill onto Vindime. Support's gone. Rest Soul Dynasty to fall. And it's a wipe. And at this stage, you're questioning, is there going to be another recontest? If Krillin dies, it's really bad, but he's out. Looks like he's gone. I think with the carpet being rolled out on the Kitsune Rush, maybe they get the contest. But it's good. It's 90% already.
Playing inside those tight areas, no good against the Carnage and early skirmish here will definitely stop this. Looks like we're going to be heading over towards either Ruins or Temple.
Ruins.
However, it was a good spawn here for Soul Dynasty. They're going to be able to set up early.
They also respawned and didn't recontest. So the whole team had an earlier opportunity to run. But you're right, they also spawn on the left and point goes left, so they're going to get the early positioning, which they need because you're looking at a reverse sweep on this map now. You're looking at a reverse sweep in the map and the series.
Kitsune ready to go, but for now, simply poking out, looking for any overextensions, any mistakes, so it could be punished. Prophet, if anyone overpokes their head, could very thoroughly punish them using this. Backing off a second, they hear that Kitsune coming in. Prophet, he wants to take out Who Are You, but Who Are You living is terrible for the Soul Dynasty, and Krillin dying's even worse. No, it's not very good when it comes to the Rampage. Protectively couldn't slide along the door. He needed it greased up, but the grease was nowhere to be seen. Velos rear strikes drawn to Prophet, yes, but not much more than that. The green health allows Prophet to survive a moment longer, but the healing's not quite good enough. But Protect, the master of his domain, you come in close and you're gonna get burned.
I mean, the Rampage from Protect went nowhere. It got completely blocked, and yet O2 Blast will come out alive. Who Are You on 1 HP survives against Prophet, and then on the exit gets a kill into Krillin. How does he do that? Beyond all of this, O2 Blast with Who Are You survive. He gets more frags. They don't have to burn too many ultimates. Dynasty are out. They got nothing left to play through. Easyhan's next on the ult, and Who Are You with full confidence just swipes on in.
We're getting fearsomely close to the 3-0. Who Are You cannot receive the sound barrier, so instead the rest of O2 Blast going to move on forward. Everyone forced towards the edge, but it only means they've got nowhere to run from Protect. Easyhan slides away, and Soul Dynasty slink back to their cavern to lick their wounds.
They even got Who Are You, and that's not enough. That's really crazy. Easy Hunt, it's his turn. He needs to do something. There it is. Finds the overclock to protect. Tank gone. Surely now easy pickings for everybody else. Even with the Katsuna rush.
Not.
Can Who Are You save the day here? Suzu's gone now. Overclock shut down. Who Are You on 2? He's looking for more. He might be able to take this by himself. It's 5v3. If Protect can get back in here, Dynasty got nothing left. Vindime doesn't have an ultimate. Krillin doesn't have an ultimate. Who Are You might be down, but has he done enough work?
Elic's rears peeling, has to move on in now, just taps the overtime, going up against the disruptor shot here. Lee Soo-min forced to peel for themselves here, using the Suzu. Yes, there's the ultimate coming through from Vindime, and Krillin's almost got the Kitsune rush as well. The Prophet playing on the outside here with an overclock, looks for targets, begins to find them, but Krillin and Belosria overwhelm the Sojourn in a matter of seconds. Yes, you may have been feeling confident, but confidence is nothing when faced with this beast.
My goodness. Might not be balling yet. But we knifing, we stabbing. We're doing everything that Belosria can. He's doing all he can. It's still a 0-99. At least it's Flashpoint where, thankfully for them, they only need to win a couple of fights. It's Rampage versus nothing on the Autoblast side, and only a Suzu can save the day here. No sound barrier from Lego to go across the team with the green HP. Seoul Dynasty, they gotta win this. They gotta win everything now. They have to win every single point from here on, every single fight, at least on this particular point. Protect should be up to match soon. So could get a lot more even in just a hot second.
Easy Han in an unideal position to try and poke early, of course, playing on the quick respawn here instead. Who Are You threatens Prophet, but might find himself in a 2 versus 1, and yeah, he's bitten off more than he can shoot. Belosria gives him a mouthful of lead. Lee Soo-min should be hunted down fairly easily, but still manages to win the duel out against Prophet. O2 blasting that this one's winnable, and it might well be right. A pulse bomb on the ground, and Protect manages to avoid it. This could be curtains for Seoul Dynasty in their first showing in the knockouts, being humiliated by so many of their ex-players, by those they cast aside, by those they deemed unable to make it. O2 Blast, their vengeance is brutal, and it is swift.
For the Seoul Dynasty, it's not just a loss, it's a brutal loss. 0-3. No single point found on Flashpoint. No single map found anywhere else, and Numbani looked extremely winnable. That goes to the wayside. A lot of Junker Queen play, but no Void. Unfortunate day for Seoul Dynasty because they had some good moments there. There was some really nice moments for Seoul Dynasty, but they couldn't pull it together. Not when it counted. They're going to go straight into the losers bracket here where they play against Shanghai Dragons. Oh dear, we're going to be losing one of our teams between Shanghai and Seoul damn quick, as O2 Blast will be taking down their second Overwatch League team in a row after taking down the Charge. They move on to Seoul. Beyond that, how far, just how far can O2 Blast go? Because they got to take down the Seoul Infernal next if they want to continue in the upper bracket.
They found their meta, and they seem to be thriving within it. Protect is at his best on the Junker Queen, no longer constrained by the shackles of Winton, no longer needing to fly sky high and zap meaninglessly with Tesla coils, instead knives, axes, blood and gore. Where Protect finds himself bathed in the blood of the Seoul Dynasty, but it's Prophet who was most gladly dancing in the viscera of his former team. Drop me, will you? I'll drop all 5 of you.
And if it was a player of the match for just a single map, would have given it to Who Are You on Survasa, but for the entire series, yeah, this guy shined. And when you looked at the Widowmaker on map 2 Numbani, a hero selection choice that should not have worked out, but he'll make it work. It's one of those situations where if you lose, you're like, oh man, yeah, lose because of the Widow one trick. The one trick just kind of screwed us here. That's really unlucky. But if you win, it's like, oh my goodness, thank you for the carry. How on earth did you do that? And boy, was it a carry. But it started off with a lot of Bastion play. The Bastion was good.
Bastion gets his job done. And hey, it seems like Bastion is, at least for the week, for the moment, here to stay. At least in APAC. And in combination with the support line, which honestly has been a massive upgrade. Lee Soo-min and Lego doing very well. This is resurgent O2 Blast. That was a nasty play.
We talk about support upgrades here. O2 Blast is like, thank you Seoul Dynasty for the upgrade. Thank you for allowing Lee Soo-min to be available as a free agent for us. But I think this is kind of what sold it for me. This map should not have been winnable for O2 Blast, but then this happened. This incredible string of plays. I believe the last one was 2 in a row here. And it's just like, how on earth was this possible?
He's crazy. And his Sojourn play, good as well. Came to be known in Overwatch 2 for Sojourn play during that pre-release era when Sojourn was the hit scan du jour of so many players in contenders. And honestly, it's just fitting in with this roster so well. They're moving as one.
He wasn't even when he was on O2 Blast previously, we talked about him being one of the original O2 Blast players from last year. He one-tricked Widowmaker all of last year. Because Heesang was the guy playing most of the Sojin. So guys had to really come through and prove himself on a lot of different picks, and now he's beaten his old team twice in the Seoul Dynasty. Let's go ahead and talk to a member from the O2 Blast.
안녕하세요, 프로페 선수.
Hello, Prophet.
네, 오늘
Hello.
서울 다이너스티로 또다시 승리를 이뤄냈습니다. 게다가 3대 0으로 이겼기 때문에
You
굉장히
beat the
기쁘실 것
Dynasty
같은데요.
yet again,
소감
and this
어떠신가요?
time in a 3-0 fashion. How do you feel?
이길 걸 알고 있었어가지고 그래도 좋네요 다시 이기니까.
I knew that we were going to beat the Dynasty, but I mean, it really feels good now that I'm actually finished with the winning.
눈바니 선수비 상황에 마지막 거점이 밀리기 직전에 캐서디를 들고 플랭킹을 하셨던 상황이 있었습니다. 그때 굉장히 성공적으로
We saw a lot of
클러치를
clutch
하셨는데
moments
그때
for you,
상황
especially
설명해
on
주실 수 있나요?
Numbani defense. Your Cassidy flank taking out Dynasty's DPS duo saved O2 from conceding point C. What was your thought process there?
정보 안 보고 돌길래 비어 있는 쪽 가서 연습을 봤는데 잘 된 것 같아요.
So we looked at how the Dynasty was maneuvering there. I just saw like a spot where they did not know, they didn't have line of sight, so I thought this would work, and then I just made that call to
계속해서
flank.
위도우메이커가 나왔습니다. 프로페 선수가 위도우메이커를 기용을 해서
We are occasionally graced with the Widowmaker pick from you. Is this something like a prepared strat, or is this something that you've been doing on a whim?
위도우메이커를 기용하셨는지가 궁금합니다.
It's I would like to hear about how the process to get that Widowmaker pick was there.
했습니다.
아, 뭔가 자신에 대한 그런
I think it was just more of a whim. It wasn't predetermined. I just told my teammates that, hey, Widowmaker would be really great here, so I just picked the Widowmaker. I'd like to hear your resolve for the rest of the matches on the knockouts.
앞으로도 계속 기대해 주시고 응원해 주시면.
I think we are on a really high right now, so I would appreciate it if you can continue your support.
네.
And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Harry.
Sometimes, after all you need is a whim and a dream and a lot of aim. World-class aim, even. That's what makes the Widowmaker work into these. Let's quick look at our results coming through from today. It was a quick day. It was a real quick day, with the exception of a little bit of balling that happened on Suravasa from SPG.
Infernal, they were looking forward to their own 3-0, but SPG, especially Milgaro, had something to say about it. Otherwise, though, I think everything happened about as expected. Maybe the final match, you would have had a little bit more hope for the Seoul Dynasty. Like, oh yeah, this is also a team that would like to get away from the Sombra dive, but looked like O2 Blast, they were wanting to get away from the Sombra dive that much more, but they were wanting to beat Seoul Dynasty that much more as well.
It feels like so many of our teams have been unshackled with the release of Sombra from the meta. Dallas Fuel in particular looking real slick on this Junker Queen. I'd love to see a world where Dallas Fuel would go up against O2 Blast, but they're in different groups. So instead, for your winners semis here, or at least winners finals of Group A, you are going to have Dallas Fuel versus Hangzhou Spark, which is going to be a matching of styles, as of course Hangzhou Spark played some of the most wins from what we've seen, with the exception of Shanghai Dragons, but were far more successful with it than the other.
I'll tell you what, though, I mean, I'm a little bit worried about Hangzhou on this particular patch. We talk about patch winners and losers. Fuel have really won big here, as have other teams. With Spark, it's a difficult one. I think releasing Shy from Sombra Jail, allowing him to go into other hit scans, as we've seen, which has benefited massively for hit scan players, is good. But on the other side, their dive was kind of their best look. On the other bracket, though, Infernal versus O2 Blast. O2 Blast have had to kind of run the gamut of Overwatch League teams here, but it only gets more difficult. Infernal look insane. They did lose Flashpoint to SPG, but I'm not too sure that they're going to be too perturbed about going up against O2 Blast.
Oh, it does mean I guess to look forward to Prophet versus MN3 though. That's going to be a hit scan duel of the ages, as Prophet has finally been able to show off like just how deep the hero pool runs and just how steamy the aim is. Absolutely grilled so many members. Soul Infernal though, as a whole unit, are looking very, very strong. Here's a look at what next Saturday will contain for all of you. Of course, we're going to be starting off in our lower bracket because we've got to send some teams home.
And we do. It's going to be a sad day, especially for Group B, because apparently it's not Dragon's Dynasty, it's Charge Dynasty. So, in either case, look, an Overwatch League team goes home 0-2. They bounce out of the tournament without winning a single game. And that would also be, sadly, I think, is that their last game of the season as well? Possibly.
SPG could beat Dragons twice in this bracket.
Yeah, that seems weird. I don't know how the brackets have been done that way, but it's weird
it's
to
what
me
the
that
graphic
SPG,
says.
well, I don't know. I thought SPG was going to go against Charge and then Shanghai would go against Seoul. That would make more sense, because it doesn't seem right that SPG Dragons play twice again. That's very strange. I don't know. That might have to be looked at again. Maybe the admins need to do something about that. There's a week before we find out exactly what's going on anyway.
Yeah.
But regardless, there's 3 Overwatch League teams on the lower side of the bracket, which means somebody has to go. Also need to get some confirmation on what that means, because there is a play-ins. So I'm trying to remember if every single Overwatch League team gets to go to the play-ins or only a limited number. So I need some confirmation on that one as well. We'll find out.
Yeah,
we will find out.
We've got a multi-tiered system here at APAC, and details will be emerging as well as on all of our socials here for the Overwatch League. And yeah, I imagine that maybe we have to have the admins take a look at that, so it's not SPG potentially beating Shanghai Dragons twice. That would not be ideal for Shanghai, but hopefully Shanghai by next week have discovered that Winston is not hard meta, and there are indeed other tanks. They can unlock Orisa on Fate's account. That would be potentially good. Or hey, even go as far as unlocking the Junker Queen. It seems to be excelling thus far, even for players that haven't been as historically tempted by the Junker Queen. I think the Belos Rhea, for someone who doesn't have much of a competitive history on that particular hero, did do fairly well today. Like, it did seem at so many times that Seoul Dynasty were just like one fight away from being able to take a map. Unfortunately, when the cards came down to it, O2 Blast just clutched up multiple times.
Well, that's the end of the day here for knockouts on the first weekend. When we come back, we're going to start eliminating some teams. So 1 week for everyone to prepare for that. Overwatch League doesn't finish this weekend, though. A little bit later on, in several hours from now, NA will begin their broadcast to look to close out their regular season. So goodbye for now. We'll see you next week.